Arc 7, Chapter 20, Emperor, Merchant, Natsuki Subaru. The fall of the fortress city of Garrel, that was the next move in Abel's scheme. As his brain digested the contents of that bold proclamation, Subaru instantly reached a conclusion. That it was an absurd plan. Subaru, though imperfect, it's a fortress city. It's surrounded by walls on all sides, plus entries and exits through the gates are being monitored constantly. It's not a place where you can just say something like surrender so casually. Abel, ho, you speak as though you have seen it. Oh right, you have. As nothing particularly useful has been heard coming from your mouth, I had nearly forgotten. Subaru, that sharp wit is very nice. But that sharpness is only usable against opponents sitting down for discussions like this. It won't work against armed opponents. In the middle of the meeting place, encircling the fire, Subaru and Abel glared at each other. Abel let no emotion behind the Oni mask peek through, but that just made it all the more impossible for Subaru to guess what was going through his head, leaving Subaru both annoyed and confused. Right now, the legitimate concerns Subaru harbored, there was no way Abel would not have likewise realized it. And in spite of that, he had proposed something like the fall of the fortress city. Rem, you intend to use a byway to invade the city, is that what you are saying? While Subaru was holding his breath, a quiet voice murmured those words beside him. It was Rem's. Rem was sitting with her legs folded to one side, her light blue eyes fixed intently on Abel. It was less of a glare, and more like her gaze was peering into him. Receiving that look, that goes without saying, Abel shrugged. Abel, as Natsuki Subaru said, the inspections imposed at the main gates of the city are the first obstacle. It is imperative we find a way to evade them to get into the city. Rem, even supposing we got in, it looked like there was a large number of Imperial soldiers within the city. Even ignoring the inspection, I think there would be too many enemies. Abel, To Abel, who was sorting the obstacles for the fall of Garrel, Rem gave a well-reasoned objection. Abel snorted at that attitude, but on the other hand Subaru's bewilderment intensified. The source of which was, of course, the figure of Rem directly arguing with Abel. Concerning the content of her argument, Rem's position could be said to be on the same side as Subaru, opposing an assault on Garrel. However, her holding that viewpoint was really too fitting. As though during her short time sojourning in Garrel, she had completely made sure of that point. Abel, Natsuki Subaru, what do you know of the difference between offensive and defensive military force in regards to battle? Subaru, the difference between offensive and defensive military force, you say? Like, the law of threefold attack? Abel, the law of threefold attack. Indeed, that is a perfectly fitting phrase. When asked, Subaru reflexively answered, and Abel nodded as if impressed. The law of threefold attack was a theory of combat regarding military force, which stated that the attacking side should have 3 times the strength of the defending side. This was due to the difference in the sense of objectives between offense and defense. The offensive side must defeat their opponents, whereas the defensive side could either defeat their opponents, repel them, or just avoid the attack, which was a significant advantage. For example, in this instance, to procure Garrel, Abel would have to command the Shadrakians to occupy the city, but the Imperial soldiers and guards could withdraw from the attack and barricade themselves in the city to achieve their aim. To cover for the difference for it to be possible to achieve the objectives, the idea was that such an amount of troops were needed, but Subaru, 3 times the force of the city, there's no way we could get something like that together. Zelda-san, how many people are in this village, give or take? Zelda, altogether, 82 people. Including Abel and that man. Flop, it's at least 100. Subaru, I'm not sure how you're counting men with nice faces, but it's merely 100, though I'd roughly estimate there were more than 3 times that force in the city. Setting aside Zelda's method of calculation, Subaru estimated Garrel's military strength to be in that ballpark. The scale of the city probably did not reach 10,000 people in size, but there should be a suitable number of soldiers protecting the city's law and order to match. And on top of that, the Imperial soldiers whose camp had been torched would join them. Those Imperial soldiers, including Todd. Subaru, Abel, at the very least, it seems you possess some fundamental knowledge in that head of yours. Yet, the reason you held your tongue appears to be some other fear besides concern about the power differential. Subaru, it's true that there's something I fear, but it's also true that the power differential is dangerous. Subaru clicked his tongue, and tasted the discomfort of having his inner feelings correctly guessed. In truth, when Subaru had heard of the plan to capture Garrel, the first obstacle that came to mind was Todd. Even just the thought of facing him again was enough to make his guts squirm. Anyway, if they thought in accordance with the law of threefold attack, it was not worth discussing. Subaru, as for a means to overcome the difference in strength, I can't think of anything outside of a mighty warrior joining us or the enemy commander being fatally incompetent. Abel, unfortunately, I do not believe we can anticipate either of those. With the Shudrak's abilities, we could scatter the masses of troops, but even if they used their numbers to surround us, we would be defeated. Furthermore, I hear the enemy commanding officer is Zika Osman. He is a solid and boring strategist, but he has no weak point. Subaru, Zika. I've heard that name. He must have heard that name from Todd, before their relationship had deteriorated. The Imperial encampment had already been reduced to ashes, but he recalled the person in command of that military operation to be called Zika. However, since the camp had been burned, he had thought that person had been defeated as well. Abel, those at the encampment were common soldiers. From the beginning, in order to conceal the primary objective, they were bestowed with minimal intelligence. Against a small tribe, a general second class would not proceed to the front lines. Subaru, so you're saying the commanding officer remained in the city from the outset? Abel, in truth, by doing nothing he ought to have achieved an adequate result. That plan went awry on my command. And due to your presence, Natsuki Subaru. Subaru, Ga. Maliciously, Abel tried to force Subaru to face the responsibility he was averting his eyes from. At that, Subaru ground his teeth and pressed his hand to his mouth. At any rate, there was a high probability that General Second Class Zika was stationed at Garrel. The Empire's upper ranks were said to be General First Class, General Second Class, General Third Class and so on, so he could understand that a rank second from the top meant a pretty powerful person. Subaru, so what are you trying to say? On top of our inferior military strength, the enemy commander is a big shot counted among the elite. Furthermore, since we poked the beehive, they'll also be on guard, right? Abel, precisely. Can you appreciate the weight of your responsibility? Subaru, that's not what I'm saying. Abel condemned Subaru for his thoughtlessness, but the problem lay elsewhere. It was Abel's stance of still refusing to give up the fight, even with an abysmal chance of success. Subaru resolutely maintained that it was pointless to even try. In the first place, Subaru, I am vehemently against fighting itself. That should have been very clear when I left here. I just want to go home with Rem. Abel, yet, that has already proved unfeasible. You think the Imperial soldiers in Garrel are your only enemy? Are you convinced another village or town would be safe? Subaru, Abel, no matter where you go, your peace can no longer be secured. I intended to grant you the time to fully realize it, and let it seep into your blood. Or, is the poison still insufficient? Abel's mocking gaze was starting to peck at Subaru's feeble spirit. Besides, as he felt pain like he was enduring great hardship, Subaru let out a long sigh. Though annoying, he could not deny the truth of Abel's words. The suffering he had gone through in the fortress city had created a mental barrier inside Subaru. From now on, even if he attempted to take Rem and flee abroad, even if he went somewhere other than Garrel, the same vigilance and fear would not fade. Subaru's pride had been lost in exchange for 5 deaths. Subaru, if that's the case, what if I sell you out to the enemy? His way out blocked, and having been abused for thoughtlessness, Subaru asked the question, his face looking twisted. In an instant, the words Subaru had uttered turned the air of the meeting room tense. At the edge of his vision, he could clearly see Rem next to him, her eyes wide. However, the one he had threatened to sell out, Abel, gave a small laugh. Abel, At last, your head appears to be beginning to function normally. And yet. My Zelda, that's not up for discussion, Subaru. In the blink of an eye, my Zelda drew her dagger and pressed the edge to Subaru's neck. Subaru gasped at her quick feet, and looked up at the face of the tall tribal chief who had moved instantaneously. My Zelda's eyes conveyed a stubborn conviction on her beautiful face. They were the eyes of a ruthless huntress. My Zelda, we've already decided to fight together with Abel. That's the result of the lifeblood ritual. If it's the desire of the one we've recognized as a compatriot, there's nothing for it. Subaru, I get that. For me, who borrowed your strength to bring back Rem, this is audacious to say. Honestly, are you all okay with that? My Zelda seemed resolute, but Subaru's query jumped over her. As chieftain, my Zelda must personify the way Shadrakians ought to be, and could not be persuaded. Even so, the other Shadrakians could have separate opinions. The different opinions of those present, Tarata, Kuna, and Holly. Subaru, just a moment ago, this guy also said as much. The gap in military strength is clear, and the opponent's a greatly experienced, courageous general. From the start, you can see you don't stand a chance fighting him. Holly, maybe, Subaru's got the wrong idea. Subaru, the wrong idea? The first one to answer the question as Subaru searched for other opinions was surprisingly Holly. At the edge of the meeting place, Holly, who had been listening to the conversation as she gnawed on some dried meat, fixed her eyes on Subaru, his movement prevented. Holly, if you're talking about winning or losing, drawing back from here is also our loss. If we can't fight for our compatriot, our spirit will be stained. Subaru, a stain on your spirit, you say? Something like pride, or facing your ancestors, that kind of thing? Holly, yeah, you got it, Subaru. With a smile, Holly affirmed Subaru's words. But rather than that being evidence of mutual understanding, it was proof that they could not understand each other. Subaru also understood that there were such points of view. Things like pride and family honor, so to speak, were invisible vindications that did not directly contribute to one's physical body. Thinking those were a matter of grave concern, certainly there existed attitudes that valued such things above all else. Yet, as far as that went, it was a way of thinking that could not coexist with Subaru's belief that there was nothing more important than life. Subaru, Kuna. Tarata-san. You two share the same opinion? Kuna, I don't really think about it as deeply as Holly or the chief. Tarata, I will abide by my older sister's decision. Since that is my wish. Subaru, I see. He had fished for information from the other two as well, but Subaru was not able to get his desired response. He had thought perhaps Kuna would, herself being a bit out of step with the other Shadrakians, but it seemed Subaru's hope was misplaced. Tarata's complete obedience to my Zelda went without saying. As it was, Subaru was without allies, with a dagger against his neck, and it appeared the deadlock would drag on, but... Rem, my Zelda-san, please withdraw your weapon. That person has no intention to hand Abel over to the enemy. The one requesting my Zelda pull back her dagger was none other than Rem herself. Meeting her gaze, my Zelda narrowed those eyes of hers. My Zelda, are you giving me an order, Rem? You haven't taken the lifeblood ritual. I permitted you into the village on Subaru's request, but don't think that means you can backtalk me. Rem, so, that's all the more reason you should pull back your weapon. That person undertook the ritual. The lifeblood ritual as you call it, and was welcomed as a compatriot. To wound him would not be a good thing. My Zelda, My Zelda had tried to overpower Rem with her strength and insight, but her undaunted retort left her at a loss for words. In the end, she swiftly returned her dagger to its sheath on her waist, and like that Subaru was released, and he stared intently at Rem. My Zelda, What you said just now is correct. But, if Abel and Subaru's opinions are divided again, I will side with Abel. Don't forget it. Rem, is it because that person's eyes are that of a heinous villain with fitting body odor? My Zelda, a bit of sharpness in the eyes has charm too. But I have a fondness for beautiful faces. The touch-and-go situation had calmed down, but the ending exchange was a weak conversation. In any case, Subaru was freed from the situation of nearly having his throat cut, and he gently rubbed the place where the knife's edge had been pressed to. And then he looked intently at Rem. Rem, what is it? Subaru, nothing, I'm just lost as to whether I should respond to the fact you stood up for me or to the fact you disparaged my face. Rem, I said nothing of your face. I spoke of your eyes. Then your body odor. My nose is wrinkling. Please sit further away. Subaru, this again? Met with Rem's glacial attitude, Subaru was hurt by the distance she made him sit away, yet inside his heart more complicated confusion plagued Subaru. In reality, why had she spoken up in defense of Subaru? He did not understand her true motive. Nevertheless, maybe she disliked turning a blind eye to something illogical, or maybe it was something else. Maybe thinking that was Subaru's bias? After all, she had not unpacked at the inn in Garrel, so. Abel, our conversation was interrupted. However, even supposing you were able to evade the Shadrakian's eyes, the idea of selling me over to the enemy is futile. Subaru, good job getting us back on track. While we're at it, I'll ask. Why is that? Abel, you also spent time in the city, albeit briefly. That being the case, did news of how the current imperial capital is being governed not reach your ears? Subaru, the imperial capital you say? Ah. Right, that's right. You're. In sudden understanding, Subaru stood up on the spot without thinking. Then, as he focused on his visible surroundings, he called out Flop-san. Not having kept up with the change of affairs, the astonished Flop turned around with a "Yeah? Flop, www what is it husband kun? Honestly, I'm feeling extremely confused and bewildered right now, I'm becoming a mess. I'm not following this conversation in the slightest, all I know is it feels like we're getting to the climax of the issue. Subaru, sorry for leaving you out of the loop, but confirm something for me. In Garrel you talked about the official notice from the imperial capital. Or rather, about the Emperor's proclamation. Flop, the Emperor's proclamation. You mean the trouble in the imperial capital? Flop snapped his fingers, and Subaru nodded at his understanding. Immediately after, the intense fight with Todd, having been repeated sixfold, had been severely burned into his brain, but he had also exchanged such talk with Flop in Garrel. Reflecting on the matter in question, Flop smoothed down his own long hair. Flop, embers smolder in the Empire, and there's some kind of disturbance in the imperial capital. The current emperor has been reigning for a long time, and with no signs of civil war, imperial citizens have been enjoying peaceful days. But then this happened. Subaru, talk of trouble in the imperial capital has spread outside, and you said the emperor himself had set out to resolve it, right? It was a kind of unusual announcement, but. Flop, right. Actually, this is the first time since the current emperor took the throne. Nonetheless, he has an excellent track record managing the empire so far. So I'm not worried. Viva Wallachia. Raising both hands, Flop unconsciously gouged Subaru's old wound. Those were the words extolling the empire that he had heard so often in the imperial encampment, but now Subaru did not have the presence of mind to innocently go along with it. In any case, the problem was not the praise, but the movement of the emperor that was spoken of just before. That the emperor was directly starting to move in order to suppress trouble in the imperial capital was an unprecedented situation. Not to mention, in the event that the emperor were to do something like issuing a command before the public. Subaru, the you that's here now, who are you and what kind of position are you in? Can you prove you aren't some crazy nutcase with a screw loose? Abel, proof you say? Where is the need for that? Subaru, what? Sitting with his knee raised, Abel snorted at Subaru's skepticism. At the same time, he put his hand on his chest and, like he was trying to flaunt his own existence, spoke. Abel, never mind the thoughtless ones who have turned on me. Seeing as you have reached a point of no return, if you were to still treat me as an insolent person who speaks nonsense, how do you explain the situation you have found yourself in? Subaru, that's. Abel, cease latching onto facile ideas that cannot fool even yourself, merely to obtain peace of heart. If you exclude the possibilities that do not align together at the precise time, what is left is nothing but the truth. Abel's statement was harsh, but Subaru bitterly understood the logic behind it. The only masked man in front of him was a fake being disguised as an emperor, and Subaru and also the people of Shadrak were being deceived by his falsehoods. That kind of development would lead to doom beyond saving, and above that, was hard to believe. In reality, Abel had utilized the Shadrakians' strength and the information obtained from Subaru to fight and win against the Imperial army. That real occurrence was something that could not be explained away by a habitual liar. Subaru, then, what about the Imperial capital stuff? If it said that the Emperor directly took command, there's no way the Emperor wouldn't come out in front of people. Abel, I suppose they would then. A fake remarkably similar to myself. To hold mentions of the Emperor's absence, an exceptionally well-made double is used. Chaisha Gold? Subaru, Chaisha? It was a name he had not heard before, but they were Abel's, no, they were the Emperor's body double. In a land where the imperialistic might makes right ideology inhabited, it was easy to imagine that in preparation for assassinations, the Emperor would arrange for a body double. However, having said body double be used by the enemy to usurp the seat of the Emperor was quite the misplacement of priorities. Abel, silence, I am aware. Subaru, right, thanks to you, we're in quite a mess. If only the Empire was at peace. The only problem Subaru needed to have was the salty interactions from the amnesiac realm, to reunite with Emilia and the others. A journey to struggle and escape the Wallachian Empire was to unfold. That was all it had to be. But now, due to some fate, they were in this mess. Flop, you know, husband Kun. The one who called out to the sour-faced Subaru was Flop. Wrinkling the space between his eyebrows of his graceful face, he tilted his head at a rather steep angle and... Flop, I've been thinking about it ever since I heard it before, but what you're talking about with Village Chief Kun is a bit mysterious, isn't it? To be honest, I'm still shocked because of your joke about causing the fall of Garel, but... Subaru, a joke? No, don't mind that. Flop-san, I've been meaning to explain but... Flop, yes, please explain, if you could. If not, I have no choice but to agree to somewhat accept what I hear without question. Saying that, Flop whipped his finger to Abel and poked it out towards him. Then, Flop, I have to agree to the absurd idea that Village Chief Kun over there is His Excellency the Emperor himself. Subaru, Flop, ho ho ho? I'm conflicted if you stay silent there, husband Kun. Thankfully, I have a reputation for jumping to conclusions. That's why I have the flexibility to change and withdraw my opinion, you know. Abel, you have done something akin to drawing improperness into art. If they were trying to hide it, it was a conversation lacking the consideration to do so. That was why, sitting next to Subaru, Flop was able to naturally reach the correct conclusion. And, being able to do so by himself, Abel was showing displeasure at that. Putting disdain into his gaze, the one he insulted with improper was Subaru. He was pointing out how Subaru had not made any of the situation clear to Flop, having brought him into the Shadrakian settlement. However, accepting Abel's disdain was difficult for Subaru. Subaru, I'm improper? Like you could say that. First off, even I know that that's not something you can say out loud all willy-nilly. Abel, then, finish your ascertainment before bringing them here. It seems you still lack an understanding of the current situation. While being chased by enemies in Garel, the thinking time provided should have been more than enough. Subaru, Abel, putting something more important than yourself by your side, why did you give in to your thoughts? If you had no intention to line them beside yourself, bringing them back was a mistake from the start. Something more important than yourself. Being told that, Subaru thought about Rem beside him. The words that followed that also hurt Subaru like his flesh being cut open. What Abel was trying to say was clear as day. He was speaking on how Subaru had left himself exposed at a time he should have been protecting Rem. Of course, Subaru had no recollection of putting his guard down or giving in at all. However, in the eyes of Abel, whose thought process spun far deeper and farther than Subaru could, Subaru's own was severely lacking. It was never enough, and never worth considering. Do not bring back someone who could not be trusted with the details. That was how he was being criticized. Subaru thought to not involve Flop and Medium in things. Abel exposed Subaru's naive thought and coldly discarded it, saying that it was idiotic and stupid. Subaru, Flop, Village Chief Kun. Could I interrupt this discussion for a moment? Subaru was at a loss for words, but in his place, Flop energetically raised his hand. Noisily advancing forward, he dropped into a cross-legged position with a thud and faced Abel's Oni mask head-on. Flop, or, perhaps you are not the chief. How should I address you? Abel, as of now I bear no title. I have taken the name of Abel, but you may call me what you like. Flop, is that so? Then, I will keep calling you Village Chief Kun, because it feels right. The lady soldiers over there don't mind, right? My Zelda, you're a sexy man. I'll allow anything. Tarata, sister. Putting aside the almost customary interaction between the sisters, Flop laughed with my thanks. As he did so, he strongly slapped his knees with his hands and Flop, I'm scared because you didn't deny it for the longest time, but I want to talk about what you said before the previous thing you said. Village Chief Kun, you wanted to ask about hidden routes into the city. Abel, yes, I did. Any ideas, merchant? Flop, I do. Is how it seemed I was going to answer, but apologies. If that's going to be used to attack Garrel, then I cannot answer. Putting a palm forward, Flop stated so with a cheerful expression. Listening by his side, Subaru widened his eyes at Flop's plain and resolute words. Even Abel had narrowed his eyes an inch from behind his Oni mask. That was how much seriousness Flop had put into his words, even if it did not show in his tone. Abel, Flop's statement was rather wild and made him stand out, but that was not because he was stupid. He had also come to the conclusion that the true identity of the man in front of him, of Abel, was that of someone of high class and esteem. He had not been told he was right or wrong, so he figured his conjecture was close to the truth. Meaning, he had, against the presumed emperor, answered with a big no. Abel, do you comprehend the meaning of what you have said? Flop, you are nothing but the chief, right, Village Chief Kun? Of course I do. If swords were to cross, I will reject that. I want to avoid causing harm to someone with the knowledge I hold. Abel, that is a fairy tale. In reality, something like malice will attack you without considering your personal history. You would raise your fist against all of that and request for them to withdraw. Flop, if need be. Abel, even if you do, your efforts will bear no fruit. This is the land of wolves. A ghastly, freezing awe emanating from Abel's body pierced through the air as he stated that. The dreadful feeling of oppression from that was not because of their difference in strength. It manifested from the difference of their presences. Even Rem and the people of Shudrak, who would overwhelm Abel if they were to fight, held their breath and froze up. Of course, Subaru was intimidated too, to the point his breathing had become irregular. Flop was not excluded from this feeling too. However, while Flop was hit by the Emperor's dreadful aura. Flop, even in a land of wolves, sheep also live. If wolves were to come bite my buttocks, I would ride my ox cart and run away with my sister. I've repeated that over and over till this day, Village Chief Kun. Abel, Even if his cheeks were frozen, Flop's smile would not disappear. That was his protest. Hearing that, the demonic aura emanating from Abel suddenly diffused. The oppressive air that had swept over the meeting area suddenly disappearing, Subaru got back the ability to breathe freely. Nevertheless, even if he had obtained some leeway to take a breath, Subaru's heart was in no shape to return to normal. Subaru, Flop-san. Subaru called over to Flop with a raspy voice. The smile Flop showed to Subaru as the latter glanced over to him was bright. It was close to a wry smile, but the side profile of Flop showed no sign of regret. However, even if he were to hold no regrets, for Subaru, who had brought him here in the first place, his regret would only grow exponentially. For Flop had directly opposed the Wallachian Emperor. Using that reason to incur Abel's displeasure, Abel could do anything to Flop as he held command of the people of Shudrak. However, contrary to Subaru's worries, Abel, opposing my lazy argument, I can see your belief does not waver. A troublesome one you are you not, merchant? Flop, is that right? Even so, I acknowledge that my appearance is favorable to people you know. My Zelda, I agree. Pocketing his aura, Abel did not point his spear of anger towards Flop. Flop reacted to that in a way that made it unclear if he realized how dangerous of a tightrope he was walking on. No comment on my Zelda's remark. Abel, I shall withdraw my gratitude from before, Natsuki Subaru. Subaru, huh? Subaru, unable to restore a sense of peace in his heart from before, was spoken to by Abel. From behind his Oni mask, the man with a sharp gaze nodded towards the stubborn Flop and Abel, your self-awareness is lacking, but, if you were planning to bring someone, you should have brought someone more aligned to my interests. That way, things would be done without future complications. Subaru, if it was someone like that, I doubt they'd have been kind to us in the first place. Abel, I suppose that judgment is correct. How aggravating. If the earlier gratitude had been given for bringing Flop along, then the obstinance Flop had shown certainly made Abel want to retract the commendation. No way, Flop was snapping at the Emperor's authority directly. No, he should say he was eluding it like a willow. Subaru had not thought there were people who would take such a stance. Not to mention, it had also been unexpected that Abel would tolerate such an attitude from Flop. I expected Abel-san to be more obstinate. Subaru, hold on, Rem. Rem's brief comment seemed to reflect Subaru's heart, and his eyes widened involuntarily. In truth, he also found that surprising, but he had not spoken because he thought there was nothing to be gained by saying it. It had come from Rem, and Abel's Oni mask turned toward her. The Oni and the Oni mask faced one another, and for a moment the space between both of them yielded silence. Abel, people with convictions are worrisome. Strong roots spread, and build up strength in the trunk. Rem, what does that mean? Abel, you cannot tell? No matter, it is a trifle. Rem knit her brow, hearing Abel's quiet and somewhat uncharacteristic response. Displaying some disappointment towards Rem's reply, Abel loosely shook his head. No one knew the reason for his disappointment. Subaru, however, could roughly guess as to what it was. Subaru, were you alluding to something? Abel, that was unexpected. You do not look like the type of person to have received an education. Subaru, I figured it was something of the sort. You sounded like you were quoting someone else. Hearing Abel unexpectedly talk like a normal person was surprising. However, the person in question, Abel, heeded no mind in having his true thoughts revealed and answered shortly with an I see. Abel, as for your question from before, to say it was unexpected of me, you have quite the impression of me, do you not? First off, what did you expect me to do? Rem, I thought for sure you would at least torture them for information. Questioned by Abel, the impression that Rem left with her answer was that of being too honest. Saying that, however, it was not an option that Subaru had not considered as well. If Abel wanted to make Flop obey to his will, it would be unsurprising if he ordered the Shudrakians to torture or perform other similar things to him. Except, Abel shrugged his shoulders at those words and replied, saying it is useless. Abel, certainly, there are times when pain is the best negotiation tactic. However, the veracity of the information extracted from that method is extremely low. Humans will lie without hesitation to free themselves from the pain before them. Rem, Abel, and were you in such a scenario, your eyes tell me you would shield them with your life. That was how Abel assessed Rem, who was motionlessly directing her stare at him. Looking at Rem's side profile, her jaw was clenched shut and her pretty features were on the verge of being wiped away by a look of grim resolve. Her side profile made clear that Abel's brief assessment was true. Abel, I will not risk a foolish action that may reduce my troops in exchange for information low in accuracy. Therefore, I will negotiate. Flop, negotiate. Abel, merchant, I will buy any knowledge you possess. Let us negotiate for that. Abel said, while lowering his raised knee and plunking down into a cross-legged position. Hearing that, Flop widened his eyes and faced Abel with a smile on his face. Then, Flop, when I hear the word negotiation, as a merchant, I can't help but get excited. However, before we start negotiating, let me get one thing straight. I'm very stubborn. Even if my head were to be split and smashed open, I won't comply with anything I can't agree on. Such was his declaration. Subaru, even if your head were to be split open, that's not funny at all. It's not funny at all, Flop-san. Recalling Flop's caustic words that kicked off the negotiation battle just before, Subaru made a bitter face. Flop did not do it purposely, but having seen his head be split and smashed open multiple times in reality, his words had the impact of a surprise attack on Subaru. Subaru, Narrowing his eyes, Subaru looked over at the meeting area from a hill slightly away. Even now, in the meeting area, Abel and Flop's negotiations, or business talks, were underway. Abel wanted a foothold, required for the conquest of Garrel. Flop had the knowledge needed for that task, yet was not revealing it. That was the situation inside at the moment. The reason Subaru had left the meeting area was because it was ordered that anyone unneeded for the negotiations was to be excluded. Basically, he was ordered out by Abel. And Subaru himself could not come up with a reason for him to stay at that place. Subaru, using secret paths to enter the city, a blitzkrieg attack to go straight for the enemy general's throat. Kicked out of the meeting, Subaru savored the jungle-smelling wind as he recollected his memories. From what he had heard, the plan Abel had outlined was something like that. Although simple, it was difficult to come up with any other plan that would overcome the difference in manpower. If there was anything to change or add, it would be to attract attention in the city with a diversion, or perform little tricks to reduce the enemy general's guards. As for any problems with the plan, Subaru, simple plans are easily anticipated. At least I think so. Especially if Todd is against us. If there were no other methods of attack, then of course, the opponent would also take precautions against it. Therefore, a plan that the enemy was already taking precautions against was, in baseball terms, something like throwing a straight ball right down the middle. From the perspective of the awaiting enemy, it would be a mouth-watering, easy ball to bat. For Todd to miss this swing, Subaru could not fathom the idea of that happening. Subaru, or am I being too paranoid? In the extreme case Todd was. If the average soldier is like Todd, then there's no chance of winning. He did not know. There were far too many unknowns. But he did not want that to be true. He did not want to think of a scenario in which enemies like Todd existed, other than Todd. His affinity with return by death being the worst had been proven by pain, having piled up the most deaths in the shortest amount of time. To think that that was the norm for the Volkian Empire was. The negotiations seemed to be dragging on. Subaru, Subaru had at some point covered his face with his hands and shut his vision off from the world. While Subaru was staring into the black void, The voice of a girl he had gotten used to hearing reached his eardrums. He had gotten used to hearing it, but it was a voice he wanted to always continue listening to. However, that was only when Subaru's heart and feelings were at peace. Subaru, Rem. Lowering the hands covering his face, Subaru nervously opened his eyelids. Resting on her cane, Rem stood quietly on the gentle slope of the hill. Her gaze pierced through Subaru, causing him to go rigid. Right now, being able to stand face to face with Rem like this made his heart throb. During the days spent coming back to the people of Shudrak's settlement, Subaru had focused his anger on Abel, because his actions were equivalent to setting them up in a trap. In doing so, it could be said he was avoiding talking with Rem. In reality, that was not wrong. He was scared of conversing with her and finding out about her true intentions. That was why he averted his eyes from the things he did not like and attempted a makeshift solution. Nevertheless, there was a limit on how much he could run from the things he did not like. There was a limit, and henceforth. Subaru, right now, he had no choice but to face himself against her eyes filled with seriousness. Rem, Abel-san seems to be adding various conditions and such, but Flop-san doesn't seem to be budging at all. Subaru, yeah, he's a good person. He doesn't want to help by providing knowledge that could get someone hurt. Being surrounded by the Shudrakians, he has some serious courage to be able to say that. Subaru had overseen the progress of the negotiations for a while, but Flop's stubbornness was exactly as he proclaimed. The focal point of the discussion was as expected, the casualties in the city of Garrel. People and material things. Flop had made clear that he would not compromise on both those things. Abel promised to minimize the human casualties as much as possible, but that was not enough to be the deciding factor. Like parallel lines, they could not meet and reach an agreement. Towards Flop's stubborn attitude, Subaru also felt relief. Shunning war, he rebutted Abel head-on. He was relieved that another person of such ilk was here, other than him. However, Rem, I don't think this is the type of situation where you can simply say he is a good person. Subaru, what? In opposition to Subaru, who affirmed himself to Flop's attitude, Rem quietly revealed her strong criticisms. Surprised at the bite of her words, Subaru unconsciously stared at Rem. Though difficult to meet face to face with, and despite his wish to avoid it, in his field of vision, Rem stared straight at Subaru. Without dropping her gaze, she continued on. Rem, he doesn't want to hurt others with his knowledge. I understand those feelings. But if you think about the overall situation, him included, how will he account for the casualties that will arise because he didn't share his knowledge? Couldn't you say that would be hurting others with knowledge as well? Subaru, that's just an argument for argument's sake. Trying to blame Flop for all the casualties brought about because he doesn't talk, that's just a false accusation. Rem, that may be right. But I do not think it's realistic to be constantly running away. Abel had declared that this was the land of wolves. And against that, Flop had proclaimed that sheep would run. That was a fairy tale, was what Rem pessimistically, no, realistically thought, and said. She was yet another person who had stepped foot into Garrel. The tenacity and relentlessness of the Imperial soldiers seeped deep into her bones. Could they shake off that oppressive pursuit again? Under determined opposition and not vague malicious intent, could Flop, with medium, keep running to the ends of the world? And, could Subaru's group, who shared the same fate as them, be able to? Subaru, hang on Rem. What you're saying is crazy. You also said before that you didn't want there to be a battle. But, the way you're saying it now. Rem, Subaru, it's like you've accepted that we have to fight. His throat trembled. Subaru was unable to get his words out properly. But, just like how it was said that the eyes could say more than the mouth, in Subaru and Rem's precarious conversation, it was not just their words that spelled out their feelings. Their gazes did too. The grim resolve that colored her eyes was the same as the one when she had defended Flop against Abel. That was what Subaru thought. Subaru, it hurts that I can't understand you. Seeing that attitude of hers on display, Subaru spit out the honest feelings floating in his heart. She had criticized Flop for following Subaru's beliefs, but she regarded Subaru with the same eyes she used when defending Flop, when the latter was laying out his beliefs. She had defended Subaru from Abel, but she had not unpacked at the inn in Garrel. The interactions between the awakened Rem and Subaru were always inconsistent and one-way. From the bottom of his heart, he was happy that she had woken up. The sadness that assaulted him due to her memories not returning, he believed that they could find a way to solve that problem. Nevertheless, in the Empire, where there was nobody he could trust from the bottom of his heart, from where he had to bring Rem back to Emilia and the others, her uncooperative attitude was like a knife piercing through his leg. Every time that would happen, he would be on the verge of hunching over in pain. Subaru, you didn't unpack at the inn in Garrel, right? Thanks to that, we reduced the time needed to escape, but I always thought it was weird. Rem, that was. Subaru, the average person, after reaching an inn, will relax and settle down or start unpacking their luggage. At least, that's what I think. Of course, it's always possible that you aren't that sort of person. But he did not want to finish the rest of that sentence. If he could continue averting his eyes he would, but now that he felt he could not avoid questioning Rem on her inexplicable attitude, he could not continue averting his eyes. That was why? Subaru, but you tried to run away from me again, didn't you? Rem, Rem's silence was piercing. Subaru felt the blood coursing through his body. However, a scab already peeled had no use. Letting the blood flow, heeding no mind to the exposed wound, he could only peel it off. Enduring the pain. Subaru, if you can't believe me, that's fine. It's painful, but I get it. You don't have any memories, and for you, my smell reeks like that of someone unforgivable. Also, I don't have anything to prove that you can trust me. I understand why you can't believe me and want to distance yourself from me. Rem, Subaru, but the people waiting for you. The people who hold you dear in their hearts, are real. If you don't like me, you don't have to talk to me. I'll endure it if you bat my hands away. But, please don't try to leave. Rem, Subaru, I'm begging you, so, please. Please don't shut me out from your life. His begging voice was shaking, his eyes were on the verge of tears. Whether those droplets of tears that gradually appeared were the result of his self-pity, or of his petition to Rem, was unknown even to himself. Truly, he was just being exceedingly pathetic. It was so absurd it made him laugh. Even if he was not given up on, it would not be surprising were he to be abandoned because of his begging right now. He continued to expose his hopeless and pitiful self in front of Rem. It was a sight he would definitely not show to Emilia, Beatrice or his other friends. At least, Subaru intentionally strived to not show it to his friends. Never mind if he was able to actually achieve that, that was what he had done now. Because he had decided to show his weakness only in front of Rem. However, that did not mean that he wanted Rem, amnesiac, with no one to rely on, alone in another country, to shoulder the heavy weight that was Natsuki Subaru. That was not at all what he desired. Rem, Hearing Subaru's shameful begging, Rem would not say a word in return. Nonetheless, Subaru did not avert his blurry, tear-filled gaze from her. Neither did she avert her gaze from Subaru. A brief silence enveloped the space between them. Rem, Subaru, Rem, I was not trying to abandon you. Rem said awkwardly, choosing her words carefully. That was an emotion Rem had yet to show Subaru. Not even once. She spoke to the person she should be wary of, with consideration and care. She spoke devoid of a wish to hurt his feelings. Her words did not sound like she was speaking desperately and without thinking. Her tone made him believe that. Or it could be that that was also Subaru's hope speaking for him. Subaru, are you relying on that thin ray of hope, the thread of hope he should not be relying on? Subaru searched for the right words. What was Rem thinking? What did she wish for? What did she believe in to put those words to her mouth? Not even knowing if he should be informed of the answers to those questions, Subaru just wanted to hear her voice more, and tried to continue his sentence. However, you. Subaru, go? Faster than he could continue, a force jumped at him around his waist, and Subaru's body blurred as it was launched to the side. Unable to support his body at all, Subaru was blown away, sent sprawling on top of the hill. The atmosphere from before being ripped to shreds, Subaru's head spun as he opened his eyes wide to try and make sense of the situation. Lu. Don't sit on top of Sue. That's bad. You tried to stop her. Lu was the one who did it. Subaru, you Utakata? Meaning, this is. The one who ran over with an almost comical pitter-patter footstep was a slightly flush olive-skinned Utakata. And, the one who was getting her sleeve pulled by Utakata, sitting atop Subaru's chest, was the young girl who bundled her long, golden hair behind her head. Rem, Louis-chan, please come down. That person's going to get squished. Louis, ooh? Overwriting her joyful and smiley face with a question mark, the one who craned her neck towards Rem's words was Louis. Resting her bottom on Subaru's chest, Louis patted Subaru's cheeks without a care in the world. It was, however, her carefreeness that got on Subaru's nerves in the first place. Subaru, we're in the middle of an important conversation. Get off now. Louis, AAA? Subaru, don't AAA me. Utakata, please. Utakata, I'll listen cause Sue asked for it. Yu is a good wife and a good mother. Did she understand what that meant? In any case, Utakata pulled Louis' arm to get her off Subaru's chest. The pressure on him disappearing, Subaru raised his body up on the spot. Even then, an unsatisfied-looking Louis entered his immediate field of view, and Subaru became annoyed. Subaru, in the end, there hasn't been an answer as to what you are. Sin Archbishop, the evil being, gluttony, Louis Arneb. If he were to pick some choice words to decorate the blonde girl in front of him with, he could think of many foul and uncomplimentary remarks. However, even if all those words were what correctly described her before, her current self did not match up with that. That evil girl did not save Subaru, listen to him, or carelessly laugh towards him. However, Louis, ooh? Louis craned her neck, her actions until now flashed in his mind. Saving him when Rem had been choking him. She had cried out and faced the many predicaments Subaru had been through, alongside him. Even the most recent one, being Todd and his axe. The memory of her receiving Todd's elbow hit and bleeding from the nose was still fresh in his mind. Her face had no sign of the previous injury, and she acted as if that event had no negative bearing on her at all. That was infuriating in a way, but... Rem, Louis-chan. Louis, ooh. Beckoned, Louis quickly changed her expression into a happy one and ran over to Rem's side. As if she had learned how to jump on the cane-ridden Rem, Louis jumped on Rem with not too much force. Rem caught Louis and gave her head some soft pats. She had caught the Sin Archbishop, who was one of the reasons for her current state. She had caught one part of them, Louis Arneb. Rem, those eyes of yours. Subaru, huh? Rem, the eyes with which you look at this child, it puzzles me too. This child, she's so attached to you, and yet you. Subaru, Rem uttered while hugging Louis' small body. Subaru fell silent. Was that the continuation of her interrupted words from before? The Rem who did not unpack at Garrel, the continuation of that would shine a light on the rest of the truth. However, despite waiting, Rem did not say another word beyond that. She only wrapped the beaming Louis into her chest. Subaru, what do you want me to do? Looking over at Rem, Subaru finally chose to use conclusive words. It might have been an unfair method to make Rem give him an answer. However, if Rem were to brush aside all of Subaru's chosen words and actions, this was the only option left. What did Rem wish for, and what did she want him to do? He had to ask her directly. On top of that, if the answer she brought out was something Subaru could not achieve for her, then it would be that time for sure that their relationship might become unsalvageable. Knowing that, Subaru asked her fearfully. She held her breath for a moment against Subaru's question, and Rem, I do not want it to turn into a battle. Said that. Subaru could accept that too. In reality, when the Imperial Army's camp had been reduced to ashes, she thought that Subaru had spearheaded that attack and so flared up at him with a strong, threatening attitude. Rem did not wish for a war. She did not favor it. That was no mistake. That was why he understood that her opinion had not changed. However, just when Subaru was convinced of this fact, she added on that. That was. Rem, but I don't think we can keep running forever. Flop-san's words are not realistic. And Subaru, you can't agree with Abel's opinion. Rem, yes. Quietly nodding, Rem agreed with Subaru's question. Her timid agreement, it was the sign that she held the awareness that the words she spoke were outrageous. And, of course they were. She agreed with Flop's stance on not wanting to fight. She also agreed with Abel on his stance that they had no choice but to fight. That was an ideology that could be said to be an incarnation of opportunism. In all honesty, even Subaru thought how good it would be if a fence-sitter opinion like that worked out. Fighting was not desired. But fighting was an inevitable outcome. They did not want to take lives. Yet, they were at the forefront of a fight where taking lives was inevitable. They must confront a dichotomy that involves lives. Rem, could you? Subaru, ah? Making a bitter face, Subaru agreed with Rem's contradictory thinking. However, to that anguishing Subaru, Rem flicked her gaze towards him. Holding Louis' head to her chest, she directed her helpless-looking light blue eyes towards Subaru. Subaru held his breath. As if she quietly hardened her resolve, she. Rem, could you do something about this? She asked as if she were clinging onto him for an answer. Subaru, .. The moment he received that question, Subaru froze as if struck by lightning. That was a completely unreasonable question. Compared to Subaru, who thought himself to be unfair and cowardly, this question was far, far worse. The want to not fight, the knowledge that there was no choice but to fight. A third answer that was neither of those choices. That was what Rem wished from Subaru. Why? Forgetting everything and anything, her trust and affection for Subaru had been lost. She also held caution and disgust because of the foul smell that surrounded Subaru. And yet, why had she asked that of Subaru? Why did Rem look at Subaru with eyes that looked like she was holding onto him? Subaru, .. That extremely one-sided, even selfish question started a fire in Natsuki Subaru. Even if he were to get angry, curse her out loudly and denounce her naiveness now, he would no doubt be forgiven. That was how selfish the option Rem chose was. However, what grew in Subaru at that moment was a sense of duty that arose from the very bottom of his soul. Subaru, He must fight. He must resist. He knew that he must break open the present as it was now. Evading combat, the person stopping himself from revealing his information. Flop O'Connell. Preparing himself from the unavoidable battle, the person who would win his survival. Vincent Abelix. In the situation they were in now, the inevitable pathways that these two held. The person that must find an answer, a pathway that was different from these two answers. Natsuki Subaru. Why was that? That was because. Subaru, I'm the hero that Rem believed in. And also because he was the man that kept on fighting in this other world using only his unwillingness to give up as a weapon. It was not just his philosophy, the philosophy that did not function just because he crossed borders, that let Natsuki Subaru keep walking until today. That was what he believed. Meeting Emilia, saved by her, the days spent running to save her. Clutching Beatrice's hand, bringing her out of the forbidden library, his promise to be together with her, saving Rem, being saved by her, loved by her and deciding that he would answer her faith and love. Natsuki Subaru's blood boiled as he strived to change this current, constrained situation. Something, anything, was there nothing at all? The days spent in the kingdom of Lagunica, the days spent since being blasted into the Wallachian Empire, the people he had met, the enemies he had faced, the people who stood next to him, the people who stood opposite him. All of them became fuel. Think, concentrate, imagine, grasp all the possible possibilities. In this world, where anyone and everyone was more successful than him, the option that was left for Natsuki Subaru was only one: his scrappy lifestyle and shrewdness. Then. Subaru, hit by his uselessness, ruled over by a sense of loss, and with nothing else to do, Subaru had left the meeting area. In that Subaru's mind, a thought appeared with a flash. Reeling in that clownish possibility, Subaru seriously considered if he could convert this thought into an actual plan. Rem, towards the silent Subaru, Rem's eyes quietly stared. Putting a hand on Louis, who looked like she was about to cause a commotion, and holding Utakata back, her head tilted, so that she would not leak any words out, she stared at Subaru. Despite the fact she was not supposed to possess any memories, she stared at him with the eyes she had when she did. As if she believed that Natsuki Subaru could reach the answer that others could not reach. And then, Subaru, Rem. Holding a hand on his chin, Rem straightened herself at Subaru's call. There was no answer. She somehow understood that he did not want one. However, not noticing her reaction, Subaru quietly held his breath and continued. Subaru, what would I do if it were up to me? I found the answer. Lumbering, advancing with strong steps on the hard ground, the doors to the meeting area were pushed open. Looking at the newly appeared Subaru, the man donning a Oni mask flared his nose in dissatisfaction. His attitude conveyed that he had been uncalled for. Abel, what is it, Natsuki Subaru? A person like you, one who cannot provide a constructive opinion, has no role for an appearance. He had actually been told in reality that he was not called for, and yet, Subaru's legs did not stop. Even if he had forgiven Flop's disrespect, Abel would most likely not forgive Subaru for his, as Subaru held no reverence for him. Feeling the gazes of the faces still remaining in the meeting area, Subaru pressed his legs straight forward. Standing right next to Abel, looking down at his Oni mask up close. Subaru, any developments? You arrogant shit. Abel, Extending his hand, Subaru forcefully peeled the Oni mask off Abel's face. Zelda and the other Shadrakians widened their eyes in surprise at his unhesitant action. It went without saying, but Flop too was shocked, laying his eyes upon Abel's true face for the first time. However, the other's actions did not enter his eyes. Towards Subaru's question, Abel shifted his demonic face into a cruel expression that would run a chill up anyone's spine. He shook his head curtly, saying no. Abel, negotiations are progressing roughly. Contrary to expectations, this merchant is hard to crack. Subaru, is that so? Then, since you're so terrible at being persuasive, I'll persuade him for you. Abel, what? Abel furrowed his nicely shaped eyebrows together. Seeing his face, Subaru looked down at Abel with satisfaction. Next, Subaru turned to face Flop. Because a conclusion had not been made, Flop was in the middle of arguing with the presumed emperor head-on. Taken aback by the difference in Subaru's expression and attitude, Flop called over to Subaru, saying husband kun? Then, towards the two that held differently shaped doubts, Subaru declared. The contents of that declaration were: Subaru, I have a plan for the bloodless fall of Garel. If we can fight without any bloodshed, then the two of you can agree on a plan together, don't you think? Arc 7, Chapter 21, Zika Osman. Zika Osman, General Second Class of the Wallachian Empire, was known as the womanizer. There were many words to describe him, like sex-obsessed, lecherous, and lustful. For an imperial soldier who had to set an example of true strength and gain the respect of his fellow officers, it was a rather disgraceful set of terms. However, Zika Osman himself liked being known as the womanizer. No, it would not be an exaggeration to say he took pride in it. The reason why? It was because Zika hated the nickname he had been given before being dubbed the womanizer. For a soldier, to be called by such a nickname was an unbearable humiliation. Thus, he proudly paraded the title of womanizer, which made his fellow soldiers forget that other nickname. Anyway, although called such, the meaning of Zika being labeled the womanizer differed from that of so-called Casanovas or from the vices of the sort of men who looked down on women. The Osman household had produced a lineage of soldiers for generations, but in Zika's generation the blood had been unbalanced, and, for some reason, the family had only sired females. Born and raised in an environment with 4 elder sisters and 6 younger ones, Zika spent his childhood without even one brother. Growing up surrounded by sisters on all sides, like most people, Zika was instilled with various preconceived notions relating to women. But what made him different from most people whose illusions about women were lost due to the existence of female family members, he instead sought fantasies and idealized outside women. And then, he parted from his sisters, saddened to let go of their adorable and kind brother, and he started his career as an imperial soldier at a young age, making contact with outside women for the first time, and he cracked. Ever since then, women had been like an ephemeral dream for Zika Osman, an existence between ideal and reality, a forbidden fruit mixed with love and hate. Having been raised being knocked about by a great number of women in his family, Zika held a strong desire to treat women kindly, while also being treated kindly by them. Therefore, he considered it a supreme pleasure to serve women and to be served by them, which he put into practice. This attitude differed from most of the dominant men of the empire, which combined with jealousy and contempt for his precise tactics and safe victories, led to the name womanizer. But, as said at the beginning, Zika Osman enjoyed that sobriquet. The womanizer, was it not rather splendid? After all, there were more men who liked women than disliked them, which brought opportunities to speak with many officers. Zika's stance was clear and left no doubt, and his subordinates, knowing their superior officer's taste, naturally looked up to him as the womanizer, and respected him. The womanizer, was it not rather splendid? Zika Osman was the man who had risen to the rank of an imperial general second class, despite being called such. With the emperor ousted from his throne, to squeeze the life out of him, his political opponents had chosen the very best within the limits of their dominion, which was none other than he. It was surely the threatening general called the womanizer, Zika Osman. From the beginning, Zika had a hunch that something about the expedition smelled fishy. Military exercises were held in the area around the Budim jungle in the eastern part of the empire every year, but this year they had been held earlier, and, including Zika, only a portion of the commissioned officers had been notified of the expedition's purpose, negotiations with the people of Shudrak. Zika, the people of Shudrak hiding in Budim. An indigenous people that lived in the Budim jungle, the tribe was known for having a long history. They were also famous for not emerging out of the considerably dense jungle, and Zika had never encountered them firsthand. But, he had heard that they were a matriarchal tribe, and he wished to meet them just once. Living deep in the jungle, their approach of capturing outside men for use as tools to produce children was also fascinating. Likely, they were all strong, indomitable women, he thought. Women were good. Strong or weak, gentle or harsh, all flavors. After all, they could not all be lumped together. Older sisters, and younger sisters too, had times when they were gentle and times when they were harsh, times when they were sweet and times when they were bitter. If a single woman displayed such kaleidoscopic splendor, how could one think of lumping multiple women together? Therefore, Zika, to make them swear fealty, or be destroyed. What is the imperial capital thinking? That was the secret order given behind closed doors to Zika, before he departed for the expedition. Word from the imperial capital Lupagana affirmed that this expedition's true purpose was to either win over the people of Shadrak, or annihilate them. He attempted to ascertain that there was no mistake, but the reply from the imperial capital remained immutable, and Zika had no choice but to comply. However, he had heard about some kind of trouble brewing within the imperial capital, so he could imagine that had something to do with the purpose of the expedition on this occasion. That much was clear from the fact that the common soldiers had been ordered to execute this plan while the purpose of the expedition was hidden from them. What His Excellency the Emperor was thinking, Zika had no idea. Zika, but then, no one can read that gentleman's deeper intentions, can they? The 77th Emperor of the Sacred Wallachian Empire, Vincent Wallachia. That was the name of the one who ruled over this empire, the wisest man of this age, who never allowed others to read the depths of his thoughts. In the Crystal Palace of the imperial capital of Rupgana, His Excellency the Emperor was considered to have a clear view of the entire vast empire. Even though Zika was a general second class, his post was far removed from the imperial capital, and he had little opportunity to see his countenance. Yet, his ingenuity and renown crossed the distance to reach Zika's ears. Within an imperial society in which the strong consumed the weak, greedily climbing was seen as an inevitability, in a world in which various clans and locales revolted, and the live coals of insurrection would flare up every day, Vincent crushed every problem before it could become a raging inferno. In the 8 years since the inception of his reign, the Wallachian Empire had become astonishingly peaceful. Blood was spilled, flames were fanned, and lives were lost. And still, these were the most tranquil days since the founding of the Wallachian Empire. Therefore, this completely thorough approach towards the people of Shadrak caused Zika to furrow his brow. Though he was a perfect son of battle, His Excellency the Emperor avoided battle in some respects. It was not that he loathed war, but that he had deemed it foolishness, and that was the reason for his decisions. That was the supposition Zika embraced of his own accord. Perhaps this feeling was because of a sense that he had been betrayed? No, it's not like that, General Second-Class Zika. I understand your thinking, sir. I'm just a common soldier myself, but I also have to consider all sorts of things, said one of the common soldiers, listening to him with a charming smile. They were having a moment in a tavern while they were stationed in the fortress city of Garel, where the expedition was based. On the nights that Zika did not spend with women, he enjoyed drinking with his subordinates in such a manner. And in addition, rather than a retinue of high-ranked officers or generals of the third class, he would drink with lower-ranked ordinary soldiers. Of course, most soldiers did not particularly want to drink alcohol with their superiors. Even so, Zika liked such rituals whenever he went on expeditions, as it helped him understand the thoughts and preferences of the subordinates he traveled with. But on this night, he may have said a bit too much. The soldier he was drinking with that day was an awfully talkative, chatty sort. As they drank, he was always looking around, brimming with curiosity. When asked what he was thinking about, he joked that he was hypothesizing what would happen if the tavern turned into a battlefield, an attitude of constant combat readiness, and a lack of timidness towards his superior officer's company. Such an imperial mindset combined with his personal affection towards humanity led to him speaking of things he ought not to. It was not like he had declared the contents of the secret order regarding the people of Shadrak, and though he did not state it explicitly, he got the feeling it was clear from how he had been listened to. Had he been a spy from another country, Zika would be executed for such a blunder. Soldier, you don't have to worry, I'll even be on the front lines tomorrow by your order, sir. Really, I'm sure the higher-ups have all sorts of motives, but it's nothing to do with me. As his drunkenness faded and Zika came to his senses, the soldier spoke as if to reassure him. And then, just as he had stated, he had departed for the encampment of the expedition at the front lines, the campsite adjacent to the Budin jungle. This was confirmed, and as he remained at the city, Zika was once again faced with a lump of unease in his chest, in spite of the imperial capital's order for a completely thorough approach to the Shadrakians, urging either subjugation or death, if at all possible. Zika intended to stick to a persuasive approach. That was what Zika put his faith in, and what he thought was closest to His Excellency the Emperor's conviction. However, the camp was burned down in a Shudrakian attack. Receiving the unexpected report at the requisitioned city hall, Zika was aghast. Until last night, up till that very moment, he had intended to do as much as possible to accommodate the Shudrakians, and win over their tribe without a fight. The camp had been set up in order to wall in the western side of the Budim jungle, and when several of those from the people of Shudrak had charged, the imperial soldiers were routed without so much as a counterattack. Those who fled were struck in the back, furthering the extent of the damage, leading to over 100 casualties. Zika, ridiculous. Whether he was grumbling about his own decisions, the actions of the Shudrakians, or just the reality of it, even Zika himself did not know. Nevertheless, the amicable plan he had constructed in his head had collapsed, and the only thing that was certain was that the people of Shudrak had become enemies of his own imperial soldiers, no, of His Excellency the Emperor. Zika, it is a shameful circumstance, but we will wait for reinforcements from the imperial capital, and defeat the Budim jungle insurgents. Once they had received the soldiers who had narrowly escaped the Shudrakians' raid into the city, and the appearance of an expeditionary force was arranged, Zika came to that decision. There was also the alternative of invading the jungle and fighting the Shudrakians with their present military strength. But the dense forest was those women's domain, and they were quite capable of neutralizing a superficial advantage in numbers. To secure a certain victory, rather than a superficial advantage, an overwhelming advantage was required. And in addition to that, they would abandon lenient approaches like seeking negotiations with elite soldiers for the purpose of annihilation. Zika, foolishly, they have swatted away the hand extended to them in peace. That being the case, we must act out of loyalty to His Excellency the Emperor, and bring down deadly retribution upon the insurgents without exception. And like that, once he had disciplined himself, even the warmth of his heart, of Zika Osman, the womanizer, was extinguished. Even if his opponent was the matriarchal tribe of the people of Shudrak, every fragment of that bloodline must be destroyed, so they would not become a concern in the future. For that reason, Zika, do not be caught off guard preparing to close the main gate. I hear that the people of Shudrak's specialty is their bows, but they cannot pass through the walls of the fortress city. Avoid leaving room for them to break through. He got information from the returned soldiers on the particulars of how the front lines of the camp had been razed by fire, and bearing in mind that the fires had been set by a select few, he shifted to a total defense plan. Based on what was known of the Shudrakians' lifestyle, it was difficult to imagine that the tribe's entirety was numerous, and it did not seem likely that all members of the tribe could fight, children and elderly included. If he supposed that their fighting strength was approximately 100 people at most, in order to compete with the imperial soldiers, they could only take advantage of the dark of night for things like surprise attacks. But even so, a method of preemptive strike would only bear on an opponent whose guard was lowered from a lack of attacks. Zika, see to it that every hole is filled. Even the walls of the fortress city are not solid. With its long history, I can imagine there being plenty of ways to pass through to the outside without using the gates. Do not overlook any sort of secret passage. On that point, a report for you, sir. Some of the soldiers who returned from the burned camp are already preparing for an outside attack by going around and blocking off secret passages. Zika, is that right? It is heartening that there are soldiers besides generals who have the guile to anticipate. Once this matter is put to rest, we must start giving promotions again. But for now? Sigh. Until reinforcements arrive, our stance will be total defense, right? Hearing Zika's instructions, his subordinate, a general third class, bowed deeply at the waist. Were these the words of an ordinary general, they would be ridiculed for such a passive approach. In fact, Zika had formerly been the target of that kind of scornful laughter. But Zika had already borne a severe blow from the opposing people of Shudrak, and if he were to return to the imperial capital he would not be in a position to escape some form of punishment. With his back already to the wall, there was no reason not to take the very best measures in this situation. His subordinates knew this as well, so they did not sneer at Zika's stance. And then, Zika, excuse me? Confined within the fortress city of Garel, Zika, resuming said operation, raised his eyebrow in irritation at his subordinate's report. In the days spent waiting for reinforcements from the imperial capital to arrive and maintaining the gradually rising tension, the report brought out deep emotions that were exceedingly out of place in Zika. For as to why that was, subordinate, yes. It seems, in these past few days in the city, a troupe of traveling entertainers have become the topic of conversation. Zika, traveling entertainers. The report received from the subordinate was quite the carefree and leisurely kind. It was an ill-suited report, considering the tense time of war they were in. However, there was no reason to reprimand the subordinate who had relayed it. In the first place, it was Zika himself who disliked intentionally forcing onto citizens a lifestyle in which they must acknowledge they were under wartime. Even under normal conditions, discontent would easily build up in cities where troops were stationed, and, depending on the situation, being unable to manage public sentiments would lead to annihilation. That was how far the situation could progress. Under that line of thinking, Zika purposely did not carry out any action that would strongly restrict the opinions people held. Staying vigilant against the threats outside of the city, preventing any infiltration from the people of Shudrak by authorizing his troops to perform thorough searches without exception. By doing this, he allowed the citizens to continue with their everyday lives. He understood it to be contradictory, but that was the compromise between Zika's common sense and his military instincts. In any case, because he had taken a position to do things this way, the day-to-day entering and exiting of the city, the security check placed at the front gate and the handling of merchants and peddlers, would remain unchanged. For that reason, it was probably fine to let something like a band of traveling entertainers into the city, but Zika, what do you propose with that information? If you are asking to keep them under strict control, I would very much prefer not doing so. Look around us. I can understand why the townsfolk would celebrate that troop. It was a situation where a non-negligible amount of imperial soldiers, together with the guards there stationed, were maintaining patrol around the city. Having escaped the raid, many of the soldiers who entered the city had heightened their hostility and alertness towards the people of Shudrak, and, despite orders to be mindful, disputes with the citizens were constant. It was not hard to imagine that a party of traveling entertainers appearing in the city during all this would bring a modest amount of peace for the citizenry. Therefore, if they were to take that away, Zika, the citizens' antagonism will erupt. You understand, do you not? Subordinate, of course, your words exactly, sir. That is why, I am not suggesting that we place them under strict control. Zika, just what? You are making this seem more important than what it truly is. Raising an eyebrow, Zika impatiently urged the hesitant subordinate to continue his sentence. Then, after a minute of silence, the subordinate lowered his head as if in resignation. Displaying his respect and non-hostility towards his superior officer by putting a fist on his palm, the subordinate controlled his breathing with a ha, and subordinate, actually that troop. Those dancers are quite impressive, but, your thoughts, sir? What do you make of seeing them once too? Zika, me? It is not that dancers are not tempting for me too, but... Hearing his subordinate's unexpected proposal, Zika widened his eyes in surprise. His history with this subordinate was long, and they had walked on many worthy battlefields together. It was unthinkable that he would bring up this proposal without any thought to it. However, Zika could not infer the real reason as to why his subordinate wanted to show the dancers to Zika. Subordinate, sir, I cannot be saying this out too loud, but discontent within the troops is also increasing. Zika, The subordinate straightened himself and disclosed that to the puzzled Zika, the grave observation told to Zika naturally made his eyes narrow. When he wordlessly encouraged his subordinate to keep talking, the subordinate slightly lowered his voice and subordinate, they have certain thoughts about the reinforcements from the ungenerous imperial capital, but they seem to have doubts about you too, sir, who decided to coop up in the city and take a defensive stance. There is also the case with the burnt encampment. Zika, I see. No, that is a natural reaction. Receiving his subordinate's unreserved explanation, Zika felt something heavy settling at the back of his chest. It was inevitable that the soldiers' discontent and distrust towards Zika would accumulate and fester. Allowing the people of Shudrak to execute their preemptive strike, and in turn causing the death of numerous soldiers, had been Zika's fault. After that event, the troops they reunited with were not given a chance to recover. So it was no surprise that they aimed their displeasure towards Zika. Subordinate, among the more critical gossipers, they call you Sir A. Zika, not another word. Subordinate, HK, excuse my impudence. Interrupting his subordinate's ongoing sentence, Zika placed a hand on his forehead. If a superior officer were to be passive towards their subordinates' attitudes and discontent towards their superior, Zika could imagine the curses those subordinates would spit out. He could think of those unbearable and straightforward slurs. Even after receiving the position of General Second Class, he could not come to accept those kinds of insults. And, only when his thinking led him to this point, did he figure out what the intention behind his subordinate's proposal had been. Zika, I see now. Essentially, prepare a space where the troops' grievances can be erased, is what you are saying. Subordinate, correct. Can we not utilize the dancers for this task? Once they see that splendid song and dance, many of the men will. Zika, ho, I see, you speak as if you have seen them before. Zika narrowed his eyes and pursued his suspicions, but the subordinate cleared his throat and avoided a straight answer. However, his reaction was more than enough evidence that Zika's hunch was correct. In any case, he was stuck in a position between that of a general and that of a soldier, and so, his place was a difficult one. As he was trying to obtain the method to heal the relationship between the two, to press him further was to quite literally embody the word petty. Additionally, this subordinate had seen these dancers of sorts with his own eyes, and had strongly proposed to use them to great extent. Zika, I believe those dancers are extremely beautiful? Subordinate, of course. No doubt they will suit your eyes, sir. Their dancing, the musician's song and performance are splendid too. Zika, that does raise my expectations quite a bit. Even when responding in kind, Zika thought their descriptions to be slightly exaggerated, thinking that however, it was indeed joyful that his subordinate had taken into consideration his own standing and the times ahead to provide this proposal. So there was no reason to be stubborn and decline it. Zika himself, having been hard-pressed and anxiety-ridden, had not invited and played with any ladies over at his bedchamber recently. He could not put the same inconvenience on his troops as well. Zika, all right, understood. I will allow myself to be smooth-talked by you here. Invite that troop of traveling entertainers and prepare a space to show appreciation for the soldiers. Except Zika, make sure they do not bring in any weapons. Do not forget to search them. Once approval from Zika was received, the troops mobilized quickly. Almost as if they had been suffering from severe dehydration and starvation, they immediately prepared a space for a banquet on the first floor of the city hall, readied alcohol and food, and gathered women to serve as waitresses. Then, contacting the band of traveling entertainers in question, the troupe was invited to the top floor of the city hall. Who you are about to lay your eyes on, is the beautiful danseuse from beyond the great waterfall. Her silky black hair that drinks up the sun's light, along with her heavenly fair skin that has received the blessing of the spirits, her utmost beauty is comparable to the divine beings, and tonight, she will lavishly perform for you all. After the musician's dramatic introductory speech was delivered, the veil was pulled back slowly with showmanship. A female-only band of traveling entertainers, what the musicians revealed hidden under the drop veil was the dancer that was the hot topic of the city. The appearance of said dancer being revealed, Zika widened his eyes in surprise. Zika, exposing her milky skin, the beauty who loosely let her hair flow down her back, her appearance betrayed what had been conveyed by the musician's introductory speech. Indeed, such comments were far from sufficient for describing the belle here. Her bewitching black hair, her cream skin wrapped in a light garment. Certainly, there was a magical power to them, one that would mesmerize many of those who would come to gaze at her. However, those factors were merely one portion of the real reason for her beauty. Including people other than dancers or musicians, if charisma was what charmed most humans, and if one were to equate charisma with talent, this dancer's aura and appearance was frighteningly overflowing with it. Most of all, what led Zika to feel such powerful sentiments was none other than the dancer's eyes. To say that those almond-shaped eyes with long lashes were the core of her favorable features was unsuited. It was no exaggeration to think that, on the golden ratio, they were positioned in the most perfect place. The reason his throat unconsciously parched up was because Zika instinctively felt a craving. Whether that was because he was attracted to the dancer's physicalities, or because he was pulled to the charisma the dancer was entwined with, was a phenomenon that was completely unknown to even Zika himself. This dancer had already incited such deep emotion with nary a single movement. The size of the impact that would be brought about once she started to actually dance with song and music would be of unimaginable proportions. And Zika craved to be overwhelmed by an impact of proportions he could not dream of. Black-haired musician, please, allow us the chance to display our danseuse's act. In place of the silent dancer, no, danseuse, a musician with matching black hair bowed her head down. The two musicians and the black-haired and blonde-haired ladies were likewise beautiful, however, to Zika, who was enraptured by the danseuse's appearance, they could only be considered an accompaniment. Normally, any thoughts of dismissing women were to be met with self-examination and reflection, but he was burning with fervor, to the point where such thoughts did not even cross his mind. Never, until now, had he so strongly become self-aware of his nickname, womanizer. In reality, Zika probably was a womanizer, because, in front of beauty of this scale, staying at a peace of mind was, without a doubt, impossible. And so, with his heart still burning with ardor, the banquet commenced. Of course, seeing as Zika was the commander, his seat in the banquet was at the very back. The gathered generals, as the rank-and-file soldiers had been excluded, the people of higher rank gathered and started to enjoy their alcohol and food. The number one sight was, however, as expected, the showcase from the band of traveling entertainers. Originally, the objective was to show appreciation for the troops and let them release their dissatisfactions, but Zika had forgotten the original aim and held his breath for the danseuse's turn on stage. Bringing booze to his mouth to quench his thirst, he moistened his tongue, lips and throat. He brought his breathing back to normal that way. Zika's heart was spellbound to that extent. Black-haired musician, tonight, what you will witness is a dance from the hometown of our danseuse, a dance from beyond the great waterfall. Please, satisfy to your heart's content, the dance from the ends of the end. The voice of a singing musician started and the plucking of strings led to the sounds of gentle music. As an unfamiliar tune started to play, the generals who were conversing noisily bated their breaths with faces of vermilion. They too were unwilling to take their eyes off the performance that was about to start. Then, Then, the danseuse who slowly came into sight, started her breathtaking dance. Everyone, Making full use of her long limbs, everybody lost their words at the figure with swaying black hair as she danced. Forgetting to breathe, they stared. This was the very definition of enchanted. Anyone who witnessed a dance like this and maintained a clear-headed mind had something wrong with them. Someone like that did not understand the value of dance, and possessed the sensibilities of an animal. The imperial soldiers were a pack of wolves, but they were not beasts who did not possess the power of intelligence and speech. Subsequently, the generals also held their breath, forgetting how to breathe, and were bewitched by the stunning danseuse's act. Each person lost their voice and were captivated by the danseuse's performance. Pitch black hair, smooth, white skin with not a blemish. An alluring face that would make artists want to cut off their dominant hand for its deep knowledge. They were charmed by that. However, what continued to attract, boundlessly so, Zika's eyes, mind and heart, were none of those features. It was the eyes. Just as he thought, he could not shift his gaze from the danseur's eyes. Her long slitted eyes lorded over the stage in which she was dancing on, and were boring right into the very back of the room, at Zika. Her eyes, which did not leave their target for a single second, directly took hold of Zika's brain and did not release their grasp. Eventually, the danseuse crossed the hall, advancing right in front of Zika. Then, softly kneeling in place, raised her two hands and requested Zika's sword. Naturally, Zika understood her action, that it signified the wish for a sword. With the world in her grasp, the danseuse's dance raised the tension and made it obvious that she would rise to the next level. On top of transitioning to a dance utilizing a sword, to a blade ballet, the danseuse wished for a blade. Zika did not have the option to refuse and not pass the blade over. No one could stop it. The subordinates and generals, no one could deliberately obstruct this act. This was something that was to happen no matter what. That was how natural this course of action was. That was why? Danseuse, it is your loss, Zika Osman. Having his unsheathed sword pointed at his throat, hearing that ruthless declaration, Zika Osman did not process that he had been defeated by virtue of being the womanizer. Zika, Even at this very moment, he could not avert his gaze from the eyes of the danseuse who had declared such words. That cold charisma which attracted many, it was as if he had seen it before. That feeling of déjà vu was endlessly branded by flame into the mind of the defeated General Zika. Arc 7, Chapter 22, The Bloodless Siege Plan. Let us rewind the clock, to before the danseuse's whirling dance at Garrel City Hall. A bloodless siege, you say? Having entered the meeting place, in front of all those gathered there, Natsuki Subaru had made a powerful declaration. The concealing Oni mask forcibly ripped away, Abel looked up towards Subaru and, in a chilling voice, repeated the pipe dream that had vibrated his eardrums. He sneered. No, there was no sense of mockery in it. It contained pure doubt, a kind of breath that conveyed that the person before him did not understand what they were proposing. The intention was understood. Subaru, you may have devised a plan to get through with minimal sacrifices, but you wouldn't think of a plan with zero sacrifices in the first place. Abel, naturally. Whether you accept it or not, what we are engaging in now is war. Come what may, casualties cannot be avoided. All that can be done is planning to avoid the waste of human resources. Subaru, well, I don't like your way of thinking about human resources to begin with. Looking down on Abel sitting cross-legged right in front of him, Subaru clicked his tongue. The term human resources was the combination of two words, humans and resources, one that Subaru thought should not be combined into such an abhorrent term whatsoever. That way of looking at humans by keeping them at a distance was one step detached from viewing people as only numbers. Or perhaps that was the sense of balance a ruler like Abel had to have. But Subaru, well, I don't accept it. Flop sounds the same, right? Abel, and in place of that, you interject with this bloodless siege? That is a remarkably grand declaration. Coming from you, who was so haggard until just a moment ago. Subaru, I won't argue that I've been a worn-out, pitiful, disgraceful sight. To begin with, ever since I got blasted away to this country, I've been through a series of non-stop disasters. In response to Abel's point, Subaru derided himself, then stared at his own palm. His unduly clean right hand, that arm which had been replaced by a new one, could also be called part of those non-stop disasters. Albeit tough, the replacement of his right hand had been one of his few pieces of luck, had it not? The replacement of his hand, and that Rem had awakened. That, and encountering the siblings Flop and Medium, could be considered good fortune without exaggeration. Outside of that anyway, fortune and disaster were two sides of the same coin. So was Abel before him, so were the people of Shadrach, and so were the imperial soldiers including Todd. Subaru, this series of hardships has been soul-draining. But Abel, Subaru, the more friction, the more fire ignites. Staring hard at his clenched fist, Subaru announced that clearly. Right then, Rem, who had been lagging behind Subaru, arrived at the entrance to the meeting place. Using her cane, she came in alongside Utakata and Louis. She had likely come to see with her very own eyes. Since it had been her selfish plea that had ignited Natsuki Subaru's soul. Subaru, a strategy to enter the city, after asking Flop-san for a secret byway. Are you planning a surprise attack? There's no way that'll work. Abel, oh, why is that? It is a fortified city, protected by a bulwark. Do you possess some other method to pass through? Subaru, if there's a wall, anyone think to look for a way to bypass it. That is, though the byway itself may be cleverly concealed. If there were a secret byway for going in and out of the fortress city, naturally, it could be assumed that it was for allowing those of uncertain backgrounds and goods of dubious origin to get through. Of course, it would probably be concealed so as not to be discovered by guards. But even that would only get past ordinary levels of vigilance. Beyond that, it did not seem possible to evade the net of wartime vigilance especially. And above all, Subaru, that bastard who chased us down in the city, isn't the type to overlook something like that. He was quick-witted, cunning, and made decisions without hesitation. Seeing that Todd knew of their survival, any sort of byway would be the most guarded opening. The enemy would not be so kind to leave it as it was. Blocking it would be obvious, and there was also the fear that any left unblocked could have been converted into traps. Subaru, that's why a surprise attack would be absurd. It's likely the opponent waiting over there will smash your head in with an axe the moment you slip out from a byway. Flop, why are you looking at my face as you say that, husband Kun? What a scary thought. He had intended to make the danger known to everyone, but his eyes subconsciously fixed on Flop's face. Subaru remembered how many times right in front of him the assassin's dagger, no, the assassin's axe, had felled the man before him. Subaru did not want to witness that again. Even if it killed him, he could not let that happen again. Abel, were it to simply be a surprise attack, I am of the same opinion regarding the enemy being wary. Subaru, what? At his unexpected assent, Subaru stared in wide-eyed wonder. The reason being that the one endorsing Subaru's opinion was none other than Abel himself. Abel raised an eyebrow at Subaru's astonishment and continued. Abel, what? Is my affirmation unexpected? Subaru, that's right. Despite you acting as if you're right about everything in this world, you do things like readily admit your own mistakes. Abel, nonsense, when did I admit to having been mistaken? I merely endorsed the idea that a strategy of using a byway to commence a surprise attack would not be successful. Subaru, Then, how were you planning to use the byway? Abel's denial had a different feeling than that of a sore loser who had had his thoughts correctly guessed. As Subaru grilled him for the basis, Abel shut one of his eyes. Abel, there is no reason humans must be the ones going in and out. If it is only to paralyze the functioning of the soldiers confined in the city, merely smuggling something in would be sufficient. Subaru, something. Abel, poison. Subaru, they're even less likely to overlook that. Abel's dispassionate delivery all the more gave a sense of his unwavering resolve to get things done, and Subaru instinctively and loudly criticized his plan. The use of poison or the like would be inexcusable. In truth, since Subaru had experienced the power of poison employed by the people of Shadrach, he vehemently opposed its use. That hellish suffering, it was more wretched than dying in battle. Subaru, anyway, weren't we talking about trying to minimize suffering, or at least reduce harm to persuade Flop-san? How does a plan that uses poison? Abel, what are you speaking of? A surprise tactic using a secret byway also has the possibility of our own troops being sacrificed in the event of an attack. With poison, that possibility is eliminated. Subaru, able, reducing the losses of the forces on hand. That is what it means to minimize damage. Abel spoke definitively, and in front of him Subaru held his breath. Again, Subaru recognized anew, between his own position and Abel's, the grand scale of difference between a ruler's and others' fields of view. The gap was beyond Subaru's comprehension. In short, Abel did not take damage to the residents of Garrel into account. No, even if he did not bring harm to the residents, he thought nothing whatsoever of harm to the imperial soldiers. That much had been clear ever since the imperial soldiers' encampment that he himself had aimed for had been burnt to the ground. Subaru, still, my thinking was naive. You. Abel, that is correct, your thinking is naive. Consequently, you have no place here. As they confronted each other, sparks flew between Subaru and Abel's glares. Just as their views clashed with one another, and the discussion began to break down. Flop, now, wait a minute, you two. There's no need to glare at each other and argue like this. Flop stepped between the two of them and created some distance. A sodden smile appeared on his face as he looked back and forth between the glaring faces of Subaru and Abel. Let's calm down and discuss this, he said as he clapped his hands in front of his chest. Flop, to be frank, my discussion with village chief Kun was getting nowhere. And then, husband Kun triumphantly returned. I definitely want to hear about this bloodless siege husband Kun's talking about. If it's real, it'd be like a dream come true. Subaru, Flop-san. In response to the grinning Flop's expectation, Subaru quelled his prior anger. Somehow or another, taken aback by Flop's behavior, Abel seemed to do the same. Abel let out a humph with a small snort. Abel, very well, we shall hear him out. Should your idea manage to successfully fool this merchant, as long as you get the whereabouts of the secret byway, that will be that. Flop, huh? Husband Kun? Don't tell me you. Subaru, no. We weren't planning this. Just because it doesn't seem like your own idea's going to work, doesn't mean you get to try to force me to be part of it, asshole. His remark needlessly invited Flop's distrust, yet, moreover Abel showed no shame. He held on to his composed arrogance. You hardly need that only mask, Subaru spat at him. ? So. Like that, a faint voice slid into the gap created in the conversation. Standing stock-still at the entrance of the meeting place, eyes fixed on Subaru's back, came Rem's voice. Not fooled by the atmosphere of the place, Rem continued to stare only at Subaru. Rem, so, what would you do? Could you find some other way that isn't a fleeting dream or a blood-soaked reality? Subaru, every bit of the way you say things makes my heart sing. Rem, Rem stared with her lips pursed, and Subaru responded with a bitter smile, and strengthened his resolve once more. Then, he surveyed the faces in the meeting place once more. Abel and Flop, along with the Shadrakians starting with Myzelda, and as he became the focus of everyone's gaze. Subaru, my plan's got no need for either byways or bloodshed. But, it does require Flop-san's assistance. Flop, even though it doesn't need a byway, it requires my help? But husband Kun, surely you know I'm just a helpless peddler with a bit of a mouth, don't you? Subaru, yeah, of course, but Flop-san isn't just a merchant, there's a blessing you were born with. A nice face. Flop, huh? My face? Wide-eyed, Flop put both his hands to his face. Similarly, everyone in the meeting area tilted their heads as if to say his face. Myzelda, I see, that's true. Tarita, Sister, did you realize something? Myzelda, no, I just approve of what Subaru said about him having a nice face. Tarita, Sister. Myzelda nodded and crossed her arms, while Tarita sullenly hung her head. But, since more or less no one had caught on to Subaru's intentions, an air of doubt was spreading among them. Same went for Flop and Abel, even. However, Myzelda's stubborn interest in the appearance of others was not off base. It was precisely her weakness and sense for beauty that had given Subaru a great hint regarding this situation. Because my Zelda putting too much stock in good looks had been that which had inspired this bloodless siege plan. Subaru, evidence is better than debate. Flop-san, we can't tell until we try it, so follow me. Flop, follow you? That's not a problem, but what in the world? To the still dubious Flop, Subaru pushily told him don't worry about it. And then, his gaze turned to face my Zelda. Subaru, you dye your hair and draw designs on your body, so you use cosmetics, right? Could you try lending me those items for a bit? Everyone, having returned to the meeting place after a while, everyone was lost for words upon witnessing the results. However, Subaru knew that it was not speechlessness born from negative sentiments such as being perplexed or fed up, but rather genuine awe and astonishment, perhaps even some moving emotion. He could say with confidence that it was well within expectations for his handiwork to have that much of an impact. Subaru, turns out, if given diamonds in the rough to work with, even I could deliver some decent results. Everyone, Rubbing his nose, Subaru, who had declared so, was met with the same unresponsive crowd as before. While the silence continued without anyone returning from their state of stupefaction, an uneasy husband-kun was voiced. That came from the only person who, other than Subaru, was immune to the shock induced on those present. Flop, something feels off. I haven't seen the end product yet, but how did it turn out? The sensation isn't very pleasant. Subaru, oh come on, there's no need to worry Flop-sa. Nah, don't you worry about it, Flora. Flop, Flora? Eyes widened in surprise was Flop, nay, Flora. Yet even when his expression was washed over with surprise, it was adorable nevertheless, thought Subaru, nodding with confidence whilst caressing his face. Then once again, Subaru grabbed Flora's slender shoulders, and turned him to face forward. Veiled behind the silky curtain of long, golden hair, were eyes that were more accentuated than usual from having had eyeshadow applied to them. The eyelashes had been adjusted in a way that showed off their length, and a hint of red adorned the cheeks to create a striking contrast with his naturally fair skin. Lastly, the lips were colored red and he had been changed into clothes that completed the look. With his dainty physique, only the slightest bit of effort was required to disguise him as her. Which meant, Subaru, this is the key to a bloodless siege, the best strategy I can devise. Throwing his fist up in the air, Subaru debuted Flop Flora to everybody in the meeting place. Despite the limited time given, Subaru had been capable of bringing the most out of a gem from its unpolished state, something he took pride in. Surprise should be reserved for now, however, for this was only a work born from inadequate preparation, the least adorable version of what Flora could be. Having gathered all the necessary tools, as long as the person in question kept in mind the appropriate mannerism they should uphold, it would not simply add to their charms, but increase it exponentially. Subaru, beauty can be made. Rem, are you fooling around here? Subaru, eh? A cold piercing voice jabbed at Subaru, who had presented a feat without rival. Taking a peek, the owner of that voice was none other than Rem with a frigid gaze. Those eyes that had regarded Subaru with expectation just before were nowhere to be found, and were instead replaced by those that Rem had since she first woke up. Having swallowed his breath due to the harsh gaze, Subaru said, "Hold on." With an outstretched hand. Subaru, I'm not fooling around. I'm really not fooling around here whatsoever, so don't look at me like that. Rem, you aren't fooling around? Stop with the absurdity. I was a fool. To even have tried putting the slightest amount of faith in you. Subaru, you're jumping to conclusions. This is somewhat late, but you really are just like Ram in that sense. Rem, huh? Despite it being something that the current Rem did not recall, Ram too was quick to jump to conclusions. Though his heart was warmed by the thought that they were, after all, sisters, his number one priority right now was regaining the lost trust from Rem. In actuality, Subaru was not messing around. He was taking everything head-on with all seriousness, and giving it considerable thought. The purpose of going through all that trouble to turn Flop into a woman named Flora was. Abel, the target Zika Osman, huh? Said the first person to arrive at the answer, Abel, who had his chin resting on his hand. Unlike the rest who had been unable to conceal their surprises at the transformation from Flop to Flora, Abel was able to suppress it and stayed silent, presumably to probe for Subaru's true intent. And thus, he had been able to see through what Subaru was getting at completely. The target would be Zika Osman, General Second Class of the Empire, and commander of the Imperial soldiers stationed in the fortress city of Garel. A capable man who preferred solid and safe war tactics, and on top of that, Subaru, I heard he's called the Womanizer. Sounded like it was well known among the Imperial soldiers. Abel, the fact he is renowned for being one, and that he received a nickname because of it, is common knowledge. Rem, Womanizer, doesn't give off a very likable impression to me. Having heard the conversation between Subaru and Abel, Rem made a grimacing face. Subaru could not help but agree with Rem's impression of him. Upon hearing that a military officer was a womanizer, one would probably imagine a filthy pervert with a vulgar personality. However, that was an opening they could use to their advantage. Subaru, at the Imperial soldiers' encampment, there was even talk of doing things like presenting a captured woman to General Zika. Basically, as long as a woman's harmless, there's a good chance he can get near him. It was something he would rather not recall, but at the encampment, Jamal had directly told Subaru that he would do something such as offering Rem to Zika. Rem was a beautiful girl, so it could be said that Zika's sense of beauty was a normal one. Subaru, that being the case, with the power of Flora, it should be doable. Flop, husband Kun? You've been calling me Flora with intense anticipation for a while now, but what do I look like right now? I don't know what's going on and I'm scared. Subaru, don't worry, Flora. I won't make you do this alone, of course. I'm going to fight the same way too. My Zelda, no matter how you look at it, that's absurd, Subaru. Subaru soothed the bewildered Flora, and my Zelda stood up at his remark. Her eyes were overcast with a strong, hard expression, and she gripped her hands on Subaru's shoulders, shaking her head. Then, she lowered her tone of voice as if imparting a truth that was difficult to convey. My Zelda, your eyes have a charm to them as well. But as for what you were born with. Subaru, hey, come on now, my Zelda-san. Didn't you hear what I said? My Zelda, what was that? Subaru, beauty can be made. Subaru affirmed reassuringly, placing his hand atop the one my Zelda had placed on his shoulder. Hearing this, my Zelda opened her eyes wide and gasped. Then, directing her gaze at Flora, she squinted as if the makeup on that face was something radiant. My Zelda, you've got me beat. Let's see it, your potential. Subaru, yeah, just watch. Kuna, what are you talking about? I don't cheat it. My Zelda entrusted the matter to Subaru, and he accepted. Kuna watched the exchange between the pair with exasperation, but had no comment to give. Anyway, the problem now was. Abel, as for utilizing Zika Osman's preferences, what is your intention? Even he is still a wolf. Merely dangling a pretty thing in front of him, he is not a dog who shall bite at such bait. Subaru, well, dangling something purposelessly is hardly worth discussing. So, we need to devise a way to get him to bite. For instance, enticing him to a party. Abel, a banquet? Alas, it shan't be easy to draw him in. Naturally, there is no reason for him to emerge from inside the walls until reinforcements from the imperial capital are present. He shall not be tempted by a suspicious invitation. Subaru, sure. I'm still narrowing down the choices, but. Rem, wait, please. Like that, while Subaru and Abel were in the midst of arguing back and forth, Rem raised her voice. She looked back and forth between the two, a surprised expression affixed to her face. Rem, are you being serious? I can't believe you're going through with this, centered on pranking Flop-san. Flop, wah, they're pranking me. Seriously, what do I look like right now? Wife San says I look like I've been pranked. Niece Chan, what's going on? Louis, oh. You. Beside the tense Rem, Flora, who had not yet been able to see his reflection even once, sought solace in Louis. But having never met Flora before, Louis panicked and hid behind Rem. In other words, in Louis's view, it appeared as if Flora and Flop were different people. Abel, setting aside whether that girl's reaction is appropriate as a litmus test, I do not consider this a prank. At last, you have proposed an idea meriting discussion. Subaru, then you also recognize it. The beauty of Flora. Abel, I recognized that your idea was one I had not thought of. Do not get it twisted now. Subaru's lips curled in an expression of dissatisfaction with Abel's obstinate reply. However, Abel paid him no mind, and for a short period held his hand to his mouth in careful deliberation. Then, he shot a jagged look in Subaru's direction. Abel, Natsuki Subaru, I have one question. Your cosmetics, can only the merchant make use of it? The question came. Subaru, For a moment, Abel's inquiry left him dumbfounded. But Subaru turned over the intent of the question in his mind, and shook his head. Subaru, I already told you. I said I'm in the same boat as you if we go through with this operation. Abel, nonsense. Who would place their trust in you? Take a look at yourself in the mirror and only then speak. Subaru, watch your mouth. Brow furrowed, Abel spat out his contempt from the depths of his heart. Ignoring Subaru's hurt from this comment, he pressed his hand to his chest. Abel, to handle this alone is beyond the capabilities of a mere merchant. Thus, I shall follow suit. My Zelda, Abel too? Hearing that brazen self-recommendation, the air of the meeting place around my Zelda began to buzz. Of course, Subaru had also been surprised by Abel's proposal. Truly, he had never dreamed he would suggest that on his own. Subaru, honestly, I thought the main issue was going to be how to talk you into it. Abel, in ordinary times, it would be a fool's errand, something not even worth considering. But as it stands, we possess few cards to play, and our potential plans are also limited. If it is indeed effective, it is a necessary situation we must stoop to. Subaru, TCH, you have a freaking terrible way of putting it. This is why charismatic bastards are. Never mind that he had been chased off the throne, there was no wavering of the fact that he was the emperor. That was Abel's creed, and a belief that he would not yield on. Having been shown a glimpse of it so blatantly, Subaru had no choice but to genuinely commend him. Were he an example of an inept person with authority, he would make a blunder by being too preoccupied with his own safety. However, ever since Abel had first encountered Subaru in the jungle, he had continued to win big gambles using himself as a chip, lifeblood ritual included. This time would be no exception as well, and he probably had zero intention of backing down from it. Abel, an ingenious scheme is something that starts producing results only when performed from outside the enemy's expectations. Taking advantage of the general's biases, it conceals itself in their unavoidable negligence. There is value in discussing this plan. Subaru, yeah, it's also written in a book called the Kojiki. It says that cross-dressing's the best option when aiming for the enemy general's neck. 1. Rem, you can't seriously just accept the contents of such a suspicious book. It was a reference to an old book of ancient and honorable origin, but even if he were to explain the trustworthiness of the Kojiki to Rem now, he would not get a reply from the current her. As of now, he could not think of a way to quickly regain the trust Rem had in him. He feared rejection without the chance to explain himself, so he was grateful yet surprised that Abel had accepted his proposal. Subaru, when you said poison, I really thought you were the type to execute anyone who opposed you, but Abel, if required, I am willing to do so. Nevertheless, emotions are far from being a necessity for future decisions. After all, what I must obtain is not limited to the city of Garel. Subaru, Abel, if General Zika Osman were to be secured, we can devise means to procure what I desire without bloodshed. If the concerns of an internal insurrection can be reduced, that would be celebratory. Subaru, right. There's definitely value in the words from the guy who's lost his place because of an internal insurrection. A restrained taunt, he said in the spur of the moment, but Abel's expression did not give the slightest twitch. Was this level of sarcasm and disrespect not worth getting aggravated over? Or perhaps, like Abel himself had stated, he was not as pig-headed as to not recognize his own shortcomings. In any case, Subaru, if you're cooperative, then there's nothing more that I could ask for. Your name? Abel, Wallachia. Is Bianca fine? Abel, I am not particular about my fake name, call me as you prefer. More importantly, there is hardly enough manpower with just you, me and the merchant. Let me see. Crossing his arms, Abel surveyed the faces in the meeting area. Then, closing one eye with a Abel, the ones we can use are Kuna and Tarata, that would be about it. Subaru, wah? Abel, it is the preparation needed. Even if we successfully draw out Zika Osman, the requisite manpower to suppress him is needed. Saying that, anyone who is instantly recognizable as one of the people of Shudrak should be avoided. Abel said while pointing with his chin. Hearing that, Subaru also understood Abel's thinking. Suddenly being put under the spotlight, Tarata and Kuna were perplexed. While they were members of the people of Shudrak, compared to the others, these two were the types that did not give off a wild atmosphere. Myzelda, at first glance, looked like a fiery and aggressive fighter. Similarly, Holly on first look, gave a unique impression on people. They were not suited for this situation, which called for the concealment of their Shudrakian identities. In the end, what was needed to not raise alarms in the enemy's mind was a feminine charm. Subaru, I think that's the limit of what my dress-up and makeup can do. I can't give them a womanly charm with these cosmetics after all. Rem, me too. Subaru, Rem? Then, the one who swiftly raised her hand there was Rem. This was the Rem who did not hide her disbelief towards Subaru after the case with Flora. Yet, as if she'd had some reconsideration after seeing them continue a serious discussion of this plan, her expression was likewise weighty. And, with resolve and determination shining in her light blue eyes. Rem, please, let me take part in this. I'll definitely be of use. Subaru, Rem. Sorry, but that's not possible. Rem, HK. Again, you're unnecessarily trying to distance me from danger. Her resolution on the verge of being crushed, Rem's eyes shot daggers at Subaru. Without a doubt, Subaru held a sense of overprotectiveness that would most likely infuriate Rem. His sentiment to distance her from danger and let her peacefully spend her time inside a cradle was no lie. However, that was not the sole reason for stopping her participation in this battle. Subaru, it's true I'm worried for your safety. But, the reason I'm rejecting your involvement is simply because the plan's success rate will decrease. Rem, your face has already been seen by the Imperial soldiers. Rem, Subaru, there was that time you got caught at the camp, and also when we were running away from the city. We can't use medium's help for the same reason. We made too much of a scene. After causing such a commotion, the guards at the security checkpoint would definitely not forget Rem and medium's faces, Louis too, for that matter. The operation this time was a battle on whether or not they could get the better of the enemy's thinking and slip under their radar. Unless they wanted to endanger that core idea, there was no way they could bring Rem along. Rem, but, if the condition is whether our face has been seen or not, then it should be the same for you too. Subaru, yes, but no. Because, it won't be me who'll be passing through the main gate of Garrel. It'll be Natsumi Schwartz. Rem, huh? As if she thought she was being deceived again, anger blazed in the determined Rem's eyes. However, in regards to this case, nothing could be explained through words. Just like how Flop had been transformed into Flora, Natsuki Subaru had to simply disguise himself into Natsumi Schwartz. He had to walk the walk, not just talk the talk. Subaru, anyways, the reason I can't bring you along's just as I explained. But, Tarata, and Kuna, you guys too, this'll be a dangerous operation, so I'll have to convince you two first before. My Zelda, nah, this is interesting, I'd allow it. Take them both. Just as Subaru was trying to confirm the thoughts and intentions of the two Shadrakians, my Zelda interrupted with those words. Turning his head in surprise, Subaru saw the shining eyes of my Zelda focused back on him with blazing curiosity. She stared with the intensity of a hunter. It felt like she was peeling his skin off and trying to take a peek underneath. For a brief moment, Subaru could even feel an intense fear sweep through him. Subaru, my Zelda-san. My Zelda, Subaru, you and Abel have already proven your valor. Shadrak respects those blessed with valor. But, that doesn't mean we cut and throw away ingenuity as an unblessed value. Might and wisdom, those excelling in both become supreme warriors. Go and prove yourselves. Her cheeks warmed in joy, as if the operation that targeted the enemy's weakness was favorable for her as well. Based on assumptions, Subaru had believed without question that my Zelda and the rest of the people of Shadrak would dislike this sort of scheme. That was why he planned on inquiring Tarata and Kuna whether they would like to participate in this operation or not. However, after my Zelda gave her answer, Tarata and Kuna nodded along as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Kuna, if the chieftain says so, I have nothing else to really say. Tarata, I will follow sister's direction. I am also interested in this makeup. Linking her hands behind her head, Kuna accepted with an attitude that said she did not care either way. Tarata held the same opinion, but she would flick her gaze towards Flora on and off. It seemed like she had gained an interest in Subaru's makeup handiwork. He thought the scene was somewhat lacking in the tension expected from the preparation of a life-or-death operation, but Abel, if there are no objections, then let us swiftly prepare. We must settle this battle before the cowards in the fortress city receive encouragement from the imperial capital. Subaru, okay, got it, if everyone's good with that too. Rem, is this all right with you? Rem, you're not going to listen no matter what I say, are you? Laden with embarrassment from what she had spoken before, Rem glared at Subaru intently. He was sorry about dismissing her resolve, but, after considering her safety and the success of the operation, there was no path in which she could join them. That was why Subaru cast his eyes downwards, and resigned himself to bear Rem's fury. However, Rem, but, the one who asked you to do something about this, the one who requested that, was me. Subaru, Rem? Rem, and for me to make a fuss about it, there's no way I can do that. Please be successful. Her frustration had not vanished, and it was not as if she had forgiven Subaru as well. She would respect the decision made, was what was communicated to him through her averting gaze. Just by that, the dark clouds within Subaru cleared up. Subaru, only Rem can do this, but man is it calming. Wait, that's not right, is it? Just by showing her very slight approval, Subaru was giddy to the point that he felt like he could fly up high in the sky. But also, when Emilia smiled, he felt like he could rise up to the heavens by that smile alone, and when Beatrice would explain something with her smug face, his chest would become super warm and comfy. With a ha, Subaru only now noticed that he was easier to deal with than he'd thought. Abel, what is the matter? Are you only now getting cold feet? Subaru, not now, that's not quite right. It's just that, I'm getting pumped up. Abel, ho? Show that with your utmost efforts, then. Receiving courage from Rem's comment, Subaru answered while Abel flared his nose. Needless to say, it was what he intended to do. Once this bloodless siege succeeded, the path to return to the kingdom of Lagunica might open up. Even if that were not the case, Subaru would not let any tragedy occur within his sight's reach. He would not let it happen. Hey, Big Bro. It's not nice to boat Chin if we don't let her rest, so I wanna put her some way. Then, in the meeting area where zeal was rising, Medium peeked her face in without hesitation. Even when compared to the muscular Shudrakians, Medium stood one head taller, and so was very noticeable with her height. The said noticeable person then looked over the meeting area with her round eyes and Medium, where's Big Bro? Flop, oh, dear sister. To lose sight of your brother is quite cruel of you. I'm present, right here. Medium, dash. Towards the head tilted Medium, Flora stood up and made her existence aware. And towards Flora's words, Medium scrunched her eyebrows and fell into deep thought. Staying silent for a while, she then yelled, as if she had come to a realization. Medium, Big Bro, all this time you were actually my big sis. Flop, husband cun? What's going on here? This is actually scary. If even the eyes of a blood-related sister could be deceived, this would certainly be a firm foothold for this operation. Arc 7, Chapter 23, Musician Natsumi Schwartz. Subaru, Looking at his reflection in the crude mirror, Natsuki Subaru, or rather, the being who used to call himself that, squinted their eyes and carefully inspected themselves over and over again. Dark eyeshadow and carefully curled eyelashes reflected back. The texture of their skin, the greatest point of difference between men and women, was coated with white powder. His lips were painted with a vermilion color that made them look fresh. The costume had been quite the challenge, but he had been able to disguise his physique by wearing a lot of loose clothing, despite struggling to achieve a style that matched the southern climate. At any rate, this time he would have to act not as the daughter of a nobleman, but in a looser and casual manner, that of a traveling entertainer. Therefore, aside from gestures, the appearance needed to be more female in order to fit the design. Subaru, I'm going to gather as much of my body to my chest and stuff it to the limit. He had utilized every technique he could think of, pictured the encounters he had so far in his mind. Starting with Emilia, then Felt and the loathsome Elsa, followed by Ram and Rem, plus Beatrice and Petra, setting Meili aside. After that, Priscilla, Crush, Anastasia, and Ferris, who he should look up to as a mentor, and then Frederica. Then there were the witches, well-dressed only in appearance. Annoyingly, he had gathered his imagination of beauty from all the beautiful girls, beautiful women, and beautiful girl-like beings he had met in this other world so far. He must constantly imagine himself as the most beautiful version of herself. He did not need to think about anything else beyond the vision he held. He had made the best move he could with what he currently had on hand, and arrived at the place where he needed to be. Therefore, Subaru, this is me. His sight left the mirror, then he slowly took a deep breath and turned around. Alone, after hours of trying to fight in solitude, he finally pushed open the door. Beyond it, he could see his friends with bated breath, waiting for the success or failure of this mission to take hold. The women turned their attention to Subaru as he opened the door and stepped out. Subaru, there was silence, and he could feel the tense atmosphere. His immediate anxiety refused to allow him to understand which emotion was causing the silence. Certainly, he was lacking a number of cards to play with. If he'd had that, if he'd had this, there would be no end to his regrets. However, thinking about it, was it not about taking initiative? One could not always go into battle in perfect condition. In any case, life was all about playing the cards one had been dealt, wasn't it? And it was when he found himself making excuses as if he had already lost the battle. Brilliant. He heard the faint sound of air bursting and looked up. There he saw that the true nature of this burst had been nothing of the sort. It was the sound of hands coming together. It was the sound of applause. The sound was a mixture of congratulations, admiration, and respect. Subaru, me. He looked at the person clapping and was about to call out in a manner unbefitting a lady, but stopped himself in time. It was still incomplete. He gently put his hand to his throat and let the air bounce there in small puffs. Then, just as the gears clicked in his mind, he smiled. Subaru, my Zelda-san. My Zelda, HK, no way, your voice? What in the world, What in the world, how in the, 1. Subaru, once I've decided to do something, it's my duty to do my best. There are lives that can be saved if I don't cut corners. If that's the case, then there's only one thing I have to do. My Zelda, ooh. The smile disappeared and he pointed one finger up towards the heavens. The close thicket of trees prevented him from seeing the sun, but it was not the heavenly beings he had to show this to, only the many friends gathered here. Look at them, from head to toe. It didn't matter if it was from the front, the back, the right, the left, or anywhere in between. He must constantly imagine himself as the most beautiful. If he succeeded in tracing that image, succeeded in recreating the ideal, then he would have nothing to fear, here, with authority. Subaru, Natsumi Schwartz's advent. That's what Natsumi Schwartz heroically, or rather, declared like a lady. My Zelda, the woman who had stopped clapping in front of him, nodded deeply. She then lined up next to Natsumi, supporting his back with her hand. My Zelda, my world was too small. You were right, Subaru. No, Natsumi. Subaru, you understand now, don't you, my Zelda-san? My Zelda, it is frustrating, but I do understand now. Beauty can be made. My Zelda lowered the corners of her eyes and smiled gently, while Natsumi smiled back. The people of Shudrak that were gathered there also looked at each other as they witnessed the beautiful scene. Then, applause rained down, coming as a belated blessing. The applause continued to pour down, congratulating Natsumi on her unveiling. And then? What is this? Tilda. The ones who couldn't quite get over it watched the scene with their cheeks contorted into a frown. Subaru, and so, Natsumi Schwartz was born. I was a bit confused, since the different makeup tools and all, but I managed to get this much done. Rem, are you kidding me? Subaru, eh? After returning to the meeting place and setting up another assembly, Natsumi, or rather, Subaru's words were answered by Rem, her gaze gelid, her tone glaciated. Rem's chilly attitude did not change even after showing her the results. Subaru pointed to his face and said, Subaru, I need fake eyelashes after all. For the wig. I managed to borrow some black hair from the Shudrak. Rem, I'm not talking about that. I think the makeup and wigs are well done. But you don't have to talk like a woman forever. Subaru, yes, but the state of mind is also important, isn't it? If I'm not careful on a regular basis, I never know where I might fall apart. Besides. Rem, besides. Subaru, if I indulge in the fact that I'm a man, the goddess of beauty will turn her back on me and… Ouch, ouch, ouch. Just as Subaru was about to speak seriously, Rem pulled his ear quite hard. He couldn't help but get teary-eyed as he quickly moved away. Subaru decided to slip close to My Zelda, who was watching the proceedings. Subaru, My Zelda Anasama, I'm afraid of Rem-san. My Zelda, don't cry, Natsumi. Strangely enough, you look so cute, even though I know you're Subaru. Tarata should learn from you. Tarata, sister. While her sister patted Subaru's head, Tarata rolled her eyes at My Zelda's ruthless comment. However, Tarata's face was much softer than it would normally be. That was because Subaru had rearranged the heavy makeup she usually wore, which could be called the war paint of the people of Shudrak, to make her look cuter. The Shudrak were best known for their bravery and strength, but this time they were required to be both glamorous and dangerous, with a magical and sensuous quality that could drive men crazy. Tarata and Kuna's makeup was fun to apply once they decided to focus their beauty regimen in that direction. Subaru, you have a much younger face than I expected. Tarata Anasama, your makeup looks great, it's nice to show off your cuteness once in a while. Tarata, please don't tease me. First of all, I can't be as pretty as you. Subaru, well, your lack of confidence is also cute. Right, My Zelda Anasama? My Zelda, yes, dear. My Zelda's cheeks relaxed as Subaru leaned up to her and spoke softly. Tarita flinched at the sight of the two of them, and turned over with a slight blush on her cheeks. Her brown skin made it hard to see her cheeks redden, but the makeup on her eyes and lips gave the impression of a slight blush, so it was easy to see the adorable change in her appearance. "Rem, when are you going to stop fooling around?" Rem shattered such a flowery scene with a single shout. Subaru and Tarita shrank as if hit by a gust of wind. Rem glared at them with her pale blue eyes, then looked at Kuna at the edge of the room. Kuna, who, like Tarita, also had her makeup done along with her hair, jerked away. "Kuna, what is it? For the record, I have nothing to do with this." "Rem, Kuna-san, I'm counting on you. Looking at those two, I see you're the only one who's sane. Are you seriously going along with this plan?" "Kuna, I know I'm the only sane one, but..." Kuna, who had her hair in twin tails, looked at Subaru and Tarita with an unmotivated look in her eyes. It was an unpleasant assessment, but Subaru could only wait to see what would happen. Her look told him that he was insane, and thus was different from Tarita, who was shaking in shock. Kuna let out a small exhale at the reaction of Subaru and the others. "Kuna, the reason why he couldn't do the mission has disappeared, you understand that too, right, Rem?" "Natsumi. Subaru doesn't have a problem. Yeah, he's more of a woman than the chieftain." "Rem, I think that's too rude to say about my Zelda-san." "Kuna, I don't think it's a problem. What'll be a problem are our results over there." And just as Kuna was nearly done answering Rem's questions. It appears everyone is here. Kuna, oh, speaking of the devil. A pompous, undeceiving tone of voice enveloped the meeting hall, and a new figure appeared. When Kuna's gaze turned in that direction, Rem had no choice but to turn in the same direction. Naturally, Subaru, my Zelda, and the others' gazes were drawn there as well. Everyone, .. At that moment, time stopped for everyone. No, to be precise, time stopped for everyone aside from the figure that appeared and Subaru, who had applied makeup to them. "Subaru, I left the fine-tuning to you, but you're so good at it, it's almost disgusting. Abel, it does not elate me to be praised for my makeup skills. Nevertheless, your skills are impressive. So, even a finished product may become a whole new thing, huh? It looks even better than I imagined. Subaru, my margin for victory." As he said this, Subaru gently bit his pinky finger in frustration. Of course, there was no doubting his belief that beauty could be created. Subaru was also proud to say that he had proved this with his own body, using the few cards he had in hand. However, there was still a difference in materials. That was why? Rem, Abel-san, right? Abel, who else would it be? Do not inquire such a silly question. No, if I have changed that much, then your surprise is appropriate for reference. In response to Rem's trembling words, Abel, or rather, Bianca, the being born from makeup, a wig, and a change of costume, clutched his 5 thin white fingers. His raven black hair was long and lustrous, creating a perfect harmony with his beautiful face and slit eyes. The dancer's costume bound his waist, splitting down his legs, showing just enough skin to attract attention. Standing there was a beautiful dancer who had recreated extreme beauty, the best joker card in hand, that was essential to this plan. Everyone else, .. Bianca's perfection was such that even my Zelda and the others had lost their voices. That was different from Subaru's Natsumi, where the shock was over the magnitude of the change. This was the pure shock that was brought about by the perfection of beauty that Abel's Bianca had in spades. The Shadrakian jewelry, which adorned the dancer's costume and long hair, served only as a garnish to accentuate his real beauty. Subaru remembered the smile on my Zelda's face when she had lent them to him. For some reason, Subaru's heart ached when he remembered that smile. However, out of concern for my Zelda and the others, Subaru did not have the option of cutting corners. How could he ruin this perfection himself? Subaru's ego as Natsumi Schwartz would not allow for such a thing. Subaru, it was surprising to me that you weren't afraid of wearing makeup. Abel, what, you think it a disgrace to dress up as a woman? For the record, this is not the first time I have done this. I have undergone such things many times in my childhood. Subaru, as a child? Abel, yes. Considering my position, I would state it is a good idea to possess a wide range of ways to protect oneself. Subaru's lips curved at Abel's words, not Bianca's, a beautiful woman who crossed her arms adorably. Perhaps his past experiences were referring to the secret feuds he'd endured as a candidate to become the next emperor, before actually taking up the seat. In Wallachia, where the succession to the throne was apparently much more tumultuous than in Lagunica, it was easy to imagine the possibility of assassination being employed in the battle over who became the next emperor. In order to survive such a harsh life, he would have sometimes had to disguise his appearance and even gender. Abel's willingness to make sacrifices, including his own, seemed to have been shaped by his childhood, before he won the throne of the emperor. That was how it had come about, and now appeared in Abel's Bianca, now dressed as a woman. Subaru, still, it's kind of annoying that you're aware that you're beautiful. Abel, that is exactly what is ridiculous. How can someone be in a position where they must be capable of looking at their country from a broad perspective, and not be able to see themselves objectively? Though you seem to have subverted that objective assessment of yourself through your own skills, I have no need for those kinds of petty tricks. Subaru, Ga. HK. Abel, do you know why tigers are strong? Tigers are strong because they are strong. Subaru was struck by a concept that he had heard from Garfield as well. The theory that tigers were strong because they were tigers became attributed to the fact that Abel was beautiful because he was Abel. It was no longer the logic of violence. It was the same as saying that Reinhardt was strong because he was Reinhardt. In other words, it was a blunt view of the world. Subaru, well, anyway. Flora's thinking the same thing, isn't she? Flop, aren't you jumping to conclusions there, husband Kun? Behind Abel followed an astonished Flop, now disguised as Flora. He was also dressed up, and had the type of beauty that Subaru knew would make a finished product more complete just by fully utilizing the potential of his resources. In fact, unlike Subaru and Abel, he'd had his originally long hair only slightly tweaked, so it could be said that he was the one who brought out the most charm from the materials. In fact, Subaru was confident that if they stood side by side, he wouldn't be greatly inferior. But Subaru, there is a difference in the amount of time and effort that is put in. Must be divine favoritism. Flop, I'm sorry to hear you lamenting this, but you look great, husband Kun. You're no longer husband Kun, you're husband San. Subaru, I'm not satisfied with a compliment like that anymore. Flop, was that a compliment? I didn't know it was. Flop's frankness hadn't changed even though he was now Flora. Anyway, that was fine in his case. Although he would need some acting guidance to follow the plan's directions. In this situation, however, it was Abel who would be the most important. Subaru, Flora and I can play instruments. Therefore, your role is Abel, dancing, huh? I do not require being told, I have the plan in my mind. The importance of my role alike. Besides. Subaru, besides. Abel, I am not as excellent at dancing as my dead sister, but I am pretty close. His cheeks twisted, and even his triumphant, arrogant smile was beautiful. Abel's confident attitude was reassuring, and at the same time, it made Subaru's heart burn with anticipation. In fact, Abel had demonstrated his devilishness without regret as a complete Bianca. If Abel's self-awareness was correct, Subaru could have high hopes for the dancing as well. Subaru, dash. All right then. If you have that much confidence, show me how good you are. After all, you can't take back whatever you've spat out. Abel, whatever I spat out, huh? As in, when one is being spat down upon by the clouds, you mean? That is quite a roundabout way of saying it, but that is fine. I shall display it to you. Subaru, dash dash. Abel, it is the least I can do, to reward you for offering this plan. Abel's arrogance did not diminish, even when dressed as a woman, as if he never doubted himself. Feeling both reassured and threatened by this, Subaru softly looked at Rem. Unfortunately, he couldn't let her accompany him for his plan, but still. Subaru, please pray for my safety. I'll do my best for you. Rem, dash. Dash dash. Dash 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 dash. Dash 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 dot yes. Subaru, it took you long enough to pray, didn't it? Subaru shouted at Rem's late reply, who looked sincerely mystified. Louis, beside Rem, pulled her head back in tightly as she heard this. It seemed that even she could not recognize Natsumi as Subaru. For the moment, it was a good thing that the reaction convinced him that he had gained some momentum for the mission. Operation Kamaso Takeru. That was the name of the operation aimed at Zika Osman, the womanizer, and general second class of the empire. Inspired by a tale out of the Kojiki, the name for the operation had been Subaru's suggestion. Fortunately, no one had not raised any objections. It was uncertain if they had respected Subaru, the one who had come up with the plan, or if no one cared about the name of the operation in the first place, but it was a good thing that there had been no trouble over it. At any rate, there was no point in a plan in which the element of luck inevitably came into play. Of course, they would spare no effort to improve their chances of success, but it was difficult to accrete luck. However, it was not a bad thing to gain a favorable condition, even if it was a small one. Leaving the Budin jungle, the group set course for Garel. The 5 members of the party were Subaru's Natsumi, Abel's Bianca, Flop's Flora, Tarata, and Kuna. The rest of the people of Shudrak were led by Myzelda in a separate party, with Rem, Louis, and Medium among them. Hiding away from the city, they would need to attack the walls of the fortress city and act as a diversion if the need arose. However, that was only an insurance policy. A less than ideal insurance policy in case the plan fails. If the plan were to fail, Subaru and the others would be in a very dangerous situation by then. Anyway. Subaru, personally, I think the first checkpoint's the most important one. Subaru muttered this, looking up at the main gate, in which the front was glaring down at them from high above. They were going to challenge the main gate again, which they had once forced their way through, albeit that had passed a few days ago. Naturally, after what had happened the other day, the security level at the checkpoint was higher than before. In preparation for another invasion by rebels, special emphasis had been placed on dragon carriages, ox carts, and other vehicles that could hide people in their cargo. He could hear the shouts of merchants and travelers as their tools of the trade were mangled, their carts turned over, and their straw carefully poked with swords. To be honest, he felt quite bad for them. However, considering the chaos that would occur in the city ahead, he thought it might be wise of them to turn back here. Of course, there was no way he could give them that kind of advice, but... Next, what about you guys? A stern man's rough voice struck Subaru's eardrums as he pondered. Upon looking up, he saw a bald-headed guard with a strong physique beckoning toward him. The man called the group forward, and Subaru hung his head reverently at the head of the group. Subaru, we are a troupe of traveling entertainers. We come to this city from the north. Guard, oh, traveling entertainers. Raising an eyebrow in curiosity, the guard also looked at the group behind Subaru. Flora, carrying a musical instrument on her back, waved. Tarata, carrying her luggage on her back, bowed. Kuna draped a parasol over the person next to her, whose face was covered by a veil, not allowing anyone to see her expression. The guard's admiration for this rather atmospheric group could be sensed. Subaru, On the other hand, while maintaining an amiable smile, Subaru's insides were tense. He was familiar with the guard. He was the one who had been in charge of the main gate when Subaru had first met Flop and Medium when entering Garel. In other words, he could not have been a better choice for the first obstacle, guard, but coming from the north, that must have been tough. It's rumored that the Scorching Lady's territory's bustling with activity over there. Flocks of flying dragons are flying around. Subaru, yes, that's true. That's why we couldn't stay there for too long. On the other hand, this is a city protected by such a magnificent wall, so I'm sure it's safe, right? Guard, that's. When Subaru flirted, with a faint smile on his face, the guard's expression grew uncomfortable. The reason for his reaction was probably that he too was aware that the Imperial soldiers, whose camp had been burned to the ground, had fled into the city. On top of that, the commotion caused by Subaru and his companions the other day had probably made the Imperial soldiers in the city more alert and the atmosphere tense. That must have been the reason for the guard's slurred speech. That being the case, there was no reason not to take advantage of it. Subaru, are you worried about something in this city, by any chance? Guard, yeah, kinda. It's something that's easy to find out even if you try to hide it. As a matter of fact, the Imperial army's stationed in this city right now, and they're having trouble with the tribes to the east. So. Subaru, oh dear. That must be suffocating for the people of the city. Guard, that's right. Apparently exasperated, the guard leaned forward at Subaru's words. Although it was hard to distinguish between the two when not in contact with each other, guards and soldiers basically had different positions. Guards in a city belonged to that city only. Soldiers, on the other hand, belonged to the country, in this case the empire. Their chain of command was also fundamentally different. The guard in front of him was also a member of this city and had a duty to protect it. However, the current situation was that the Imperial army had taken over the city hall, and the guards were being ordered to do this and that. The guards had no reason to be used as a toy by the Imperial soldiers. Guard, in addition, they took over the city taverns by themselves, calling it night patrol. And since they don't pay well, it's not good for business. I can't handle it anymore. Subaru, oh dear, how terrible. My heart goes out to you. Between you and me, I've had my share of rough experiences with the arrogance of the Imperial soldiers. Guard, oh, really? A beautiful woman like you? After he threw in some agreeable reactions, the guard's response softened at once at Subaru's deep and loud approval. Actually, the man seemed to be quite friendly, so Subaru lowered his voice slightly, then said, yes, and turned his head to look away. Seeing that meaningful gesture, the guard said, oh, miss. Before he became flustered. Guard, are you okay? If you don't want to talk, don't bother. Subaru, no, I'm fine. It's an old story. It's just that before, I was forcibly captured by the Imperial soldiers and put in a cage and treated like a slave. Guard, that's. Subaru, they sometimes did things like intentionally extend their feet to make me trip and fall, and at other times they would even threaten me with blades. Guard, that's unforgivable. The guard clenched his fists in righteous indignation as Subaru tearfully recounted his past. Seeing the man's ears reddening in fury, Subaru muttered softly, you're so kind. Guard, no, I'm not trying to be nice. Anyone feel the same way you do? Subaru, then, hey, Guard Summer. If you feel sorry for me, please let me in. If you do. Guard, then what? Subaru, then I'll give a makeover to the atmosphere of this city, which the Imperial army has made so bleak. His voice was quiet, but the enthusiasm in his voice was passionate. Hearing this, the stern face of the guard flushed with surprise. His gaze turned to the troop of traveling entertainers lined up behind Subaru. Guard, ladies, what arts exactly are you gonna show us? Subaru, of course, we have traveled around the world and learned many different arts. I also like to sing, play a bit of music, and do a little magic. But. Guard, gulp. Subaru, the best part of the show is the dance of the troop's flower, the danseurs. With those words, Subaru pointed to a figure standing in the center of the group, protected by a parasol. Her face was hidden by a veil, and she was the main attraction of the troop. The guard's eyes widened and stiffened as he took in the gaze from behind the veil. His throat was frozen, even though not everything was exposed. Guard, .. It was natural to be blinded and unable to move. It was a masterpiece that would have frustrated even Subaru. Beauty can be made, he had boldly stated, but true beauty was a creation of God. After all, Subaru's beauty was nothing more than touch-up work in comparison to that. However, even that one step was enough to sharpen his devilish beauty even more. Subaru, in addition to the danseurs, will also sing and play music for you. We hope you will allow us to stay in Garrel. Guard, Subaru, guard summer? Guard, that's right. I don't see anything suspicious among your possessions. The guard muttered to himself as he came back to his senses after being nipped in the shoulder with a little pinch. He then put his hand on his chest and looked around at the group, breathing softly to check the beating of his heart. And as much as possible, while consciously averting his gaze in order to not become mesmerized by that fiendish visage. Guard, you can come in. If you're gonna perform somewhere, it's better to stay away from the main gate. The main street in the middle of town's a good place to start. The city hall's too crowded with soldiers to be a viable candidate. Subaru, well, that's very kind of you. When will guard summer be available? Guard, oh, me. My shift ends just before dinner at dusk, and then I'll go eat. Subaru, then please let me know where that restaurant is. I'm sure that if you bring some of your colleagues with you, we'll be able to thank them for their hospitality towards us. He gently leaned in and whispered so into the guard's ear. When the guard raised his eyes in surprise, Subaru smiled at him and moved away. Then turning to his troop mates, impatiently waiting at the checkpoint. Subaru, okay, here we go, folks. Let's clear the atmosphere in this city as a gift. With that, Subaru led the people who had stopped in their tracks and passed by the guard. With the guard holding his ears and looking on in amazement, Subaru and the others walked proudly and unhindered through the main gate into the city. Watching them go, the guard exhaled quietly. Guard, let's try to finish work as soon as possible for today. He blurted this out. Flop, well, that was a thing of beauty, husband-san. I'm beginning to think that maybe you have more talent as a merchant than I do. A few moments after passing through the main gate with his luggage, Flop aka Flora praised Subaru's behavior at the checkpoint with a twinkle in his eye. There was no lie in his open-hearted words, and Subaru nodded cheerfully. Subaru, yes. I'm honored by your praise. But I'm not a merchant by any means. I got my own business that I need to attend to. Flop, things you need to do? Like what? Subaru, of course, it's not about being a lady, it's about helping the people important to me. Flop, Flop's eyes widened slightly upon hearing Subaru's words. However, he quickly relaxed his gaze and nodded, well, yes. Flop, then we need to make this plan work, and reassure wife San as soon as possible. Subaru, and Flora, we don't want to make Medium San feel uneasy, do we? Flop, ha 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 ha. My sister would never be worried. My sister is a very tough girl, both physically and mentally. I can't imagine her feeling down. Subaru agreed with Flop, who smiled cheerfully, albeit unladylike. Like Flop, he could not imagine Medium feeling down either. The two siblings must have helped each other through many a rough times. That was why Subaru had a responsibility to help the two people he had gotten involved. Subaru, it's getting harder and harder to mess up, isn't it? Wait, please wait, Subaru. No, Natsumi. Subaru braced himself, as he heard a weak voice from behind. He looked over to see that it was Tarata, who was carrying the group's luggage. She was unlike her usual self, as, after leaving the jungle, Tarata had changed her makeup. Instead of the Amazon-esque Shadrakian attire, she wore more fluttery clothing, and her image now was that of an exotic ethnic dancer. Rather, it was less revealing than her usual attire, but as Tarata glanced around, her cheeks dyed red with embarrassment. Tarata, hey, isn't this kind of attention-grabbing? There's something weird about Kuna and I. Kuna, don't drag me into this, please. If you're talking about something strange, there's no one stranger than Natsumi. What the hell was that with that checkpoint just now? You're too good with men. By the side of the flustered Tarata, Kuna touched Subaru with her usual low intensity. After those words from her, Subaru put his hand on his cheek with an "oh my." Subaru, it's not the first time I've dealt with a gentleman. And don't worry, Tarata-san. It's not that you or Kuna stand out. It's all of us who stand out. Because we're beautiful. Flop, because we're beautiful. Nodding profoundly, Flop and Subaru both agreed. In response, Tarata looked incredulous as she voiced out a bow. Tiffle. Tarata, if you're going to use words like that, then give them to my sister. Flop, what are you saying, Miss Tarata? Your charm and your sister's are two very different things. First of all, by no means am I disregarding my admiration for Miss Myzelda when I pay my compliments to you. She's a different case, and you two are in entirely different categories. Tarata, HK. In an instant, Flop took Tarata's hand and said this with a radiant smile. Tarata's eyes widened at the vigor of it, and her mouth slowly opened and then closed rapidly. As the blush on her cheeks grew, Subaru put his hand over his mouth and let out a "my oh my." Kuna, give me a break. Tarata's particularly attached to the chieftain, and has hardly ever left the forest. That's why she's not very tolerant. Subaru, well, she's smiling. But you're calm, right? Kuna, I've been sneaking out of the woods more often than not, and I've never had a great and fearsome sister. I have a younger sister who's quite a handful. In the back of Kuna's closed mind, the person was probably Holly. They were like sisters, like best friends, like parent and child. However, Tarata's words could not be ignored. Around them, attention was certainly focused on the cross-dressing Subaru walking down the streets past the checkpoint. In addition to their unusual attire, the entire city was on edge as the imperial soldiers were on high alert. Naturally, the citizens of the city would be very suspicious of strangers. If that was the case, then Abel, it is an opportunity, Subaru, only for curious eyes, isn't it? Under the parasol, a sharp gaze pierced Subaru's profile from within the veil's shadow. Nudged to stop talking nonsense, Subaru replied with a sultry, yes. However, Subaru agreed with the danseurs that this was a good opportunity. Therefore, Subaru, let's follow the advice of the guards and make our debut on the main street. Flop, all right, see. No, Miss Natsumi. Flop followed along as Subaru decided to start the performance off with a bang right on the spot. They took off part of their costumes, exposing their shoulders, stomachs, and backs. They then stepped out, each holding an instrument in their hands, poised at the sides of the main street. And then, Subaru, come on, come by and take a look. I will now show you a song and dance that has been handed down through time and across the world, from beyond the great waterfall of the Far East. This is from a traveling troupe that has come to the city today to perform. Subaru intoned a promotional line loudly, and then Flop, who had received eye contact, began to play the lyre, a stringed instrument held in his hand. The light sounds combined to form music, which drew even more attention from the people who heard it. Oh, what's going on? They say they're traveling entertainers. Music. Wow, that's quite a collection of beauties. The people walking down the street, lured in by Subaru's words and Flop's music, stopped or peeked out from the inside of buildings, having their attention drawn by the troupe. Subaru and Flop were on the lead instruments, as Tarata and Kuna followed with simpler percussion instruments, such as castanets. Subaru was grateful enough that since Flop was more skilled than expected, so he had no qualms with the music. More importantly, the odds of victory were roughly 50%. Subaru, from now on, we will sing and dance a story from a different world, far, far away. It is a story of people, dragons, demons, and strange beings that cannot be expressed in words. Please, everyone, relax and enjoy to your heart's content. With a smile on his face and an excited tone of voice, The anticipation built up as Flop's performance with Subaru reached its first climax. Everyone was in love with their performance and the beauty of the musicians, but the real deal was right after this. And just as the music crescendoed into its apex, a black-haired dancer slowly removed the thin silk she was wearing and stepped out into the street. Upon lifting the veil with one hand and revealing his face, the people who had been listening to the music turned their gazes towards him, as a shock feeling like a punch to the gut permeated them. Yes, that was it. He wanted that reaction, that look, and yet, he was upset. Subaru, it's so frustrating. As he played his instrument, Subaru expressed his inner frustration of being beaten. Deep in his heart, he felt defeated. But it should feel good to be beaten by something of such high caliber. But that was a lie. A sense of defeat was ultimately a sense of defeat, and it was frustrating. However, this calmness just before it all turned into a frenzy was the key to this plan. Then, to the fullest extent, they could charm the people of Garrel with this dance. Subaru, now, you're up, Bianca. Abel, after glancing at Subaru with a flushed look, Abel aka Bianca slowly raised his arm. One fluid movement, of merely raising an arm. In spite of this, his gestures had an elegance that exuded from deep within his being. It melted into the air and instantly dominated the main street. A flowing, beautiful, and solemn dance began. The dance that accompanied the music was something that Abel had originally mastered, but with Subaru's own twist, was probably new to everyone. Yet, it even dispensed a need for any sort of manipulation or petty tricks. With Subaru's tweaks, what had been a solid dance was now far superior. Audience, The audience forgot to breathe as their gaze was enraptured by the beautiful dance. It was a cry of beauty that appealed to their instincts, it told them not to take their eyes off it even for a moment. To put it bluntly, this was what the eyes were meant to behold. Abel's dance was arrogant and pompous, confronting his audience with such thoughts. It said, "Look at me." The sight of the mesmerized and stunned crowd was frightening to Subaru, even though he had been the one to come up with the idea. If there were a thief here, the people standing around would have their pockets openly searched and would not even notice if someone took their wallets. No, that assumption was not valid, since even a thief would not be able to take their eyes off Abel's dance. It was only one song and dance, lasting less than 5 minutes of time. The performers had been concentrating on not making any mistakes, but Subaru wondered if anyone would have even noticed if they had messed up. To be honest, Subaru's true thoughts were that it would be doubtful. Once the performance ended, Abel's heels and toes made ground. Seeing this posture, the audience finally realized that the dance was already over and Abel was just standing there. Immediately, the main street was filled with applause and cheers. Just as Subaru had hoped, just as he had aimed for, it was a resounding response. However, unlike Flop, who was holding up his instrument and responding to the cheers, Subaru was smiling to the crowd with mixed feelings. At any rate, Abel, He had no idea what to say to Abel, who smiled triumphantly at him. The reputation of the troupe in the fortress city of Garrel had been determined by the great success of their first performance. A demonstration of sorts set on the principal avenue, but the response had been far greater than they had expected, and so the troupe's activities after that became much easier. However, Subaru, don't forget that we were only brought into the spotlight because of our novelty. Our performance is just a hasty effort. Our act now is merely a passing fancy. Flop, I see. In other words, we need to work on our skills steadily, don't we, husband Kun? Subaru, yes. That's why we need to work tirelessly and be alert every day. Subaru clenched his fists firmly while Flop, who sat upright, nodded with a smile. In contrast to his loud voice, Flop was a very good listener and responded quickly. Admirably, Subaru's speech gained momentum thanks to Flop. Anyway, it was not Flop that Subaru really should be talking to. Subaru, you too. Don't let your guard down. Tarata, Oh, now we got caught in the crossfire. Kuna, we did? When Subaru pointed at them, Tarata and Kuna immediately looked displeased. Inside the inn, the two of them had taken off the clothes they'd dressed up in, and gone back to their Shudrakian style, which appeared almost like underwear. While working as members of the troupe, they were properly dressed, but as soon as they entered the secluded inn, they looked like this. Subaru, you're slacking too much. Tarata, I'm not saying we're not relaxing, but on the other hand, what about her? Subaru, what do you mean? Actually, what are you even talking about? You know, I find these conversations without a clear subject pretty annoying. Tarata, Natsumi, that's what. Why you would pretend to be something you're not, even when no one's looking, is beyond Kuna and I. Is it really necessary? Subaru, pretending to be something I'm not? Having no clue, Subaru replied questionably, and Tarata and the others were taken aback. Naturally, it's a joke, Subaru said, as he dispelled their surprise. Subaru, nevertheless, I can't accept that notion. You know why? The devil is in the details, as they say, and it's the seemingly useless details that bring about the reality of the situation. That's precisely why it's essential to flop, not cut corners in places outside the public eye, is what you're saying. MHM, as expected, husband Kun. No, Miss Natsumi. I'm learning a lot. Flop was truly a student worth teaching, as that was an answer worth 100 points. That said, in regards to the point that he couldn't correct himself from using boku as his first-person pronoun, no matter how much he tried, Kuna looked in protest at Subaru, but he passed it off with a smile. At that moment, Subaru and his troupe of traveling entertainers were staying at an inn in Garrel. It had already been 3 days since they had begun their infiltration, and in that time, they had performed a total of 10 times, receiving a more than adequate response. He had not been in need of money to begin with, as he had the proceeds from the sale of the Elgina's horn, but a good amount of money continued to come in for each show, so he thought it to be a really profitable venture. Subaru, I think it's time to move on to the next phase. Gently placing his finger on his chin, Subaru hoped for a change in their stagnant situation. In fact, their current situation was going so well that it was almost too good to be true. Every show was a great success, and the citizens, including the guards, displayed a lot of interest. This was due to the perfection of Bianca's dancing, as well as the conversational skills of Natsumi and Flora. Bianca's mysteriousness was also a selling point, and since she rarely appeared in public except to dance, Natsumi and the others naturally took over the role of gathering information. Initially, the plan had been for Subaru's Natsumi and Flop's Flora to take over the task, since Abel aka Bianca was unable to speak in a female voice. Subaru, strangely enough, no one's suspicious of Flora, right? She hasn't even changed her voice. Flop, haha, I don't have any special skills like Miss Natsumi. But I've been traveling alone with my sister for a long time. Maybe I've picked up some of my sister's habits or something, and that could have given me this feminine-like aura. Subaru, so it's from medium. Flop happily proposed his new theory, but the medium that appeared in Subaru's brain was beautiful in appearance, and her ever-changing facial expressions were adorable and charming. However, the theory that her presence had an effect on Flora's current perfection was something that could be debated. Abel, you have a lot of time to waste, do you not? Subaru, A cold, icy voice interrupted the conversation between Subaru and the others. It was Abel, the dancer of the troupe, who was sitting on a chair by the window without the wig on his head, that had finally decided to join the conversation. Abel had danced in various places as the star of the show day after day, and although he attempted not to show it, a slight hint of fatigue could be seen. Of course, he would never admit it, but spending time in Garrel placed a heavy burden on the body and mind. They were always keeping their guard up, being behind enemy lines. Subaru, as Natsumi, was also constantly reminding himself to not lose his calm demeanor. One never knew what tragedy would await them if they became discouraged behind enemy lines. At first, this strategy had been regarded as a joke by both Rem and Myzelda. However, Subaru had proposed the plan in a serious manner, and they had discussed it together to increase the chance for success. He was not so pessimistic as to give up and lament that the plan had failed. Therefore, Subaru, Bianca, why don't you get some rest? After all this time, I've never seen you sleep. Flop, I'm not sure what you're talking about, Miss Natsumi. It's impossible that. Huh? Now that you mention it, I don't remember seeing Miss Bianca sleeping either. Flop tried to laugh at Subaru's point, but then went serious upon noticing how that rang true. Not paying attention to Flop, Abel snorted and ignored it. Abel's strong sense of caution was ongoing, and he did not lower his guard with Subaru and the others. Of course, Subaru understood that it was not easy for a man in his position to be able to open up to others. But the fact that he could not show any signs of relaxation, even to his comrades who were undertaking this life-threatening mission alongside him, was more than a little tiring. As usual, he would not even blink both eyes at the same time, despite the fact nobody here would do anything were he to close both of them. Subaru, that way of life is tiring, isn't it? Abel, are you really the one telling me this? Abel frowned back at Subaru, the latter conveying his honest thoughts. Hearing this, Subaru was unable to comprehend it all. It was true that Abel's way of life was definitely suffocating, and Subaru's was not. Abel, it is especially pathetic that you are not aware of it, but I forgive you. Keep doing your best. Subaru, you don't have to tell me, I'll keep living. As for you. Abel, closing both eyes signifies surrendering the right to life and death to the other. I do not take myself lightly enough to allow that to happen, even for a moment. Subaru, .. Abel, do not lose your sense of tension, I am sure you have touched on it before. With those words, the ones Subaru wished to retort with were blocked. Subaru stared at Abel's profile with a bitter feeling, but he was no longer being taken seriously. Abel, who had taken off his wig and jewelry, wore feminine outfits at the inn, so that he could change into Bianca as soon as something happened. That was the justification as to why he looked so good without his wig, even though he should be in an unbalanced state without it. This was the beauty of the tense atmosphere that was the result of the ever-present battlefield mindset Subaru had told the others, Flop included, to maintain. And while he was thinking about Abel's cold profile. Abel, there is movement. Subaru, what? Muttering this, Abel stood up from his chair and went to his bunk. Subaru was taken aback as he witnessed how quickly he had put on the wig that had been left there. However, the meaning of that action was made clear immediately. Loud and uninhibited footsteps came up from downstairs, and the door to Subaru and the others' room was violently slammed. So this is where the traveling troupe is. Open up. It's a messenger from the city hall. Subaru, just a minute, sir. Haha, don't make me laugh, I ain't waiting. We're soldiers. A hoarse voice mocked the panicked Subaru, and the door of the room opened unceremoniously. Then, a man dressed in the red and black uniform of a soldier strolled into the room. The man had 2 swords on his back, his face twisted with joy as he hid his violent impulses, one that Subaru had already seen, Jamal. Subaru, HK. Jamal, don't be so frightened, I ain't gonna eat you. Jamal snapped his teeth at Subaru, who involuntarily gasped and stiffened. With an eye patch over his right eye, he glared over the room with his left, not bothering to hide his unrefined attitude, chuckling heh. He then looked at Tarata and the others in their underwear, who had been slow to react. Behind him, other than Jamal, there were 4 other soldiers. Apparently, it was Jamal who led them, and no one dared to interrupt his rough and brutish demeanor. With his men following behind him, Jamal nodded his head in agreement. Jamal, I see, we got some beautiful ladies here. When I heard those love-struck bureaucrats talking about it, I thought they were exaggerating. Subaru, Soldier Summer, what can I do for you? Jamal, I'm talking right now, woman, The tension in the air made Subaru chew the inside of his mouth. Jamal suddenly grabbed Subaru's neck with his hand. Not with the intention of breaking it, but with a soft touch to stop him from speaking. Still, the agility of his movement and the strength of his grip made him feel just how vast the difference of their abilities was. After all, Jamal, despite his appearance and bad attitude, was very good at what he did. Up to that point, he was probably the most skilled person Subaru had laid eyes upon in the Empire, although scary and strong were two different things. Jamal, you've got a nice, defiant look in your eyes. I like those sharp eyes, too. Subaru, I'm flattered by your compliments. KH. Jamal, I also like the fact you don't talk too much. How about I invite you to my bedroom tonight and... Jamal's face was close to Subaru's, as he looked at him with a lascivious stare. Even at such a close distance, he did not seem to have noticed Subaru's true identity. That in itself was welcome, but it seemed to have tugged at his heartstrings in the opposite sense. He had received such invitations before, but he had always been able to avoid them with a smile and a good story. But when dealing with Imperial soldiers, it became hard to refuse. It was then that a strong wind blew. Subaru, oh. Unexpectedly, a breeze more forceful passed through the room, and Subaru's black hair flew up and tickled Jamal's cheek. After a moment of annoyance, Jamal turned his attention to the window and saw a figure standing there. It was the black-haired dancer who was causing a stir in Garrel, standing there, wig back on and holding his elbows in a relaxed manner. Catching the figure head-on, Jamal whistled in surprise. It was a great show of boldness, whereas most of the people were stuck admiring her. Jamal, haha, so this is the dancers I've heard so much about. No wonder you could pull it off. Abel, humph. After Jamal released Subaru with a breath of surprise and admiration, he quickly approached Abel. He then grabbed him and made the dancers face him. Even though he was unaware, he was holding the Emperor's precious face in his grasp, giving him a crude smile. Subaru thought that was exactly what someone had meant when saying ignorance was bliss. Abel, Jamal, you're a thick-skinned woman, unlike that one. But that's also okay. Abel squared his jaw and quietly stared at his opponent. While Subaru was on edge, Jamal sniffed as he engaged in the Empire's utmost level of disrespect. Then, Jamal turned around with his grip still on Abel's chin and... Jamal, rejoice, traveling entertainers. I'm here to invite y'all to a feast at the City Hall. Zika Osman, General Second Class, who runs this city, requests your presence. Subaru, Zika Osman, the General Second Class. Jamal, ain't it an honor? For a traveling entertainer to be invited to join a General Second Class of the Empire. Subaru clenched his fists consciously, as if to say so it begins. Jamal's pompous words overcame the disrespectfulness of the scene and sent a shock of surprise and joy through Subaru. Zika Osman, General Second Class. It seemed as though they had caught the exact fish they were trying to hook. Jamal, no way you traveling entertainers are gonna turn me down, right? Subaru, that. Flop, of course not. We'd hoped to bring song and dance to the Imperial soldiers. It was the true meaning of our trip. Jamal, good answer. I like that. Subaru's hesitation was overshadowed by a more immediate answer from Flop. Flop's charm, which allowed him to open himself to any opponent, was on full display here against Jamal. Jamal, feeling good about Flop's crisp answer, quickly and roughly released Abel's face, then staggered to the entrance of the room. And then... Jamal, get ready to go. I'm taking y'all to the City Hall. Subaru, what? If you've invited us, we'd like to join you lat. Jamal, ha, don't worry about it, we've been told to bring you there. This is our job, too. You can change right now. I'll also have my men in the back carry your belongings. Subaru, Jamal, it's a general's only banquet tonight. We lowly soldiers can only hope for more after tomorrow. So. With no intention of letting them go, Jamal's vulgar gaze harassed everyone in the room. Apparently, they could not afford to ruin his good mood. Fortunately, Subaru, Abel, and Flop were all at least dressed as women. Tarata and Kuna, who were in most danger, were clearly women, so there was no need to worry that their lack of preparation would derail the mission. That said, Jamal, take your time. But the humiliation of having to clean up the room while they watched them unceremoniously change their clothes and pack their bags was hard to shake off. However, Flop got it. Come on, everyone, let's get ready. We don't want to keep the soldiers waiting. Let's get this done right. Subaru, Flora. Flop, this is so unlike you, Miss Natsumi. Neither blood nor tears suit you. Subaru, his boiling anger disappeared at Flop's words, who then smiled at him. The words which he had taken the trouble to add at the end were taken as a dare to remind Subaru of the purpose of the bloodless siege. Subaru, yes, you're right. Here, you and Bianca prepare yourselves. Especially since Bianca is a clod who can't do anything but dance. Abel, Taking advantage of Abel's inability to speak, Subaru delivered a scathing assessment of Bianca. Abel's gaze stabbed him, but Subaru brushed it off. He quickly cleared up the luggage in the room, changed his clothes to go up to City Hall, and forced himself to behave as Jamal wished. At best, he could only whistle and enjoy watching them change. Subaru was sure the biggest shock and regret of Jamal's life would be waiting for him at the time the operation went according to plan. That was the reason why. Flop, no. I don't think you have to go so far as to need to shake your butt, Miss Natsumi. Even to the untrained eye, there was nothing in the City Hall that looked like military equipment. Since the building was used for the management of the city during peacetime, it was only natural that no military equipment was prepared here. Even so, there were currently more than 300 Imperial soldiers in the city, and more than 500 if the guards were included, so the defensive power was sufficient. More importantly, Subaru, we've succeeded in sneaking into their bosom, but... Inside the building, Subaru chuckled as he took a look at the map in his mind. Operation Kamaso Takaru was progressing unexpectedly smoothly. He hoped that if the beautiful traveling entertainers became the topic of conversation in the city, the general known as the womanizer would take an interest in them, and ultimately invite them to a banquet which would allow Subaru and the others to seize their target. By being invited directly to the City Hall, Subaru could see an opportunity to realize their plan. At the same time, however, another problem surfaced. Subaru, we're going to have to carry out the operation tonight. There was no time to tell this to Myzelda and the others in the second squad. Jamal, who had come to pick up Subaru and the others at the inn, had not allowed them to make contact with the outside world, not out of caution, but because of his perverseness. There was no mistake that Jamal was a troublesome person, as he had bad intuition, yet compensated with good skills. Even inside the City Hall, Subaru and his team's activities were restricted, and since they could not take separate actions for any reason during the course of the meeting, they had yet to inform the other team of tonight's plans. Therefore, Subaru, we need to contact the outside world from inside the City Hall. There was also the possibility of failure, but if Subaru and the others' operation succeeded, it would be necessary to disarm the other Imperial soldiers inside the city. Naturally, this would require a certain amount of strength, so regardless of the success or failure of Operation Kamaso Takaru, they needed to be in a position to cooperate with the outside world. That was why he was undergoing a lot of trial and error. Subaru, I don't know what she's thinking, but Bianca's unreliable. It sounded good to say that he was concentrating on this evening's banquet, but ever since they had been invited to City Hall and isolated in confinement within the waiting room, Abel had been silent. Of course, he understood that cooperation with the outside world would determine the success or failure of this plan, but he had not responded to Subaru's advice. Flop was also extremely supportive, and to be honest, he had been a great help, but he did not pose as an appropriate person to discuss the plan to bring down the City Hall with. First of all, Subaru did not want to do something that would cause him any more trouble. In other words, Subaru, I have to do something about it. Clenching his fists, Subaru fired himself up in the bathroom he was led to. Subaru and the others had been ordered not to leave the waiting room, but as expected, they would never forbid them from going to the bathroom. Nevertheless, they could not act recklessly, as the city hall would immediately be flooded with Imperial soldiers if they showed any suspicious behavior. Subaru glanced at the windows, but unfortunately could not even try to go outside, as they had been fitted with iron bars, and because the waiting room itself was located on the third floor of the building. He did not think the soldiers were particularly wary of Subaru and the others. However, the idea of leaving them completely unguarded was out of the question. That may be the manifestation of imperialism. In the worst-case scenario, the idea of reconsidering the decision to go ahead with the operation tonight at the banquet came to Subaru's mind. Subaru, even if we could miss the banquet, we wouldn't be able to avoid the invitation afterwards. They were a troupe of traveling entertainers with beautiful women. In the first place, when it came to bringing down the so-called womanizer, it was easy to imagine that the goal was dancing, performing arts, and the nightly fun that lay ahead. Even if he could avoid the advances of the citizens, it would be difficult for him to refuse the advances of an imperial soldier, and a general at that. And there was nothing he could do if they took him to the bedroom. After all, this was still just cross-dressing, and there was no universal guide to what to do from there on out. Subaru, I mean, if that happens, it's game over with a bad ending. So, he needed to settle things tonight at all costs. Besides, even if by some miracle they were able to avoid tonight's invitation, if Jamal's words were true, there would be a banquet tomorrow that would be attended by ordinary soldiers, rather than the generals. Common soldiers, that would, of course, include the one Subaru wanted to meet the least. Subaru, .. To be honest, when Jamal had come into the inn, Subaru thought his heart would stop. He was relieved that he had not recognized Natsumi as Subaru, but that didn't erase all of the danger. There was still a chance that he could have been killed by that arrow. Subaru, I don't want to call that too high a hope, do I? It was a difficult state of mind to be in. He did not want to see him again, yet he also did not want him to be dead. It was complicated. Even Subaru knew that there was evil in this world that could not be allowed to live. The Sin Archbishops were one of them, and they all stood for unforgivable sins. So, if it were a Sin Archbishop, Subaru would be willing to let them die without hesitation. But he was not one of them, he was only the object of Subaru's fear, not evil. First of all, if he were to put it that way, what about Louis, one of the Sin Archbishops, who he continued to overlook without a second thought? Subaru, . It's no good. Right now, I need to focus on the plan in front of me. It was ridiculous to be worrying about his foundation collapsing now. Generally speaking, it was not just his foundation. Although he was now wearing makeup, his body and mind were still in tatters everywhere. Subaru was good at making use of what little he held in hand, and that was what made him special. Subaru, I can't stay here much longer, can I? After a thorough search of the bathroom, he concluded that, unfortunately, there was nothing there that could be used. He needed to think about other methods of contacting the outside world. There was also the guard waiting in front of the bathroom, the watchman who kept them from wandering around inside the city hall, and besides, Subaru really didn't want to be suspicious. They may have to rethink the plan. If the situation became more pressing, Abel might understand this viewpoint. Subaru, I'm sorry to keep you waiting. I've been a little nervous. Guard, oh, don't worry. I just found someone to talk to. Subaru, someone to talk to? As Subaru quietly walked out of the bathroom, the soldier on guard duty who had been waiting for him responded. He seemed to be talking to someone who was passing by, who, with a twitch of their chin, looked over and said, ? Oh, so you're the dancer invited as this evening's entertainment. Subaru's heart froze as he saw a face there that he definitely did not want to see. Subaru, cool. ? What's the matter? You look so startled. Oh, come on, I'm not going to eat you. Seeing Subaru's throat tremble, the other person laughed and cracked a joke. It was a quip that he had heard from Jamal at the inn only a short time ago. But unlike Jamal, who had delivered it because of his dirty mind, he couldn't brush it off this time. He wanted to ask if he really did not want to eat him. Guard, what, did you do something, Todd? Todd, me? Don't be ridiculous, there's nothing I can do. My wounds are so severe that I've been bedridden for quite a bit. I'm barely able to walk around. Guard, that's true, too. So it's like she hated your face physiologically? Todd, that's rather hurtful. The man scratching his head and having a friendly conversation with the soldier on guard, Todd. The object of fear that made Natsuki Subaru most wary, and the one that made him question the morality of killing those outside of the Sin archbishops, that was the nightmare personified that was chatting in front of him. Subaru, He needed to say something, Subaru thought, his brain revolving at high speed. Silence was not good. He must not give even a hint of suspicion. Todd would find out and use it as an excuse to attack. He did not need evidence or proof. If he had a suspicion, he would try to crush it. Therefore, Todd, hey, seriously, what's wrong with you? Wait, have we already? Subaru, I'm sorry. It's just that. Todd, it's just that. The same words were repeated quietly, but his heart felt like it was going to flip over. He wanted to end the conversation by saying he just didn't feel well. But just before he said it, he wondered if it was really okay. Illness was a common excuse, but it would be a lie. He felt like Todd could see through a lie. If Subaru tried to use his knowledge gained from return by death, Todd would understand his intentions and thrust a knife into him. Lies would be found out. Definitely. Lies must be avoided. He was not just feeling bad, Subaru was having a hard time breathing right now. Subaru, I'm a little, scared. Todd, scared? Of me? Subaru, not just you. I hate to say this, but I was brought here a little too forcefully. He averted his gaze, and tried not to look Todd in the eye. Each and every movement caused doubt to swirl in Subaru's mind, as he tried to ascertain if he had succeeded or failed. He felt like if he were to be looked in the eye, his lie would be found. He felt like if he lied, they would see through him. He was not lying. He was definitely afraid of Todd. There was no twisting that fact. Hearing Subaru's desperate answer, Todd closed one eye. Todd, when she says they were forced to be brought here, who was it that took them? Guard, I believe it was Private First Class Aurelie. Todd, Jamal. That makes sense, then. Well, sorry if he scared you. Subaru, Todd, who was convinced by the exchange with the guard, said so and apologized to Subaru. When Subaru peeled his eyes away at his unexpected attitude, Todd scratched his cheek with his fingers. Todd, I wouldn't say he's a bad guy. Jamal's got a bad mouth and personality, and he's not very smart. But he's not a bad guy. He's just being himself. Subaru, Todd, if you could, would you please be open-minded and forgive him? It looks like he's going to be my brother-in-law. His angelic sister, who looks nothing like him at all, is my fiancée. Subaru was puzzled by Todd's words that came with a wry smile. From the looks of it, Todd did not seem to be distrustful of Subaru's words or actions. Rather, he seemed to be sympathetic and concerned about Subaru's involvement with Jamal. Here, Subaru was unable to hide his astonishment at the skill he had mastered for the art of cross-dressing and the fact that he had been saved by Jamal, who was usually crude and problematic. His days of pursuing beauty, having thought they were for nothing, had not been in vain. Even the sexual harassment he had received from Jamal proved itself useful. Oh. Hey, Todd, what the hell are you doing out here? While Subaru was thinking about it, a shout of anger echoed through the corridor. It was Jamal, raising his voice and making rough footsteps. Upon noticing Jamal's approach, Todd put his hand on his forehead. Todd, Oops. You found me. Jamal, I didn't find you. The guy with a hole in his stomach should rest. You thought you can't trust what you don't see with your eyes, didn't you? Todd, no, I trust you. I trust you. You're surprisingly diligent and you do your job well. But even if they work diligently, screw-ups are always gonna be screw-ups, right? Jamal, that's what I mean when I say you only trust your eyes. Jamal clicked his tongue at Todd's reply, who raised his hands and shrugged his shoulders. But when Jamal, who was approaching with a snort, noticed Subaru beside Todd, his expression changed from anger to a smile. Jamal, oh, you're that sideshow girl, aren't you? You're the one I like the most out of all of them. Hey, if you don't get invited tonight. Todd, yes, enough. Jamal, with a fond look in his eyes, reached out and tried to grab Subaru's shoulder. However, of all people, it was Todd who stopped Jamal's hand. Todd grabbed Jamal's wrist and gave him another enough as his cheeks contorted. Todd, you're scaring her with your attitude. This girl who I'd never met before got scared all of a sudden, and that stung. Jamal, I didn't do anything at all. I don't know why you're interrupting me in the first place. No way, you. With that woman? Todd, don't joke about it, Jamal. Your sister's the only one for me. You know that, right? Jamal, it's complicated for a brother to be told that his sister is someone's only love. Jamal muttered with a venomous look on his face, as he shook off Todd's hand. He then glanced at Subaru, but the way his cheeks were drawn together seemed to dissuade him from messing with him any further. Surprisingly, Jamal also had some sense. Or perhaps he had the heart to be hurt by being scared by someone he thought was a little too nice. Either way. Todd, anyhow, let's get going. We're not going to be able to attend today's banquet anyway. Jamal, that said, I'm getting tired of trying to close the holes in the city's defenses. Todd, it won't be boring. It's a guarantee. That's where the enemy will come from, absolutely. With a chuckle, Todd's sharp words scratched Subaru's chest. He praised his choice in his heart, thinking that the idea of using a secret path had been seen through. Then, after praising himself, Todd, by the way, what's your name? Subaru, .. Subaru was not sure if Todd had seen his distraction. The faint-like question made Subaru seriously think that he was going to lose consciousness. He had been asked for his name. Why, the questions raged. Wouldn't he at least ask his name? No, Todd wouldn't ask. That was why Rem had been wary of Todd from the beginning. Because of his bad relationship with him, Subaru had not exchanged names with him this time. Should he give his name, or not? What should he do? Todd, please, just tell me. The request was repeated, and Subaru gasped. Resigned to not being able to pull off an answer, he smiled as nonchalantly as possible and reluctantly said his name. Subaru, Natsumi Schwartz, that's my name? So he voiced his name. He could not think of any other choice but to do this. He hoped and prayed that it was the right answer, and waited for the other person's response. When he heard the reply, Todd nodded his head, stroking his chin with an. Todd, you heard her, Jamal. Aren't you happy you got her name now? Jamal, shut up. I'm getting the fuck out of here. Todd, okay. Oh, can I follow you outside too? Jamal, you're a really untrustworthy guy. Do what you want. Todd followed, shrugging his shoulders upon perceiving Jamal's angry voice, the latter barking with a red face. With that, the two men disappeared from Subaru's sight, never once looking back. They turned a corner in the hallway and disappeared. Out of sight, out of mind. Subaru, really? Guard, hey, are you okay? You're looking really pale. Subaru exhaled as he looked away, wondering if he would ever come back. The only remaining soldier on guard was concerned about Subaru, as he saw how exasperated he was. There was no time left for Subaru to respond. However, he managed to make amends with the soldier on lookout duty, and accompanied him back to the waiting room to join Flop and the others, who were standing by inside. Flop, it took you long enough, Miss Natsumi. Are you okay? You look really pale. Subaru, I've already heard that. For the moment, the storm has passed. But the problem remains. Back in the waiting room, seeing the worried look on Flop's face, he finally had time to worry about his heartbeat and his breathing. Slowly, Subaru calmed himself down by taking deep breaths to correct his rough physiological reactions. Yes, he had escaped the storm he had suddenly encountered. Probably. They could not let their guard down until the very end, but for now, the tempest should be over. However, they still had not overcome the big obstacle that was their initial problem. Subaru, we have to find a way to contact the outside world. If we go on like this, even if our plan succeeds. Tarata, then don't worry, Natsumi. Kuna and I left a signal that my sister will understand. Subaru, what? Subaru's eyes widened as he was told that the problem he had been facing had been solved just like that. Tarata looked apologetic for his reaction, while Kuna seemed unconcerned. His gaze, directed towards them, was asking what was going on wordlessly. Tarata, well. Natsumi will be the bait, and I will signal the others, so get your job done. That's what Bianca said. Subaru, wah? Subaru's eyes widened and he looked at Abel in the corner of the room. Then, noticing his leer, Abel narrowed his eyes, shook his head loosely, and declared. Abel, rather than telling you and having you move unnaturally, I used you as a natural decoy. Fortunately, you seem to have performed your task reasonably well. I shall praise you for that. Subaru, shut up. Do you know what I've had to deal with? Flop, oh, calm down, Miss Natsumi. You're ruining your pretty face. Subaru, shut up. He was about to get mad at Abel's attitude, but Flop stopped him from behind. He really wanted to punch that arrogant demonic face, but Subaru had no choice but to remain calm. As this strategy would not be possible without that face. It was unbelievably terrible that he would use his own face as a hostage. Subaru, I'm definitely going to hit you when it's over. Abel, if you have so much time to think about what you shall do after its terminus, then I am sure you shall be able to perform without fault. Subaru, Flora. We're going to rehearse until it's time. Flop, okay. Subaru gritted his teeth in anger, as if saying you are the very epitome of always having a comeback for everything I say. Whatever the case, if they had made contact with the outside world, all they had to do was wait for the time in question. At most, yes, at most. Subaru, it'll be awful if the plan doesn't work. He muttered in defeat, but Subaru had been convinced over the course of the past few days that it would definitely work. It was really frustrating, because it seemed as though there was nothing that would not fall in love with this arrogant danseuse, except perhaps a Sin Archbishop. Arc 7, Chapter 24, Arrogance. As the beginning of the banquet approached, the tension increased. There was no conversation in the waiting room where the five of them had gathered, and it was quiet. Nobody could utter a word, neither Abel, who was concentrating, nor Subaru. Even Flop was silent, so the weight of the atmosphere was overwhelming. They had made it this far, so there was nothing to worry about. Or, at least, they should be able to think that way, but human beings were not so simple. No matter how good the cross-dressing was, the anxiety grew as the main event was about to happen. Despite how loudly his heart screamed, and how much the cold sweat wetted his back, the flow of time could not be halted, and the promised time would yet come. The banquet is ready. It's time for you to go. The voice of the soldier on guard duty rang out, and the moment of the release of the tension arrived. Looking at each other, Subaru and the others picked up their instruments and followed the soldier leading the way out of the waiting room. They underwent a quick physical examination, but Subaru and the others, wearing only light clothing, had no way to carry concealed weapons. They passed the inspection, receiving curious and perverted looks, and were ushered into the banquet room. Only Tarata, HK. Subaru, Tarata-san? Subaru raised an eyebrow at Tarata's stiff cheeks and heavy gait. Although he whispered so that the soldiers leading her would not hear him, his voice had definitely reached Tarata, but she did not respond. From the look in her eyes, it was easy to grasp her mental state. The extreme tension in her body was strong and overwhelming. Leaving her familiar village, not being able to rely on her sister, the chieftain of the tribe, and going behind enemy lines almost unarmed, may have put her under a lot of stress. Her breathing was rough, and she looked like she was about to collapse. Subaru tried to cheer her up, but he could not think of what to say. It would be easy to say comforting words like "don't worry" or "leave it to me." Would that soothe Tarata's spirit in this moment? So, while Subaru was unable to take a step forward due to his inner hesitation. Abel, Tarata. Tarata, -- Abel, there is nothing to worry about. Just look at me. It was a voice that sounded terribly arrogant and pompous, but full of absolute confidence. The words were baseless, no different from the comforting words Subaru had thought just before. However, the effect of those easy words of comfort was tremendous. Letting out a faint breath, Tarata blinked her eyes. She had forgotten to breathe, and the color in her face had been almost gone, but she was brought back to her senses. It was a voice that contained simple words, but it held the power to strongly affect the hearts of others. The haves would instantly outstrip the hard work of the have-nots. He had been made painfully aware of this many times, but now, he had been able to witness it clearly. Subaru, guess I'm not angry anymore. Subaru muttered this to himself as a consolation. But he soon realized that not only had Tarata's nerves relaxed, but his own as well. And so, he bent his lips. Of course he was not going to tell him that, though, because he'd probably triumph in it, were he to do so. And then? Welcome. I heard that you guys are going to perform a great song and dance. In the hall where the banquet had been prepared, Subaru and the others were greeted by nearly 30 strong men. They had been told that no ordinary soldiers would be allowed to enter the banquet hall today, so the people here must be the so-called commissioned officers and generals. In the midst of all these generals, a man sitting in a chair at the far end called out to the troop. Subaru, is that Zika Osman, the general second class? After Subaru muttered under his breath, he glanced sideways at Abel, the danseurs of the group, whose face was hidden by a veil, who pulled his chin slightly as to answer positively to Subaru's question. In response to the affirmation, Subaru looked at the other party again, and furrowed his spruced-up eyebrows. Zika Osman, the commander of the imperial soldiers stationed in the fortress city of Garel. As a general second class of the empire, he was expected to be a strong warrior, but his appearance betrayed Subaru's imagination in more than one way. First of all, he was short. He looked about half a head shorter than Subaru, who was by no means a tall man. He was almost as tall as Kuna if she stood up straight. Of course, there was a precedent in Garfield, who was short yet strong, so physique was no reason to underestimate him. However, he did not appear like someone of real importance either. The most striking thing about him was his distinctive, puffy haircut. If he had to describe it in words, he would say it was an afro, but just the fact that it was on top of a short man's head gave him a sort of mascot-like charm. Subaru had been told beforehand that Zika was a military strategist. He certainly did not look like the type to make a military career out of martial prowess. Zika, now, we have a tricky problem. We've been holed up in the city, feeling more and more depressed by the day. That is why we have set up this feast. You know what your roles are, don't you? Subaru, yes, sir. We are extremely honored to be invited. Subaru kneeled before Zika, who had thrown an exaggerated remark with his chin resting on the armrest. Flop, Tarata, and Kuna followed, but Abel, who stood at the end of the line, did not. For a moment, Zika's gaze narrowed, and a sense of anxiety spread through the generals. Sure enough, One of the soldiers with a cup of sake at his feet stood up, putting a cup of alcohol near his own feet, and glared at Abel. "Soldier, why don't you kneel? You know you're in front of the general second class." "Zika, wait. Don't be so uptight. This place was opened for drinking and feasting. What we want from those who make their living in the arts is not etiquette, but unrelenting comfort." "Soldier, MH. If you say so, General." It was Zika, of all people, who rebuked the soldier who was bothering Abel. The soldier reluctantly sat down in response to his generous attitude. All the while, Abel kept his face hidden under his veil and did not show any sign of wincing. "Zika, you don't even falter in the face of a warrior's spirit? You seem to have a lot of confidence in your dance. But your first impression was not good. I expect you to overturn it." "Subaru, thank you for your generosity. But please do not worry." Zika, who had a curious view of Abel's arrogance, replied with a to Subaru as the latter knelt down, raising his eyebrows in interest. It hurt to think about the rest, but this was the opportunity Subaru had been bestowed with. He was going to make the most of it. He would let Zika taste complete defeat. "Subaru, who you are about to lay your eyes on, is the beautiful danseuse from beyond the great waterfall. Her silky black hair that drinks up the sun's light, along with her heavenly fair skin that has received the blessing of the spirits, her utmost beauty is comparable to the divine beings, and tonight, she will lavishly perform for you all." As he stood up, Subaru laid out his opening words. As if to prove that his overly exaggerated preamble was not a bluff, the veil that hid Abel's face was slowly lifted. As soon as the veil revealed that enamoring visage, all those present gasped in unison at the haughtiness of the danseuse. Zika, In particular, the shock of Zika, who had gotten lost in Abel's gaze, was massive. As he had shown a tolerant stance towards them from the start, perhaps he had already been prepared to deal with the situation magnanimously, or perhaps he had received a shock tantamount of being blindsided. It was as if he had literally forgotten how to breathe and speak. "Subaru, please, allow us the chance to display our danseuse's act." Subaru hung his head down out of politeness, as he propositioned to Zika. Likewise, Flop bowed his head and raised his respective instrument to ask for permission to begin the feast. In response, Zika nodded his head, prompting Subaru to exchange a glance with Flop. They then nodded to each other, signaling that they were ready, and began to play. "Subaru, tonight, what you will witness is a dance from the hometown of our danseuse, a dance from beyond the great waterfall. Please, satisfy to your heart's content, the dance from the ends of the end." That it was from beyond the great waterfall was an exaggerated expression. However, it was not a lie in the sense that it was a dance unknown to the imperial soldiers. Both the song and the dance had been brought not from this world, but from Subaru's. Of course, they had been arranged accordingly, but as the basis of the dance was different, the dance alone was enough to attract the attention of the audience. However, Abel, he was a danseuse who charmed others with his beauty and fluid dancing, so he probably did not even require the help of an exotic song and dance from another world. Abel, You've got the concept of appetizers with drinks, however this was not just the food being served at the drinking party. If you had a type of entertainment that promoted the drinking of alcohol, anything could be called an appetizer. Naturally, sideshows were also included, and the dances are called appetizing dances, so they very much served as an appetizer for drinking, but they would hardly have this much of an effect. The dance of the danseuse dazzled the soldiers, burned their throat, and made their souls thirsty for alcohol. They naturally tipped their cups more frequently and quickly, while their cheeks turned a shade of vermilion all over. General Second-Class Zika, in an attempt to heal the numbness in his cerebellum, was a standout for sipping booze at a particularly fast pace. With his judgment robbed by alcohol and dance, he would commit mistakes that he would not normally make. For example, the unprecedented mistake of giving in to his desire to see a sword dance, which resulted in handing over his own sword, as per the danseuse's request. Abel, it is your loss, Zika Osman. Therefore, Even with the tip of the sword pointed at his neck, and with the unquestionable voice of a man coming from the mouth of the danseurs, the eyes of the womanizer, Zika Osman could not escape from this euphoria. We did it, Subaru shouted inwardly, now that victory had been secured. The sword in Abel's hand was in a position to pierce Zika's throat with ease. Zika, who had bent backwards, exposing his neck, had no chance to fight back. Without a doubt, the enemy commander had been seized successfully. And they had even done it earlier than originally planned, at the appropriate timing. Originally, Subaru's plan had been to make a name for themselves in the city as a traveling troupe and infiltrate Zika Osman's bosom. Ideally, they would then be summoned to Zika's bedchamber, where they would be able to catch him off guard, take him into custody, and force the Imperial soldiers stationed in Garel to surrender. That premise had been overturned by the holding of this banquet. Abel, at the banquet, we shall neutralize all the remaining soldiers in the city. These had been the words of Abel, who had announced the change in strategy when they had been summoned to the banquet. A high-risk, high-reward strategy, which would be fruitful if successful, yet dangerous. Subaru agreed to change the plan on the condition that they would switch back to the original one depending on the situation. He had not expected it to work out this well. Zika, Abel, I shall say it again, Zika Osman. You have lost. Surrender now and have your men disarm. Otherwise, your cup shall be filled not with alcohol, but blood. Abel, holding his sword to the motionless Zika, advised him to surrender once again, but there was no fear in Zika's eyes, despite the fact his life was being threatened. Those were not the eyes of a determined Imperial soldier. Rather, there was hesitation in his eyes. Hesitation, doubt, and other similar emotions. Zika, dancer, you. No, you're. The hesitation manifested itself in Zika's eyes much if he had seen something awe-inspiring. It did not seem like the reaction of a man in front of a mere dancer. General, HK. You bandits. You got no right to. One of the dumbfounded generals came to his senses and immediately tried to jump Abel. But, faster than they could reach for Abel's back, their arms and legs were pierced by thrown knives. Blades pitched by a concealed kuna. Kuna, I'm sorry, but the chieftain told me to protect Abel's face. She had secretly sneaked knives from the banquet in the tambourine-like instrument in her hand during Abel's dance. The generals hesitated at the sight of the fallen soldier, his limbs perforated by the blades. However, there was one figure that dodged Kuna's blade, and jumped out of the way. Stop joking. Do you think you can stop Imperial soldiers with something like this? The howling bearded giant of a man caught an additional throwing knife with his arm and brushed it away. Then pulling out his own greatsword, he flew straight at Abel, with a desire for blood. Subaru, Abel, who had captured Zika, was presenting his stick-like back. Subaru screamed Abel's name, but the danseurs did not even blink. As things were, a large sword would be brought down at Abel's back. Tarata, coup. At the same moment, Tarata gritted her teeth and aimed at the man, taking a bow from one of the soldiers. Prepping an arrow, she aimed it at the bearded colossus approaching Abel. Tarata's green eyes lit up with murderous intent. She was steeled to take the man's life in order to save Abel and stop the assault. Flop, don't kill him. Tarata, HK. But just before the arrow was released, Flop shouted in a panic. Hearing this, Tarata's eyes hesitated, and the arrow's aim blurred slightly. And so, the arrow pierced not into the man's back, but into his right shoulder. Bearded General, Gar? The man screamed in agony and turned over after the tremendous impact. But the momentum of the greatsword in his hand could not be killed, and it spun around and headed for Abel's back. It seemed as if the sword would smash Abel's head from behind. However, the tip of the sword narrowly grazed the back of his head and fell to the floor with a violent thud. Abel had almost lost his life, but he had escaped disaster just in the nick of time. And then... With a flutter, Abel's braided black hair was undone and spread. The tip of the big sword sliced through the hair clip, untying the knot. No, it did not stop at that. The frayed wig lost its function, and the fake black hair fell to the floor. The danseur's long hair had been replaced by Abel's own sable hair, the ruthless emperor, who, along with the hair clip, had shorn off the soft impression of the danseur's. General second class. It's our opportunity to get these guys now. Zika, stop. Do not disobey me. While the soldier whose limbs had been pierced by knives and the one who had gotten shot in the right shoulder by an arrow groaned, Zika silenced the appeals of the general who was still attempting to resist. If they recklessly stood their ground, regardless of how many fell, they would be crushed in one go by Subaru's forces. And that was the counterattack they most wanted to avoid. However, Zika would not let his subordinates fight on. He understood that, now that he himself had been pinned down, and his subordinate generals had also had their movements suppressed, the outcome had already been determined. So, Zika, if I do as you say, can you guarantee the lives of my men? Abel, that also depends on your attitude, coward. Zika, Ga. HK. Zika showed his willingness to accept the recommendation to surrender while reddening and biting his lip as he was abused by the relentless Abel. That was the face of a man who had experienced humiliation beyond having been caught in a plot against him and having his person captured. Abel snorted, looking down at Zika's humiliation. Abel, I heard about you, Zika Osman. Before being labeled the womanizer, you had been dubbed the coward. Zika, an unbecoming epithet for an imperial soldier. Is that why you chose such a strategy? Abel, Zika, if I'm the coward on top of being the womanizer, I would surrender to a woman at the point of a sword. If so, what a humiliation that would be. Or, if that was the case, Zika would have died of humiliation. But the reason why Abel had deemed it feasible was different from the reason Subaru and the others had heard. It was because Abel, a strategist who, through his skillful and steady use of troops, has achieved few notable results in battle, but has also caused little casualties to his allies, an excellent commander, but lacking aggressiveness. Hence, coward. Zika, yes, that is correct, too. I am, but. Abel, what are you confused about? Zika, eh? Zika's eyes widened as Abel narrowed his eyes and asked that question. Like that, with confusion plastered on the other party's face, Abel continued with his sword in his hand. Abel, when others denigrate you as a coward, they are either pretending to see the results, or those are the rantings of a fool who cannot see the results. I made use of that nature to win. Zika, Abel, you abhor useless casualties. So, I decided that you, as the coward and a military strategist, would not resist in this situation. Are you going to disappoint me? Keeping his gaze sharp and the blade against his neck, Abel inquired that of Zika. To someone who was unaware Abel's true identity, that would seem like a rant that would make one wonder what the hell he was talking about. He had trusted his opponent's cowardice and incorporated it into his plan to win. There was no certainty that he would not upset his opponent by telling such things bluntly. Rather, it was as if he was deliberately attempting to provoke his opponent's anger. It was really a statement that could make things worse. Even when dressed as a woman, he was incapable of any kind of humility. But, in front of Abel, Zika Osman gasped. What came to his eyes was a feeling that was hard to describe. If he dared to verbalize it, it would be a surprise that was close to excitement. It seemed to be a fresh and new reaction, like a maiden receiving something from the person she loved. Zika, we'll disarm ourselves. I'll give strict orders to my subordinates to do so. Abel, that is a wise decision. Abel quietly nodded in assent to Zika's quiet, head-down answer. Even though he was dressed like a dancer, no one could resist his dignified nod of the head. As Zika, their commander, surrendered, the imperial soldiers dropped their weapons one after another. And Abel, what are you doing fooling around? Go up and burn the flag on the roof, Subaru, you eh? Wah, Me. Abel, yes you. Only you. You are the sole one who has not performed a single deed since things started to proceed. Abel's cold eyes pierced Subaru, who pointed at himself and blinked. With those words, Subaru looked around the hall. Kuna, who had blocked the enemy with a throwing knife, Tarata, who had shot the giant of a man, Flop, who had not allowed the giant of a man's death and therefore had desperately defended the materialization of the bloodless siege, and Abel, who had disarmed the general. Indeed, the only one who had not done anything was Subaru, who had fallen on his butt when that behemoth tried to assault them. Abel, get a move on, I shall not even be able to disarm them without my Zelda and the others. Subaru, okay, I understand. Yeah, I'm sorry. Saying this, Subaru headed for the balcony, crawling carefully up to the rooftop. The rooftop of the city hall, overlooking Garrel at night, was absolutely spectacular. Then, while bathed in the cold breeze, Subaru retrieved a torch from the wall, ignited the flag of the Empire on the roof of the city hall, the flag of the Sword Wolf, and set it ablaze. That was proof that the fall of the fortress city of Garrel had been achieved here. The first person to notice something off was Jamal, who had been paying attention to the city hall. Jamal glanced around, being mindful of the people he had left behind in the building. Todd, who had grown tired of his naive attitude, continued the patrol of the city. As a city with a certain amount of history, there was no end to the ways to get past the walls, which posed as a powerful barrier. Smuggling schemes, such as underground passages in private houses, or holes used by children to pass through, also existed. While accurately uncovering these, Todd had his guard up for any possible attacks. Todd, it's not like they're going to back off. If that's the case, they'll definitely try to bring down the city. They could use some secret path and take over the city hall all at once, or set the city on fire. Are there other means? If it was simply to make the city fall, he could think of many ways to slaughter both soldiers and citizens indiscriminately. For that matter, people would perish if they were buried in fire, water, or soil. If the means were in place, human beings could be as cruel as they wished. What kind of brutal methods would the black-haired boy use? That may seem not to be his forte at first glance, but the fact that he was so good at it made it all the more frightening. No matter how hard he tried to crush them, there still seemed to be some undiscovered byways. So even if he had a hole in his stomach, Todd would not have been able to sleep in his quarters. Todd, they're all so rude and sketchy. Not all of them were of Jamal's caliber, but many of them had an inability to pay attention to details. Todd did not believe himself to be neither brilliant nor clever, but if he's aware of his own stupidity and shortcomings, there were plenty of ways to fill in the gaps. He could not understand how people could live their lives without questioning their stupidity. Every single human being was an idiot, and so, they should do their utmost to compensate for it. Jamal, While thinking about this, Todd was about to go into the next private house, when he suddenly stopped due to the surprised voice raised by Jamal behind him. He stopped and looked at Jamal, who was looking at City Hall in the distance, with an expression of dumbfoundment on his face. Todd frowned, wondering what was going on. Jamal, oh, come on, is this some kind of joke? Todd, what's up, Jamal? What's happening at the City Hall? He almost said. Standing beside Jamal, Todd also looked in the same direction. He was sure the City Hall was having a banquet at the moment, with the dancers they had invited providing entertainment and comfort to the generals. So it was not surprising that some of them would get a little carried away and make fools of themselves. It would not be strange, but Todd, no way. No matter what, burning the flag of the Empire on top of City Hall was unacceptable. That barbaric act was so beyond the realm of rudeness that even Todd was taken aback. The flag, being scorched by flames while fluttering in the hot wind, swayed and burned, lighting up the night sky with the red glow of its blaze. And right beside the flag set alight, he saw the figure of a woman he had already met in the City Hall. A musician with rich black hair and sharp eyes. He believed her name was Todd, Natsumi Schwartz. That was what she had stated upon having had her name inquired. A weak woman, who had become small and frightened when Jamal had crowded her. However, he could clearly see that she was boldly burning the imperial flag with a torch in her hand. There was no sign of the weakness he had encountered before in the city hall. Certainly, it could not be something charming like a drunken act of violence. That was undoubtedly an intentional attack on the Empire. And if the flag of the base was burned, it meant that the place had fallen into the hands of the enemy. Just as he was thinking about it, a possibility suddenly surfaced in Todd's mind. "Todd, no way, is it you?" With his eyes wide open, Todd studied the dark-haired woman with the torch in her hand, Natsumi Schwartz, and was struck by the minuscule possibility that had sprung up within him. But the more he thought about it, the more it matched, and the more he looked at it, the more it diverged. But that was why the effect was so extraordinary. Who in the world would think of doing something like this? Of such a method to break through the enemy's guard from the front, and take their base of operations? "Todd, I thought it was impossible. I can't believe they tried to sneak through the front gate. Who could possibly use such a life-threatening approach?" Of course, the possibility of hiding behind cargo or inside dragon carriages had been carefully considered, and the checkpoints had been reinforced. However, an intrusion on foot, in a way that would attract attention, had been unexpected. Even so, the first infiltration had strengthened their vigilance. On top of that, it would be a natural response to opt for a more stealthy approach. "Jamal, you don't think that was just a setup, do you? Did they deliberately find us and instill in us the preconceived notion that a frontal breakthrough was impossible?" And following that, he had managed to get into the city, was invited to the hall as a dancer, brought down the city hall, and ignited the imperial flag. It had been just as Natsumi Schwartz had intended. "Todd, this is bad. What a meticulous plan," he thought, a chill running down his spine. He thought he had done everything in his power to have the upper hand, but on the other side, the poster child of war had easily surpassed and ridiculed him. Todd was surprised to find himself shuddering. "Jamal, shit. What the fuck's going on here? Anyway, we gotta back to the city hall." "Todd, idiot, stop. You're going to die, too." "Jamal, huh?" Unlike Todd, Jamal was unaware of the identity of the person who had set the imperial flag on fire. Due to the distance, his eyes could not perceive any details on the roof of the city hall. Todd could see it only because of his special eyes. And it was because he could see them, that he was holding Jamal back. Now that the imperial flag at their base had been set ablaze, the fall of the city was decided. By now, all the generals who were participating in the feast, Zika included, had already been murdered. Even if they were to go back in, they would probably end up being defeated themselves. "Jamal, you're freaking out, ain't you? And you still think of yourself as an imperial soldier, huh? Todd, you can't win and stay alive by being proud. Besides, you know that City Hall's been taken, the General Second Class is dead. The Shadrakians will be in the city before long. Jamal, Todd, if we don't get out of here before that happens, we won't have any other choice but to die too." Jamal was not the kind of person to accept the humiliation of disarming himself quietly. The alternative would be to jump into the enemy ranks weapon in hand, wielding bravery, and die while taking out about 10 people. It could be said that it would be exactly how a sword wolf would die, but from Todd's point of view, it was as good as a dog's death. Life was akin to a finite hand of cards. To use it for victory was justified, but it would be a waste to utilize it for a regretful defeat. Jamal and Todd had known each other for a while. It would not be strange to think that they had enough of a relationship between them to advise each other on this. Probably. "Todd, you see that hole in the wall that I just plugged? I'm going to run through it. What about you?" "Jamal, goo. You wanna make me feel humiliated again?" "Todd, if you're alive, you'll get a chance to rinse your shame off. But if you die, that's it. So, I'm going. I won't get into a fight I don't think I can win." He really wished not to get into a fight with a low chance of winning, let alone one with a 100% chance of losing, but he did not have time to argue with Jamal about the details. He quickly turned his back to him and started to run. Jamal hesitated for a moment before shouting a curse, a damn it, then followed behind Todd. It would be nice if everyone were as simple as him, but the world did not work that way. In any case, Todd, I guess I'll remember you as Natsumi for now. You poster child of war. As soon as they realized that the imperial flag had been set on fire and the city hall had fallen, the imperial soldiers unexpectedly obeyed the call for surrender. The same was true for the guards protecting the city, which was a great help to Subaru, whose goal was to seize the city without bloodshed, but this was also a surprising development. Subaru, I've always thought it strange that, when I watched battles of the Sengoku period in historical dramas, the battle would end when the head of the other side's general is taken off. 1. If the general were killed, the next person in charge would become the general and the battle would resume. A layman would think that the battle would not end until one side was annihilated or in shambles, but this was not the case in this actual battle. Because the imperial army, which should be overwhelmingly superior in strength, had agreed to disarm as soon as they found out that their commander, Zika, had been apprehended. My Zelda, well, that was quite a feat, Subaru. No, Natsumi. Subaru, my Zelda-san. As Subaru patted his fake chest at the results of the battle and the success of the operation, he was approached by my Zelda, happily slurping down alcohol directly from a bottle. The women, who had been hiding outside the city as a detachment, had entered the city too, upon realizing that the city hall had fallen, signaled by the burning of the imperial flag. The guards, becoming aware that the imperial soldiers had been defeated, did not attempt to stop them from proudly marching into the city as well. Thanks to Shadrak's cooperation, they had succeeded in capturing most of the imperial soldiers. In the hall where the feast had been held, the drinks and food had been cleared away, and in their place, the bound imperial soldiers were lined up in a row. It would have been a shame to throw everything away, Subaru thought. My Zelda and the others were sipping their drinks, but doing so made them look more like barbarians who were willing to loot. Subaru, but with this many people, it would have been tough to go head to head. My Zelda, no matter how many enemies we have, the pride of Shadrak won't falter. There's no such thing as too many enemies. And yes, simple numbers can be insurmountable. But you and Abel have defeated them. Subaru, .. My Zelda, I'm proud of you, Natsumi. You've shown courage through wisdom. We couldn't have done this. With a vigorous pat on Subaru's shoulder, my Zelda left him with a handsome smile. She then stood up and headed over to congratulate Tarata and Kuna for their contribution to the fall of the city hall. Even from a distance, the sight of Tarata's eyes shining from her sister's praise made Subaru smile. Kuna was hugged by Holly, having confirmed that she was safe, making her look like a rolled mackerel. Subaru, keeping things up like this, it would be nice if Kuna's life wasn't snuffed out, given all the great deeds she's done. ? With a sense of relief, Subaru let out a small smile. Then, as he turned around, he nearly collided with the person standing right behind him. That other person was Subaru, Rem. Rem, yes. Staring up at him from a close distance, Subaru could not help but step back. Rem, holding her wooden cane, looked at Subaru from top to bottom with her pale blue eyes. Feeling uncomfortable under her gaze, Subaru cleared his throat and said, Subaru, what's the matter? I'm fine, you know. Rem, yes, so I heard. But I had a feeling that even if you were injured somewhere, you'd hide it and say the same thing. Subaru, you really don't have any trust in me. But I'm not very good with pain either, so I'll report even the slightest injury right away. Really, I mean it. Rem, that sounds suspicious, too. Subaru, tch haha. Subaru's shoulders slumped under Rem's gaze devoid of trust. But then he quickly turned his head in realization. Huh? Subaru uttered. She may have been a bit curt, but but she was probably worried about whether Subaru was injured or not. Subaru, you're worried about me, aren't you? Rem, huh? Subaru, oh. I'm sorry. I got carried away. Of course you weren't. It can't be that Rem's worried about me. Rem, yes, I was. Subaru, what? Waving his hands in the air, Subaru hurriedly tried to correct his misunderstanding. But he was interrupted by none other than Rem's words. Rem's expression did not change, but the color of her eyes wavered slightly. Rem, I said, I was worried. Of course I was. No matter how much of a joke the plan was, I was the one who made you do it. And yet how could I not be worried? How in the world do you think I could be such a heartless person? Subaru, no, it's not that. I don't think Rem is heartless. I really don't. Rem is affectionate, a bit presumptuous, and a bit reserved before she gets to know someone, but that difference is also very attractive. Rem, Subaru, Rem, don't tell me you're impressed. Rem, no, I simply thought it was weird, and with just a simple statement, Subaru's fake chest was pierced, prompting an ugh out of him. Rem gave an annoyed sigh as Subaru backed away, holding his fake chest in pain. She then took a step towards Subaru. Rem, just so you know, no matter what you said or did, you managed to do it. Really, you managed to bring this city down. And that's without causing any deaths. Subaru, if only we kept the bloodless part, I hope that no one would get hurt if possible. But I wonder if that was too much to ask. Rem, I wonder about that. However, if it's you and Abel-san, then you may be able to pull it off. Why are you looking at me like that? Subaru, it's nothing, okay? Rem raised an eyebrow at Subaru's sullen face. In fact, she had a good point. Without Abel's help, this plan would not have been possible, and it was true that he was a man of terrifying wisdom. Still, hearing words of praise for another man from Rem's mouth made his heart squirm. Subaru, even with those fake breasts, there's still something to be impressed by, isn't there? Rem, I feel like you're talking about something stupid again. When Rem started staring at him, Subaru waved his hands and said, no, to cover it up. If he told Rem about his current jealousy, she would probably just feel weird about it. It was unavoidable, but it nevertheless hurt. One-sided affection was painful. Subaru, no, in this case, it's just a reflex. Though they're passable compared to Emilia Tan's, nevertheless they still feel like the real deal, don't you think? Medium, oh. Natsumi-chan, you're here. I heard you guys did great, congratulations. Subaru, Medium-san. Medium ran into the room with a loud voice and sluggish footsteps. Subaru recoiled at the sudden approach of the taller woman, but his step back was meaningless as she filled the distance between them by leaning forward. Medium had a big smile on her face, looking happily at the soldiers in the hall, as two girls rode her shoulders, Buchikata and Louis. Medium, these people were all captured by Natsumi-chan and the others, weren't they? I'm so surprised. So, where's Sis? Did she do her best? Subaru, Sis? Yes. Flora is. Flop, I'm here, dear sister. Medium, oh. Medium's round eyes widened even more when she saw Flop appear in the hall, a beautiful man who had accompanied her and whom she had become accustomed to seeing for so long. He quickly asserted his presence with a single loud clap of his shoes. Medium, big bro. Isn't that big bro? I knew it, big bro isn't my sister, and the sister I thought was my sister's big bro. Flop, ha, I have no idea what you're talking about, dear sister. But no matter what, I'm still here. So whether I'm your brother or your sister, it doesn't matter. Medium, that's true too. Then maybe I'm not a sister, but a brother. I'm so big after all. Flop, younger sister or younger brother, older brother or older sister, we're still family. The conversation between the O'Connell siblings was peculiar, but it kept its unique tempo until its settlement. The laughing flop hugged Medium's waist, and Medium, with the girls on both shoulders, started spinning around in circles as he did. As a result, both of Flop's legs floated up and a grand spin began, as the happy laughter of the siblings and children echoed in the hall. Subaru, surreal, isn't it? Rem, I'm sure Medium-san was worried about Flop-san too. So, how long are you going to stay dressed like that? The rest of your life? Subaru, the rest of my life has to be an exaggeration? No matter how cute I am, this is only a temporary appearance. And I'm destined to have to go back to normal eventually. Rem, does that mean that for the time being you'll be dressed like that? Subaru, I just happen to not have time to change right now. Subaru wasn't mentally tough enough to endure such suspicions, or to put it another way, to endure how Rem looked at him like he was a pervert. In fact, the only reason he was still dressed in women's clothing was that he had been busy with minor tasks, such as burning the imperial flag, and welcoming the people of Shudrak who entered the city afterwards. The situation simply had not permitted him to change into his Subaru clothes. It was not that he intended to stay as Natsumi Schwartz. Subaru, or isn't it? Rem, oh right. If you're searching for Abel-san, he's in the back room with the commander. Subaru, you're acting like you don't believe me. Pointing at Rem, who had given him a blank stare, Subaru turned and walked towards him. He'd like to celebrate the success of the bloodless siege with Rem and the others, but he could not just sit there with his hands up in the air and be overjoyed. After all, the fall of Garel was only a checkpoint. They had to think about the future civil war that would rumble the empire, and what kind of position Subaru would maintain. To that end. Subaru, if you'll excuse me. With that, Subaru pushed open the door to a separate room at the back of the hall. It was originally supposed to be a private, office-like room for the city manager, the master of the city hall, but now the master had been sent away, and the replacement for the ruler was sitting on the chair. Originally, it had been Zika, the general second class, but now, it was a more pompous man. Abel, you are still dressed like that. So said Abel, resting his cheek on hand as he snorted, having already shed his dancer's costume and rolled up his sleeves into a more masculine attire. In front of him was the disheveled head of a kneeling Zika, with no one else in the room. Subaru, please don't mention my outfit. What's more, you are alone with the general second class without any guards? Do you want to throw your life away? Abel, of course, had he any intention of resisting, I would have put him to the sword. But he has no such intention. Am I not correct, Zika Osman? Zika, yes. That is correct, Your Excellency. Jerking his chin, Zika called out to Abel when prompted to respond. The respectful manner in which he addressed His Excellency and his obvious superior was a sign that he judged Abel to be more than just a cross-dressing bandit. In other words, Zika understood Abel's true identity, and because of that he was kneeling there. Subaru, did you tell him? Abel, I needed not such a thing. Apparently, this guy figured it out during the dance. No, I should say that after the dance, he understood in his head the right thing to do. Subaru, dash? Subaru tilted his head, not comprehending the meaning of those words. However, at Abel's observation, Zika sank his head more deeply, as if to show further respect. The result was a valuable person who firmly recognized and expressed respect for the fact that Abel was the emperor, a fact that had not been felt very much up to this point. Abel, but it is convenient that you guessed it without needing to disclose it. Zika Osman, follow me. You will not be wronged. Zika, yes. If it is for you, I, Zika Osman, will risk my life. Subaru, wait, are you serious? You haven't heard anything about this yet, have you? Zika made an immediate dedication to Abel, who had requested vassalage toward him while sitting on the chair. It was convenient, sure, but too good to be true. Zika, however, shook his head in response to Subaru's question. Zika, His Excellency is right in front of me, and he needs my aid. If so, It is my duty as a general of the empire to respond to his request. Above all, I swear to be even more loyal to you than before. Abel: Oh, why? Were you so fascinated by my dance? Zika: It was very, very beautiful. But that is not all. Zika's heat was intense as Abel made a cold joke without even smiling. He pressed both fists to the floor, with strong and intense joy on his face. Zika: I'm surprised that His Excellency remembered my two names. That I cursed as nothing but a disgrace, and that you believed it after all. Abel: Of course. If one wishes to be the ruler of the empire, they must understand the land. The same is true for the subjects that serve. I never know when I'm going to use you, a general, as my own hand and foot. Do you earnestly believe the emperor's steps shall be unimpeded without knowing their own hands and feet? Zika: Absolutely not. That is why I am truly honored. Zika shuddered with indelible joy, and swore fervent loyalty to Abel. Honestly speaking, solely regarding the events, it was a too-good-to-be-true turn of events, but Zika's profile was so uncanny that even Subaru could not find any room to doubt his inner feelings. At the same time, Subaru was overwhelmed by the charisma of Abel's words, as well as his strong pride and conviction as the emperor that supported it. He did not know how many generals there were in the empire, but even if Zika was outstanding among them, would he be able to remember enough of every one of them to be confident that he could bring down the city regardless? Well, even if another general had been in charge of the city, Abel seemed sure that he would have pulled the same result. The emperor, an opponent transcending even the clouds above, knew him, knew his strengths and weaknesses, and upon that, built his strategy, wonderfully entangled him in his expectations and defeated him. Perhaps it was similar to a high school baseball pitcher getting his pitch hit for a home run by his favorite professional baseball player, but actual war is too disturbing to be compared to that. In any case, Abel: If Zika Osman shall follow, then the generals under him shall likewise follow. Together with the fortress city, I can say that we have finally gathered a strong fighting force. Zika: However, if we stand against the rest of the country, we will inevitably lack strength. First of all, I think we should invite the reinforcements that are supposed to be sent from the imperial capital into the city, and call for their surrender. With the addition of allies familiar with the situation of the empire, able to formulate strategies, the discussion quickly turned into a full-fledged military one. Unlike Abel, who accepted it without hesitation, Subaru felt a great deal of resistance to the beginning of preparations for a full-scale war. Therefore, he would prefer to have a discussion with Abel before discussions on such matters could begin. He wanted to discuss with Abel about what to do with himself and Rem after the fortress city was seized. However, unfortunately, the proposal that Subaru wished to bring up was not tackled. Because Abel - reinforcements from the imperial capital. Abel muttered in response to Zika's comment, and the air in the room trembled. Subaru and the others widened their eyes at the sight of Abel as he stood up from his chair with great vigor and walked back to the hall. And then, Abel: Close the main gate of the city right now. Do not let anyone enter, messenger or not. Everyone in the hall was startled by Abel's bellow. Of course, much like Subaru and Zika, who had been talking with him just before yet could not comprehend it, Zelda and the others could not discern Abel's true intentions either. However, Abel's urgent look was enough for them to know that this was no ordinary matter. Zelda: Tarata, go tell them to close the main gate. Tarata: Oh, sister, what in the world is? Zelda: Go. Don't disgrace Shadrak's name. Zelda's fierce voice struck the hesitating Tarata. The latter's eyes widened at the sound of her voice, which even sounded murderous, and she promptly rushed out of the hall. With that, Tarata would order the guards to close the main gate. And so, Abel's instructions would be fulfilled, but Flop, village chieftain, what is going on? It's rare to see you change your expression. Abel: Now is not the time for your nonsense, merchant. Zika Osman: Persuade the generals. Zelda: You are. You HK. Abel quickly instructed the others, treating the worried flock with disregard. Abel ordered Zika and Myzelda, the heads of their respective groups, to get their people together, but his instructions were cut off mid-sentence by a high-pitched child's tantrum. Medium, whoa, what's happening? Louis-chan, what happened? Louis, ow. Utakata, Lou. Calm down. You's here. Medium's eyes turned in surprise as she was yanked by her highly decorated hair. Being carried on her shoulders, Louis was screaming desperately as Utakata attempted to soothe her down. However, the rampaging Louis did not calm down at all. On the contrary, Louis was shedding large tears, her expression tense as if she were afraid of something. Louis-chan, please calm down. What's wrong? If there's something wrong, I'll listen to you, so don't cry. Louis, huh? Over there, what's going on? Unable to witness the sight of a sobbing Louis, Rem headed towards her. Upon noticing Rem's approach, Louis pointed to a corner of the hall, tears streaming down her face. Subaru and Abel also looked in that direction. But there was nothing. There should have been nothing. Abel, Myzelda. Myzelda, oh. Staring into the void, Abel was the first to call out Myzelda's name. As if in response, Myzelda quickly readied the bow on her back, seized 4 arrows in her right hand, attached them to the bow at once, and drew them. Myzelda's strong body unleashed a tremendous blow from the Shudrak chieftain. 4 arrows flew wildly, pushing into the empty space Louis was pointing to. Each one of the arrows was reminiscent of the blow of the hunter who had killed Subaru in the jungle. It was so powerful that it would have torn Subaru's form to shreds had he been struck by those. The floor and walls, which were supposed to be stronger than arrows, were shattered, and the crushing sent a cloud of smoke into the hall. As the soldiers jumped for cover and gasped for air, Subaru and the others looked closely at the smoke to ascertain if there was indeed a cause for Louis to make such a commotion. Something like that isn't going to kill me. From somewhere, a languid voice fell softly into the smoke-filled hall. He recognized the voice as that of a woman. Subaru's eardrums judged it to be a slow, carefree voice, lacking in emotion, and of modest volume. It felt terribly out of place, in the momentary tension of the situation. However, the result of that voice was powerful. Myzelda, .. In the blink of an eye, Myzelda's entire body was engulfed in tremendous flames, having been set alight. Myzelda, tch. In the blink of an eye, Myzelda's entire body was wrapped in a conflagration, causing her to let out an inaudible scream. The sight of Myzelda, who had turned into a humanoid mass of flames, prevented everyone from taking any immediate action. Kuna, tch, Holly. Holly, you understood Tilda. Immediately after Kuna called out, Holly hurriedly hastened to a container filled with a large amount of water. She lifted it with her monstrous strength, and threw it with all her might at the burning Myzelda. The water overflowing from the broken container enveloped Myzelda and the immolated woman fell to the floor. The flames had scorched her for nary a moment, but it was impossible to imagine the pain of one's entire body being incinerated. Subaru was unable to keep up with how quickly the situation had morphed, wondering what the hell had happened. However, he did notice an increase in the number of unfamiliar figures in the center of the chaotic hall. Not only Subaru, but the rest of the group gradually took notice of the new figure. The person standing there was a beautiful girl with most of her brown skin exposed. She had silvery white hair, an eye patch covering her left eye, a lush furry tail growing out of her rear, and a branch in her hand that looked like it had been picked up in the middle of nowhere. Her emotionless face gave a somewhat unbalanced impression, when compared to her frame of lush youthful, feminine proportions. However, there was no doubt that this pretty girl had been the trigger for the previous occurrence. What she had done, what she desired, who she was, everything was unknown. It is you, Arakia. But while everyone was frozen in place, there was one person who knew the girl's name and so beckoned her. The one who stood there with his well-shaped eyes sharpened, Staring at Arakia, was the emperor who had been ousted from the throne of the sacred Wallachian Empire. The intimidating person that Zika had immediately sworn to obey, faced Arakia face to face, but she waved the branch in her hand from side to side without nervousness. Arakia, long time no see, Your Excellency. Abel, you too, appear to be still in good health. Chaisha, too, is sparing no quarter. Arakia, no, he's not? That'd be dangerous, after all. It was not a tense conversation, from Arakia's point of view. Even if they were able to communicate, Abel's tense expression showed that she was not the kind of person with whom one could converse with. In the first place, who was this woman who treated Abel so casually after recognizing him as the emperor? Zika, General First Class, Arakia. Subaru, what did you just say? With the two of them lined up, Subaru's cheeks tightened at the stifled words from Zika. He hoped he had misheard, but Zika's eyes were serious, and Subaru realized that the possibility of having misheard his words had disappeared. Then, as if to prove that it was not an illusion, Zika piled on. Zika, General First Class Arakia. One of the Empire's strongest, one of the 9 divine generals. Abel, she also ranks as second among the 9 divine generals. That means she is the second strongest in the Empire. Subaru, the second strongest in the Empire? Zika's cry was supplemented by Abel's words, and Subaru exclaimed, unable to conceal his surprise. At the center of the astonished gazes in the hall, having gathered attention, Arakia raised a branch and... Arakia, indeed. She puffed out her chest proudly. Subaru, slowly, the Shudrak that were gathered in the hall began to form a circle around Arakia. Zelda had been felled in the first attack, and only 17 Shudrakians remained, including the non-combatant Utakata, so it was hard to tell if they were strong enough. Nevertheless, Shudrakian, we can't let you interfere with victory finally within our grasp. One spat out a curse, and picked up one of the swords that Subaru had seized. Driving her away, or knocking her down and capturing her. If they could achieve one of the two, they would ensure their victory in the fall of Garel. Arakia, try as you might, it's no use. The next moment, a tremendous wind blew, jumbling the entirety of the hall. Subaru, the Shudrakians, and the bound Imperial soldiers were all moved together. Arakia, The heavens and earth were turned upside down. Subaru could not see up, down, left, right, in front of him, or behind him, and his entire body slammed into the floor, the wall, and the ceiling, nearly knocking him unconscious from the intense pain. Subaru, Car. His whole body was thrown on the ground, and as he looked at the broken ceiling, his brain slowly analyzed and understood what had come to pass. Perhaps, a tornado. In an instant, a tornado of tremendous size had erupted in the room, swallowing Subaru, or rather, Subaru and everyone else, and threw them around wildly. Arakia's tornado overran the room, making no distinction between people or objects, friend or foe. Even so, Subaru barely managed to stay conscious. Zika, I am not going to let you hurt her any more than you already have. Zika, holding Subaru, grunted and threw his arms out sluggishly. The moment the tornado had spouted, Zika had quickly pulled Subaru's body nearer to his own, in an attempt to protect him from the impact of the destruction. Its effect was limited, but it had cushioned Subaru's body, and kept him from losing consciousness. However, Subaru, it's a joke, right? Looking around the hall, Subaru spat that out in despair. In the midst of the mess of people and things, the Shudrak, who had raised their will to fight just before, had all fallen to the ground, unable to fight. In fact, those who had displayed hostile intentions had been the ones to suffer the most damage. He wondered if Arakia's tornado had even chosen which people to attack while wreaking so much destruction. Subaru, Rem. Enduring the pain in his whole body, Subaru searched for Rem in the hall. She, like the Shudrak and the others, might have lost consciousness from the attack. Were she to be hit in the wrong place, the worst would be a possibility. Then, Subaru gazed around the room and spotted someone. Not Rem, however. Not Rem, but despite that, they had caught Subaru's attention. Because even after being overrun by that tornado, they had gotten to their feet and fled to the half-destroyed balcony, leaning their back against the railing, gazing at Arakia. Subaru, Abel. He did not know how in the world Abel had been able to protect himself in that tornado. Abel's injuries were very minimal, yet it was still painful to see him bleeding from his forehead and with one arm slumped down. However, Abel was looking straight at Arakia with eyes that had not lost their supremacy. Abel, the obedient puppet, engaging in such grandiose conduct. Have you forgotten as to why you have joined my ranks? Arakia, Your Excellency, you lied. You deceived me. That's why, I'll never forgive you. Abel, did Chaisha also put that idea in your head? Abel exhaled a heavy, bloodied breath, his eyes slightly downcast. Arakia's face was lacking in emotion, but she still held a recognizable anger in her eyes. She slowly stepped on the rough ground, and walked towards Abel on the balcony. The thought of Abel running out to the balcony to look good never crossed Subaru's mind, but he did not think he, injured and not holding anything, had an ace up his sleeve. The steps Arakia took while shrinking the distance between them sounded like a countdown to Abel's very life. 1 step, 2 steps, Arakia approached Abel, and then... HK. A high-pitched voice rang out, and immediately afterwards, a pillar came crashing down on the spot where Arakia was about to pass. There was a roar of stone shattering and cracking, and a primitive weapon that must have weighed no less than several hundred kilograms struck Arakia. It was Rem, who had been hiding behind a pillar, watching for the right moment to strike. Rem, who had remained conscious and hidden behind a pillar despite having been swallowed by the tornado, was probably visible from Abel's position. Hiding her presence, she had timed her attack with Abel's gaze as Arakia advanced, and then pushed down the pillar. It was the last attack he could come up with in this situation, utilizing Rem's strength. It was well aimed, and so it crushed Arakia's slender body. Arakia, Rem, no way. The floor beneath Arakia's feet, which she had not even looked at, deformed like a mosaiku, and stretched upwards as to support the fallen column. 2. It was as if they had witnessed the completion of avant-garde art from the beginning to the end. Rem's full power did not reach Arakia, nor did it even distract her. Then, as Rem kneeled at the base of the broken pillar, Arakia regarded her back. After taking a look at Rem, her eyes suddenly widened. Arakia, oh, an Oni. That's unusual. Rem, you're... Arakia, don't get in my way. I don't want my people to get hurt. Rem, your people? Rem's face reddened with anger, wondering what she was talking about. But sadly, because of the existence of a large discrepancy in power between herself and her opponent, anger was merely an emotion, and the will to resist was useless. Rem reached for rubble, and this time tried to show her intent to attack by throwing stones. However, Arakia swung the branch in her hand, conjuring a wind that blew the debris around Rem away. Literally, they had been swept away. Not only the debris on the floor were blown away, but the walls and ceiling behind Rem, the upper levels of the building, one after another, were as well. Arakia, I'm not good at controlling my strength. You, too, will fly away at this rate. Rem, if that's the case, then why don't you do it? After all you've done, what's there to hesitate about now? It's not like that. Arakia, disappointing. Rem's clenched teeth answer made Arakia's shoulders slump in dejection. But despite the cute gesture, Arakia's actions were caustic and simple. Slowly the branch was lifted, and a phenomenon of a different dimension would shatter Rem's existence. There was no way Natsuki Subaru could tolerate such a thing. Subaru, HK. With a yell, Subaru's body leapt into action, chasing away the pain in his entire body. Only at this moment, cowering fear, unpredictable anxiety, and everything else were in the way. Abandoning his fears, he moved forward as his instincts told him to, and intervened in front of Rem and Arakia. He hoped to at least protect Rem from the destruction that was about to befall her. He was willing to die, if it meant protecting Rem. He really did not want to die, and everything would be ruined if Natsuki Subaru died here, but he did not mind dying here. Dressed as a woman, with fake breasts, makeup on his face, a wig on his head, and even an ingenious way to make his skin look white, in such a ridiculous appearance that sought beauty, Natsuki Subaru stood up for the girl he had to protect, with the thought of spitting blood. Rem, HK. Protecting Rem against his back, he spread his hands. He could notice that Rem had gasped upon dawning on her that Subaru had intervened in front of her. But what she thought or felt about Subaru's action, he would never know. That opportunity would never come again. It was snatched away in a flash before the destruction named Arakia. What a comical sight. But it is not so bad. That was the voice that reached Subaru's ears as he prepared to have everything taken away, and nothing to be left. As he closed his eyes in an attempt to accept the coming end, he gasped when he registered that no heat, loss, pain, suffering, thirst, or any of the other factors that lead to death had befallen his body. Then slowly opening his eyes, he saw it. Before that Subaru, spreading out his upper limbs, shielding Rem to his back, there was someone else's back. It was not Arakia. Arakia was standing on the other side of that back. He could see her standing there, stunned, astonishment plastered on her face. The being that had brought that stupefaction to Arakia turned around, cutting down all the destruction that was supposed to come, while holding up a glowing red sword in their right hand. Pompous, arrogant, crimson eyes convinced that everything in this world would kneel at their feet, the one who hugged their arms as they bounced their ample breasts, with scornful looks that were the embodiment of cruel beauty, a person who he was not supposed to see here. Subaru, ah. Subaru simply gasped at the appearance of an existence that was not supposed to be there. Looking at him, the owner of the beautiful face, the manifestation of the word crimson, snorted. And then? No need to say your name, fool. I shall, however, permit you to say my name. As she said this, she, Priscilla Barriel, had a blood-colored smile on her face. Arc 7, Chapter 25, a reunion akin to scorching blood. There was a girl of crimson, like a vivid, scorching flame, richly scented in blood. Amidst the sudden battlefield, upon the upper levels of City Hall, this violent beauty dominated the desolate scene while holding a radiant treasured sword. With her dazzling orange hair, a luxurious blood-colored dress, and feminine figure, the person grasping that sword was one whose back exuded strength. Subaru, staring at her in exasperation, Subaru's thoughts were stirred into confusion as stood with arms open wide. Momentarily forgetting the pain that coursed through his entire body and the need to breathe, a single word bounced chaotically in his empty head: why? Why was she here? Why had she saved Subaru? Why was she able to face Arakia with such calm? Why? He could not stop wondering why. Overwhelmed by endless questions, Subaru felt like time itself had halted. Then, as if to ridicule the motionless Subaru, the woman of crimson gave a snort and, "Priscilla, what an idiotic visage. Have your eyes been scorched by my nobility?" Subaru, what, do you have eyes in the back of your head? Priscilla, nonsense. Does it appear like I have such a deformity? I can tell a foolish commoner's expression just by their respiration. Still with nary even a glance back, came a proud retort of the woman, of Priscilla Barriel. Whilst gazing at the woman who should not be present, Subaru did not have any words to refute the preposterous notion that she would be capable of knowing his expression just by his breathing. The situation slowly progressed in front of Subaru, who could only be stunned and dumbfounded. Priscilla, well. After taking a short breath, Priscilla looked around as she continued to firmly wield the ornate crimson sword. She recognized that the city hall had been completely transformed by the sudden intruder's rampage. Even accounting for the injured people of Shadrach and the comatose Zika, the only ones who could move, albeit barely, were Subaru, Rem right behind him, and Abel, atop the balcony. And the one who was the cause of all this? Priscilla, Arakia. Arakia, .. Narrowing her crimson eyes, Priscilla focused on the other girl quietly. The one who maintained her silence under such circumstances was the brown-skinned, silver-haired demi-human, the Imperial General First Class, ranked second, Arakia. She had been said to be the second strongest person in the Wallachia Empire. Her abilities had showcased this well. She met Priscilla's gaze, brimming with strong will, head-on, with her red right eye that remained uncovered by her eye patch. Nay, actually, she did not. Arakia, Princess? Until now, Arakia had given the impression of an otherworldly presence, imposing a solid world of her own. However, under Priscilla's stare, that world collapsed in a single beat. Instead, what emerged was intense agitation and equally great joy. Arakia, Princess. HK. The dangerous atmosphere fizzled out, while Arakia uttered those words over and over again, as if to confirm it. Almost as if she were a lost child reunited with their parents, or a small brother and sister trying to regain their bond, one could see the obsession of the weak trying to cling onto the strong. The relationship between Priscilla and Arakia was unknown to the others. Odd as the sight was, Subaru could not figure out the reason why Priscilla would need to come to this place, and could only guess that there was an unusual past between the two. It could be this past relationship had broken Arakia's fighting spirit, who was by far the most dangerous being in this place. Arakia, HK. Lowering the thin tree branch in her grip, Arakia, overcome by emotion, tried to step forward. It seemed as if she were about to jump straight into Priscilla's chest. Perhaps she desired to follow the passion welling up in her heart, and embrace Priscilla. However, Arakia, Prince — Priscilla, silence. But that did not come to pass. A short, fierce command was accompanied by a flash. As Arakia was about to take a step forward, a red glow swept across, just mere centimeters from the toes of her bare feet, and glaring flames flared up to prevent her from advancing further. Arakia, .. At best, the flames contained the power of a bonfire, which went up to her shins. They were not great enough to hamper Arakia's long legs from stepping over them. She easily could, yet despite that, she was unable to move, almost as if she faced an insurmountable wall. As they stood, Priscilla continued to stare coldly at Arakia, whose eyes widened at the unexpected action. Priscilla, Arakia, why do you wish to come to me now? Arakia, what? Priscilla, did you believe that I would be so excited to reunite with you as to welcome you into my arms? If such is the case, I cannot help but be amazed at your optimism. Priscilla's words were tinged with contempt and disgust, completely blocking Arakia from approaching. Arakia must have understood that there was distance between them. Her eye trembled in astonishment, as she desperately attempted to find the best answer to Priscilla's words. But Arakia, Priska Summer. Priscilla, Priska is dead. Have you not changed after all this time, even after obtaining your newfound position? Arakia, HK. Priscilla, how dull. It has been a long time since I have last gazed at the soil of my homeland, but it is difficult to feel anything when it has grown so emaciated. Priscilla was unable to dismiss the fact that she was deeply disappointed. To be honest, he lacked enough understanding of her position in this situation to even begin to guess what Priscilla was thinking. Even so, Subaru knew that her heartless words had shaken Arakia to the core, insofar as making her shed blood. It was a deep wound. One of being disrespected by a person with whom she had formed an important bond. Arakia's eye wavered upon being labeled a disappointment. She could have cowered at the verbal wound, however, instead of faltering, she instead reflected a fierce look from her exposed red eye. Not anger, but a glimmer of determination and resolve. Arakia, I don't care what the princess thinks of me. Even though it's painful. But I've made up my mind. Priscilla, Dash. "Oh, so you have made up your mind? Can you regain my interest then? Try telling me what you have decided." In response to Arakia's quiet appeal, Priscilla threw out a provocative statement, whether she intended to or not. In turn, Arakia looked up and yelled, "I will." As she howled, Arakia flexed her slender knees. "Arakia, I will regain the princess's rightful place in the empire. And to do that." The aim of Arakia's outburst was not directed at Priscilla, who was only half listening. The gaze of her one eye strayed from Priscilla, heading toward Abel, still perched on the balcony as these events unfolded. He became the target of her shifting emotions. "Arakia, you're a liar, Your Excellency, and for that, I shall, tch." Her eye blazing with passionate fury, Arakia's slender body leapt high in the air. Ignoring the barrier of fire between her and Priscilla, she vaulted forward, her destination being Abel on the balcony. Her leaping prowess was extraordinary. However, it was not that surprising, considering she held the title of the second strongest in the empire. The main problem was that, aside from Priscilla, there was nobody who had the means to stop her. "Subaru, shit, Abel's going to." "Priscilla. Priscilla, do not raise such a fuss. Why are you acting so familiar, you foolish commoner? With whose permission did you call me by my name? Subaru, this isn't the time to." "Priscilla," I said, "do not raise a fuss." With her ornate sword lowered in one hand, Priscilla ignored Subaru's pleas. After this threat, which made Priscilla's next actions unreadable, Arakia's form surged like an arrow, approaching Abel in the breathless Subaru's vision. Abel, -- Abel was leaning onto the railing of the half-destroyed balcony, blood pouring from his forehead. He had not displayed any signs of dismay at Priscilla's sudden intrusion, and was still standing firm, regarding Arakia with his intense black eyes. It was a known fact that he was not a particularly skilled fighter. His lone uninjured arm, of course, was not strong enough to take on one of the strongest in the empire. Therefore, Subaru did not know why he refused to fall into despair. Without knowing Subaru, Abel. He knew it was pointless, yet nevertheless he tried to dash toward him, but his legs lost their strength at the first step. Having fallen on his knees, Subaru could only reach out as Arakia approached Abel. The very next moment, a chain of events beyond Subaru's comprehension occurred. Abel, -- Abel stomped hard on the balcony floor, keeping his eyes on the enclosing Arakia. Immediately after doing so, cracks spread further across the half-destroyed balcony, and the place he took as his foothold collapsed instantaneously. Naturally, Abel, being on top of it, fell helplessly, so he thought, but that was not what happened. Abel's body instead remained suspended in midair. His outstretched right hand had grasped the curtain, which hung from the top floor. Abel had hidden a lifeline beneath his hand, that he had up against the railing, and then he had intentionally collapsed the place he was standing on. Perhaps, had the enemy been small fry, the strategy could have been to have them swallowed by the collapse and consequently fall downstairs all at once. However, the opponent was one of the 9 divine generals. Furthermore, she was also ranked second among them. Arakia, what fun! Swinging like a pendulum, Abel held on for dear life to the curtain, as Arakia bared her fangs. Although she had lost the foothold necessary to land after her leap, Arakia's strength came not only from her enhanced physical abilities, but also from her superhuman powers. Her legs flickered like glowing embers, and from her knees down, her body transformed into flames, her posture flexed in midair like that of a missile with jets blowing from her legs. The flames that had immolated my Zelda, the fierce tornado that had blown away the common soldiers, the crude craftwork that had supported a collapsing pillar, the gale that had disarmed Rem, and finally the transformation of a part of her own body into flames. From all these past events, they had become painfully aware of the endless versatility of Arakia's abilities. Arakia, Your Excellency, die. At this rate, a branch with unknown power was going to strike Abel. Hanging from the drape, Abel was unable to maintain his position and spun around. It was unclear if the branch was going to stab him, if it was going to release magic, or if it was going to create some sort of other supernatural effect. It was unknown, yet regardless of what it would do, Abel was going to be shattered into pieces. That certainty alone made the pupils of Subaru's dark eyes narrow with impatience and urgency. And yet... Oh damn, bro. I didn't even know that it was you till I heard your voice just now. Instantly, a figure intervened between the demonic Arakia and the suspended Abel. From beside Rem, who was knocked down, a figure ran over the pillar that Arakia had caught, and threw an attack from the side, aiming for the branch that she held. The strike of the broad blue dragon sword was blocked by the branch, its swing produced by a flick of Arakia's wrist, but the resulting momentum sent her flying. After the person's surprise attack was parried without any difficulty, they let out a dah, and angrily stomped the ground. Shit, my arm hurts. Don't effortlessly parry a strike someone put their all into, it's gonna make them depressed. His whine and waving of his aching arm concluded the chaotic series of events. That person was, once again, outside the scope of Subaru's imagination. It was a man who sported a jet-black helmet, dressed in a bandit-like fashion from the waist down. The man, who looked like a brigand or a thief, was characterized by his missing left arm, while his thick right arm held the blue dragon sword. It was a man he knew. In fact, this was the first person he should have thought of, if Priscilla was here. He was. Subaru, Al? Al, hey, bro. Didn't think I'd run into you on the other side of the border. I'd like to share my thoughts on your attire and this strange reunion. Priscilla's knight, or rather, servant, Al, tilted his head and raised his voice in an out-of-place greeting. He responded to Subaru in the same aloof tone as usual, while prohibiting Arakia's advance, still floating in the air with her legs morphed into flame. In this case, Subaru did not know if he should be more impressed by Al's ability to block Arakia's attack with just one strike, or by the durability of the tree branch which had clashed straight on with the blue dragon's sword and came out unscathed. Al, you can be surprised, man. After all, it wasn't like this was something done in one shot. Arakia, get out of the way. I can't kill His Excellency like this. Al, I've come all this way to interfere, how can I get out of the way now? I can't just stand here and let my head fall off my body. But... Arakia howled in anger, and Al looked at her from the front without hesitation. Arakia's outfit was overly revealing, but Al did not look at her with lewd intentions. His gaze only contained feelings of nostalgia and deep emotion. In fact, Al let out an admiring sigh. Al, Tilda. You've really grown up. I always knew you'd be beautiful. Arakia, who are you? Al, you saying that, it really hurts. Even though we're friends who trusted each other with their lives. When Al called out to her as if she was a familiar face, she raised her eyebrows in suspicion. In order to keep her at a distance, Al kicked up a piece of the broken floor at her slender body. Looking over Al's work, Priscilla called out to him. Priscilla, Al. You know what I desire, I brought you here, not Schult. Do your job. Al, I'm doing it. Do I look like I'm having fun with this cutie? If I'm not careful, I'll be ripped to shreds in 10 seconds, okay? Priscilla, taking a look at the situation, you certainly have not accomplished much. Al, it's better than being ripped to shreds, isn't it? Whoa. Al, whose concentration was disturbed by the impatient remarks of his master, was nearly killed by Arakia's blow. Flying in the air, Arakia circled more freely than a bird, and Al desperately parried the attacks from her branch being launched one after another. Arakia, you're in the way. Al, it really hurts an old man's heart to hear a girl your age say that. Abel continued to hang, and Al continued to protect him. Glaring down at both of them, Arakia's eyes became angrier, and every inch of her body was filled with fighting spirit. Still, the reason she would not unleash the fearsome ranged attack she had initially showed was Subaru, Priscilla. Princess, that was what Arakia had called Priscilla. Priscilla's attitude was nothing but cold and disconnected, but not towards Arakia. That was the only reason as to why she had not created even more destruction. Therefore, if anyone could alter this stalemate, that person would be Priscilla, who kept the floating Arakia in check. Subaru, Priscilla, do not regard me with those clingy eyes, foolish commoner. I may praise you for your feigned good looks, but wishing to utilize them to make me stir would be irreverent. Subaru, HK. Subaru, on his knees, turned around, but Priscilla was far too arrogant to take him seriously. Instead, it was Rem, who had been sheltered by Subaru's back till now, who moved. She pursed her lips, stepping in front of Priscilla with a perilous gait. And then, Rem, please, I beg you. Please, lend us your strength, Priscilla, What an auspicious thing to say. I would state you to be more polite than this foolish commoner. Rem, then. Priscilla, do not get too carried away. And just observe. Already, the provisions to shift the state of affairs are underway. Rem's plea, and the possibility of Priscilla's disapproval, sent a chill down Subaru's spine. However, Priscilla did not lose her temper. Instead, she indicated to the battlefield with a slight turn of her head. Rem followed her gaze with a surprised "eh?" And Subaru followed suit. In that battlefield atop the balcony, were it left unchecked, Abel and Al could be slaughtered by Arakia in seconds. And in fact, the risk of such a thing increased with every passing second. Al, Ga, Au, Gua, Ubar. Arakia danced in the sky with her legs ablaze, and Al managed to block her attacks, though his movements were terribly clumsy and unrefined, resulting in him being repeatedly pushed back with one blow after another. But the succession of miracles would not be everlasting. The damage from the accumulated strikes began to show on Al's body, and as soon as his reaction began to be visibly delayed, his upper body was shaken by a huge blow. With that, Al lost his stance and was defenseless against the next attack, and at that moment, Arakia, HK? Arakia tried to kick the air, yet her body unnaturally swayed, causing her to lose some control. Even to the run-of-the-mill layman, this was no ordinary sort of offensive motion, as demonstrated by the eyes wide in astoundment and choked-out cry of distress. Arakia, All of them had been startled by the change that had afflicted Arakia. The two people who had not been caught off guard were Priscilla, who was looking at the situation leisurely, and the one who had instigated it, who was supposed to be in the middle of a fierce battle. Attack. The order slammed into the air with a mixture of a burning and dusty smell. It had come from Abel, suspended in midair, whose voice was more stern than angry, more ostentatious than arrogant. The man, still hanging from the curtain, shouted at the opportunity that arose in the battle overhead. It was as if he had known this moment would come. Al, you can tell me what happened later. In response to Abel's command, Al flew. In an awkward leap and twist, the blue dragon soared through a parabolic line and mercilessly slammed into the slender body of Arakia, bereft of mercy. No, there was mercy. The wrist holding the blue dragon's sword twisted, and the blunt side, not the blade, headed for Arakia. Priscilla, fool. Perceiving that non-lethal trick, Priscilla curtly remarked. Her eyes, boundlessly arrogant, had correctly foreseen the situation. Arakia, stay back. At the moment of collision, there was a dull sound that made Subaru want to turn his eyes away. Al's powerful blow flew into Arakia just as he had intended, and she took it head-on with her raised left arm. Her elbow snapped in the opposite direction, broken bones pierced her brown skin, and blood sprayed. It was a painful blow, but not a fatal one. Behind his jet-black helmet, there was a low growl from Al, and an indication that his cheeks were surprisingly tense. A moment later, Arakia's thin foot struck him in the neck from the side, sending him crashing to the floor with a fierce impact. His bouncing body was blown away, and went straight out of the collapsed balcony. Al, HK? An ugly scream tailed off, and so, Al's figure disappeared from sight. He was safe, Of course, but now the obstacle between Abel and Arakia had vanished. Arakia extinguished the flames from her legs and planted her feet on the floor. This time, she was going to pluck the life out of Abel's body. Suddenly, a black shadow leapt furiously at Arakia's back. Gra. A shadow blew away the rubble and rushed at Arakia with a fierce yell. It was a being that grasped a large knife in a backhand grip and launched an offensive wielding its hunting instinct. For a moment, the sheer spirit of the shadow's surprise attack almost overwhelmed Subaru's understanding of its true identity. Her tall, well-built body, wounded and burnt black, her black hair dyed red, and the white pattern on her skin indicating her as one of the people of Shadrach, Subaru then shouted. "Subaru, my Zelda-san. My Zelda, cha-ah." Without answering Subaru's call, my Zelda continued to roar as if she was spitting up blood. My Zelda had been the victim of the first strike from Arakia's intrusion. And with her whole body still in a pitiful state due to the burns it had sustained, she continued to attack as if burning away her very own life. The relentless blade she wielded was aimed at Arakia's vitals. Unlike Al, my Zelda had no mercy or compassion to give to her prey at the last minute. Seeing the way she fought, Subaru belatedly realized that she was the target of Abel's order from before. Abel had foreseen Arakia's slump, and inspired the dying my Zelda to fight harder. Subaru could not imagine how much thought had gone into performing this divine calculation, under such sudden and seemingly unrecoverable circumstances. But still, this extra step was not enough. My Zelda, .. Despite my Zelda's struggle, she still remained in bad shape, and Arakia's expert ability would easily be able to deal with her. Frowning in annoyance, Arakia easily blocked many of my Zelda's attacks with some rough swings of her branch, while the latter burnt through the dying drops of her life. No longer was there any point in mentioning the strength of that branch. The impact of the cleaving branch drove my Zelda's knife out of her hand, and a moment later, the branch was thrust into my Zelda's unarmored torso. Her well-developed abs of steel were pierced with a sickening sound, without much resistance. It bored through my Zelda's body, shredding vital internal organs and forcing the mighty Amazoness's body nearer towards death. Arakia, now, finally. My Zelda, where are you looking? It happened the moment when Arakia's attention shifted from the interloper she thought she had eliminated. My Zelda's eyes glistened as she froze in place, blood bubbling at the corners of her mouth. She gave a fierce smile, red blood staining her white teeth, and grabbed Arakia's right hand that held the branch with both of hers. She gripped it more and more tightly, then made herself immobile. My Zelda, .. The moment of stagnation that was created was, or was to be, the final opportunity. But there was no one on their side, including Subaru, who could take advantage of the moment created by Abel's wisdom and my Zelda's dedication. The people of Shadrach, led by the struggling chieftain, had yet to recover from that last raging storm, and neither had Subaru, who could barely stay conscious. Even Rem, who had broken off a pillar, was unable to reach the two due to her weak legs. Without everyone working as one, the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity was lost. However, Priscilla, you may hold your head aloft, Oni girl. It was your plea that brought about this swing of mine. However, even though Subaru's allies was incapable to reach out, that was not the same for the third force on the battlefield. Priscilla, Priscilla, who had a bird's-eye view of the battle, closed the distance with a single step and aimed for Arakia's unprotected back. For a moment, Arakia was aware of the presence behind her and moved to engage it. She wanted to throw my Zelda's tall body, which was grabbing her arm, and slam it into the enemy behind her. But she could not do that. She could not do it, because she could see who that presence belonged to. Arakia, Prin. Arakia, who had been unable to break her obsession with Priscilla from beginning to end, was struck by a flash of the crimson sword. With a bang, her gushing blood was incinerated by the flames, and Arakia's body shook terribly. Priscilla, I did tell you, Arakia, that you should have prepared your resolve for the time you met me next. A promise made in the past, the true meaning of which no one else had the right to intrude on. The only thing they knew was that Priscilla's merciless blow was the answer to that promise, and also the answer to Arakia's unbreakable longing. Arakia, Arakia's body collapsed on the floor as the treasured crimson sword collided with her back. Myzelda, who had grabbed her arm and was blocking her movement, was also caught up in it. The two of them fell in a tangle, throwing their arms and legs out like sluggish ragdolls. Myzelda, The situation, which had been moving at a dizzying pace, as the air that seemed to be stirred endlessly with swords and flames, was suddenly engulfed in silence. Subaru felt as if time had stood still. It was as if the mere movement of one breath or one step would ruin everything, and it would all fall apart like a dream. Rem, Myzelda-san. It was Rem's tense voice that shattered the stillness of that moment. With faltering arms, she crawled across the floor and hurried to Myzelda, who was lying folded up against Arakia. Myzelda's whole body had been scorched all over, blown away by a gale of wind, and even pierced through the stomach. Rem, kneeling beside her, gasped, and with a desperate expression, placed her hands on Myzelda's body and tried to hold her together with a pale light of healing magic. Abel, is this really the situation to be gawking? Give me a hand. Subaru, ah. Abel's voice reached Subaru's ears, stunned immobile after seeing Rem in action. Abel was still unable to climb up from his suspended position. Shaking his head, Subaru hurried towards the former balcony and looked down at the empty space below them. Abel, hanging by his right arm with a curtain wrapped around him, pierced Subaru with his eyes. Abel, you survived. You really have the luck of the devil, do you not? Subaru, looks like you've got plenty of bark left in that hateful mouth of yours. Subaru's cheeks twisted at Abel's inability to stop talking, then he grabbed the curtain and pulled him up. To be honest, if Subaru was a mess, then so was Abel, being drawn up. The former wished to stretch his limbs out and let go of his consciousness right now, but he could not do that. Subaru, it's not just Myzelda-san. A large number of injured people had fallen victim to Arakia's rampage. In an environment where those who could use healing magic were rare, non-magical first aid was necessary. There was no time to pass out. To fall here would be to allow oneself to be lost. That should not be allowed to happen. For that reason. Subaru, hurry up and get up here. Clenching his molars, he pulled the curtain and grabbed Abel's hand once he came within reach. Relying on the feeling of Abel's tight grip, he managed to pull the man who was taller than him up. Abel, upon his return to solid ground, gasped slightly before Subaru fell on his ass. Abel, that was a great deed. I commend you. Subaru, shut up. Rejecting the praise that did not show a shred of sincerity, Subaru clucked his tongue softly. As it was, he was about to get up to start carrying out the other wounded. Priscilla, do not move on your own, foolish commoner. Who do you take as ruler of this place? Subaru, Subaru, who was on his buttocks, and Abel, who was on his knees, closed their mouths in unison. What intimidated them without a word, with her arms crossed as to emphasize her voluptuous chest, were those crimson beauties, Priscilla's eyes and voice. They were acquaintances, not strangers. But if one asked him if they had a good relationship, he would hesitate to nod in assent. This was not only because they belonged to opposing camps in the royal selection, but also because of Priscilla's temperament. Pompous and uncompromising, Priscilla could be a powerful ally were she willing to cooperate, and an unpredictable bomb if she was not. In the Battle of the Watergate city of Pristella, she had been a reliable ally. On the other hand, what about this time? Was it okay to consider her as an ally after she lent a hand fighting off Arakia? In any case. Abel, while I resent it, you are the one in control of this situation, Prisca Benedict. In place of Subaru, rendered immobile and mute, it was Abel who opened his mouth in place of Subaru. With one knee on the floor, Abel called Priscilla by a different name, and it sounded like the one Arakia had said before collapsing. Priscilla gave a tiny snort at being called that. Priscilla, unfortunately, Prisca Benedict was defeated in battle and died in vain. How could one who is beneath the grave speak like this? Abel, I see. Then who are you, and what do you call yourself? Priscilla, Priscilla Bariel. That is my name. You shall do well to remember it, Vincent Abelix. Priscilla's and Abel's gazes met as she answered his question in a dignified manner. A storm of pressured glances, like either fire or lightning, passed between them. Subaru, standing beside them, was caught in the middle and had to turn his head slightly to avoid being blown away. Priscilla, who knew Abel's name, and Abel, who called Priscilla by a different name. Subaru gulped quietly, foreseeing the alarming relationship between the two. Such a brutal atmosphere. Al, hey, can anyone help me out here? I'm almost at the end of my rope. The only sound in the air was Al's pathetic plea for help, as he hung from a crystal light fixture below the balcony's edge. Arc 7, Chapter 26, A Dancing Round Table Conference. Reflect on. In any case. Subaru, you can get in, but you can't get out. And the reason for that is. Al, oh, come on, I don't gotta tell you that. It means that there are people who don't want a situation where a certain someone could easily leave the country. Subaru, dash. Does that mean you know Abel's true identity too? In response to Al's comment, Subaru naturally arrived at that conclusion. He'd heard before that the Walachian Empire had strict border control, but if the emigration ban was being strengthened under the conditions that Al mentioned, then the reason for that was none other than the existence of Abel, no, the existence of the Emperor of Wallachia, Vincent Wallachia. In order to prevent Abel, who had been ousted from the Emperor's seat and was now on the run, from escaping to another country, border security was being tightened. All that meant was that in order for Subaru and the others to return to the kingdom of Lagunica, they would need to overcome some major obstacles. Subaru, Al, if you have more information than we do. Al, oops, I'll have to keep my mouth shut about this. I don't want the princess to get mad at me for blabbering about unnecessary things. If there's something you want to talk about, talk to the princess. However, he put his right hand on the metal clasp of his helmet, and a moment later, it made a gentle click. He then continued. Al, I can't guarantee that the princess'll be honest about it, though, can I? Al, Princess, I'm back. How's the discussion going over there? Priscilla, how is it going, you ask? We are not getting anywhere. I have been listening to everyone that has woken up, one by one. Al, who waved his hand in an easygoing manner, had only been asking about the progress. Meanwhile, Priscilla replied back to him by resting her chin in her hands. The upper part of the building had been destroyed during Arakia's attack, but the foundation remained strong, and fortunately, the contents of the city hall were still intact. Thanks to this, they were able to use the conference hall for important discussions with no relocation necessary. Abel and Priscilla sat on opposite sides of a large round table. In addition, Zika and his imperial soldiers, as well as Kuna and the people of Shadrach, were present. All of them possessed relatively mild injuries, and if Priscilla's words were true, they had probably already been questioned. Kuna, yo, you okay, Natsumi? Subaru, Kuna, I'm glad you're awake. Are you hurt? Kuna, Holly's big frame came in handy. To be honest, I don't feel comfortable in this place, so I want to get the hell out. Subaru noticed Kuna's pained face as he joined them at the round table. Directing his eyes towards the rest of the Shadrach, Subaru could guess the reason for Kuna's bitter face. In a nutshell, she was the one representing all Shadrachians in the current moment. Kuna, Tarata can't leave the chieftain's side and there's no point in letting Holly do the talking. But why put me in this role? Subaru, no, you're attentive and keep a level head, so I think you're the right person for this job. So, how are the discussions going? Kuna, well, I think we've got a pretty good idea of what's going on. I believe we're about to start the so-called discussion. Kuna answered while shrugging her shoulders, and Subaru nodded saying I see. Soon after, he was at a loss as to where he should be in the room. In the first place, Subaru's position in this group wasn't very clear. Although he had been the one to plan the operation for the fall of Garel, because of Arakia and Priscilla's intrusion it would be difficult for him to say he had been successful. Miss Natsumi, if you are in trouble, how about you sit next to me? And so, Zika stood quickly and pulled a chair out in front of Subaru, who had been lost in thought. Small and stocky, Zika looked at Subaru and smiled like a gentleman. At his grin, Subaru pointed to himself. Subaru, I'm sure you've noticed this already, but you know I'm just cross-dressing, right? Zika, if you are posing as a woman, then I am also posing as a man. My idea of a man is to behave like a gentleman with a woman, regardless of who is posing as what. Subaru, so this is the womanizer. Instead of using womanizer as a derogatory term, womanizer was used as a term of respect that had a different idea behind it. Subaru was embarrassed to be dressed in women's clothing, but he took Zika's advice and proceeded to sit down in the chair that had been pulled out for him. Complimenting that, Subaru gave Zika a pardon me, as he took his seat. Subaru, also, thank you for protecting me upstairs, I would have been in danger if Zika-san hadn't protected me. Zika, no, it was just a matter of my body moving in the spur of the moment. I do not know if I could repeat that feat next time. I am the coward, after all. Upon hearing Subaru's thank you, Zika proudly referred to himself as the coward. This was because the Imperial General Second Class, Zika, had been remembered this way by the Emperor to whom he had sworn allegiance. And Abel, the aforementioned Emperor who was held in such high esteem by the worthy Zika. Abel, the fortress city of Garel has fallen, and the commander of the garrison troops, General Second Class Zika Osman, has shifted to our side, complementing the forces of the people of Shudrak of Budim Jungle. Priscilla, that is surely not enough. While I have heard of the bravery of the people of Shudrak, we are still far too weak to take the empire on. Abel, no doubt. Priscilla, where are your men? Priscilla, I do not have my private army in the empire. Aside from that, the only people I could call my army include that clown in the iron helmet, a drunken swordsman, and a pipsqueak whose only qualification is his cute face. Abel, while Subaru was in the room talking with Kuna, Abel and Priscilla were having their own discussion. The two of them looked at each other thoughtfully as they gauged the other's strength and circumstances, but Subaru intervened with a wait a minute. He had been pushed around completely and wished to not be left behind again. Priscilla, what is the matter, foolish commoner? You are still present? Subaru, I'm here, and I can't believe I'm saying this, but it's a hell of a thing that you can look at me without being impressed. The last time she saw me like this, Biko had nightmares for a good while. Priscilla, I believe I had already given you a compliment concerning your attire. Surely you do not believe you shall receive a reward for pulling Al up with a dirty cloth? Subaru, I'm not expecting anything. No, I kind of am. I'm hoping that you'll at least listen to me a little bit. Priscilla's eyes narrowed at Subaru, who was leaning forward with his hands on the round table. She looked as if she was trying to judge him, but Subaru was not afraid. Unlike before, Kuna and Zika were here as well. That said, though, he felt like he made for a pathetic bulwark. Subaru, anyway, why are you even here? I can't get anywhere asking Al. Let's hear it clearly from your mouth. Priscilla, that is an annoying question. I am here to speak with that guy, Vincent Abellux. Subaru, Jutting her chin in his direction, Priscilla replied as if this was something obvious. In response, Abel, who sat comfortably with crossed arms, closed one of his sable eyes, while the other swirled with complicated emotions. It was a bewildering look that could be of joy, anger, sorrow, pleasure, or something else, something inexplicable that unaffiliated to any of those feelings. Subaru, talk to Abel? But how did you know where Abel was? Priscilla, the throne of the Emperor, in the imperial capital of Lupagana, has a device that allows them to teleport elsewhere. Should they sense any potential political change, they may escape to the east through it. To the tomb where emperors have been buried for generations. Subaru, the emperor's graveyard? Priscilla, that is where that mechanism would take him. I believe I am correct, Vincent. No, it is more convenient to call you Abel, presently. Priscilla's eyes blazed red as she turned the conversation away from Subaru to Abel. Exhaling under her burning gaze, Abel nodded. Abel, yes, call me Abel, right now. At least, I am not qualified to call myself emperor now that the throne has been taken from me. Priscilla, exceptional, law-abiding, and foolishly honest. In any case, you think too softly. It appears that during your time sitting on the emperor's throne, you have forgotten how to stand up. Abel, gaze upon me, and tell me I have forgotten how to stand up. Priscilla's unrelenting taunting did not deter Abel's swarthiness. At that moment, their gazes clashed feverishly, and the air in the conference room even smelled of rising heat. As it was, it seemed inevitable that the discussion would break down and fire would rage. Well, calm down, both of you. There's nothing to be gained by getting into trouble, right? However, there was a man who had the audacity needed to poke at a powder keg on the verge of explosion while puffing on a cigarette. It was Al who easily stepped into the uncomfortable atmosphere with what must have been a wry smile. Instead of sitting down, he remained standing, under the combined smoldering glares of both Abel and Priscilla. Al, even though the princess acts like this, she's got her cute sides too. As soon as she found out that she had to rush extra fast to Garrel, she spurred her flying dragon at full speed, almost enough to exhaust him. That's how much she was looking forward to seeing you. Quoi? Priscilla, such foolishness. Al went behind Priscilla as he spoke and tried to defend her humanity, but his master did not take his thoughts to heart and slammed her fan into his stomach with fierce force. Al yelped and fell to one knee on the spot, his body bent into a crooked shape. Priscilla, to presume to speak for what I feel is of hubris to the extreme. When did you become so full of yourself? Know your place, clown. Al, the fact that you're running out of patience is proof enough. But you're really here to help, ain't you? Priscilla, .. Priscilla's crimson eyes narrowed as she revealed her displeasure at Al's words. But the fact that she did not explicitly deny it in words was a sign that Al's words had been right on the mark. Subaru, Priscilla came to help Abel? It seemed so unreal that Subaru was unable to shake the feeling of discomfort. Of course, looking at the results alone, there could not be any doubt that Priscilla had already helped Abel, Subaru and the others. However, her nature, as Subaru knew it, prevented him from being convinced. Was fighting to protect someone, even if it had the benefit of defeating an enemy not of her liking, really logic that applied for the person known as Priscilla Barriel? Priscilla, you have a gleam in your eyes that suggests unpleasant thoughts. Do you wish them to be gouged, foolish commoner? Subaru, don't look people in the eye and tell them something so scary. To be honest, I'm not sure how much I believe you. Priscilla, in any case, Abel, I understand that you reached the east using the mechanism on the throne. If that is the case, were you expecting me to join up with the people of Shudrak and come to the fortress city? Subaru, expecting to be here? While Priscilla was admittedly exceptionally perceptive, Subaru found it difficult to fathom the circumstances that Abel had so readily accepted. Certainly, the given conditions seemed to satisfy the speculation though. Al, don't get it wrong, bro. The smart guys here are convinced. If we keep it together here, we can avoid trouble we don't want to deal with. Subaru, and you're okay with that? Al, good or bad, we'll just have to suck it up. Even if you try to fight, you'll lose. Because me and the princess are gonna win anyway. Subaru, oh. Al, still on his knees, slid up to Subaru and declared so with a whisper. To be honest, it was surprising for Subaru to hear Al assure him that they would win. Originally, Al had a tendency to draw an arbitrary line in regards to what was around him, rather than being humble. In fact, the other knights of royal candidates were all renowned and talented, and neither Subaru nor Al were special enough to be overconfident among them. This was why Subaru felt a certain amount of sympathy for Al. That was why his assertion here was so surprising to Subaru. Even though he seemed to be unchanging and unconcerned, change was coming. This was because of his master-servant relationship with Priscilla and the accompanying battle of the royal selection. Al, but I can only speak highly of those who have a chance of winning, even if it's only by 100 millionth of a percent. In that respect, this Arakia girl was in a class of her own. I couldn't see any way to win. Subaru, I see, the 9 divine generals are the strongest members of the empire. You could say they're kinda like Reinhardt and Julius in the kingdom of Lagunica. If one were to select the strongest members within the kingdom of Lagunica, they would probably find that most of them would be knights. Reinhardt and Julius dispensed being mentioned, Marcos, the captain of the royal guard, and Roswell, the head magician of the court, could likewise be included. Subaru would also like to add Wilhelm and Garfield to the list, and have an all-star lineup to face the 9 divine generals. Subaru, no, that's not important. No matter how many times you speak of the 9 divine generals, it's hard to believe that someone would be able to match Reinhardt. Abel, I am afraid that is not so. Subaru, what? When Subaru tried to gauge the strength of the 9 divine generals as the most important opponent to be wary of, Abel said something that made him doubt his ears. What did he just say? That there's a being that can rival Reinhardt? Subaru, are you saying that there are other bug characters like Reinhardt? Zika, I'm not familiar with this vocabulary, but if you mean comparable, I will have to agree. The 9 divine generals have a first, above Arakia. Subaru, the first of the 9 divine generals is? Zika, Cecilus segment. Next to Subaru, who opened his mouth with a gulp, Zika quietly said those 2 words. Subaru understood that it was a person's name, and that it was the name of the first rank in question. The person with that name was the strongest of the empire, the pride of Wallachia, an overpowered character. Abel, the Blue Lightning of Wallachia, as he is called, is a swordsman of the highest class, ranked alongside the Sword Saint of Lagunica, the Admirer of Kararagai, and the Mad Prince of Gusteko. Subaru, I remember hearing that nickname before. So you're serious? Abel, if you were to antagonize him, you would lose your head in the blink of an eye. That is the kind of man he is. Abel, who had his arms crossed, nodded in response to Subaru's question, as his cheeks tightened. In this situation, there was no reason for Abel or Zika to tell a lie or a joke. In other words, what they had spoken must be the simple truth. Cecilus segment, the strongest man in the empire, who was as skilled as Reinhardt. Subaru felt a chill run down his spine as he wondered just how dangerous and fierce this superclass swordsman was. It was a battle of vast differences in strength. Being both outnumbered and outclassed in quality, how could they possibly hope to win? Al, however, if you think about it that way, there's still some hope. The fact that I could beat Lil Miss Arakia, ranked second, here, was a big win for us. Subaru, Al. Despite the heavy mood of Subaru and the others, Al said this with a cheerful voice. It was a very optimistic opinion, however it was also a reality that the others could not get on board as easily. However, taking in Al's spirit, Subaru exhaled, that's right. If they only considered the negative side of things, they would not be able to make any progress. In fact, Subaru and his team had been able to conquer the fortress city with minimal damage. They had even managed to add Priscilla and Al as reinforcements, although it was hard to state whether they were friend or foe. He was sure Rem would do her best to heal the injured Shadrakians, and Myzelda would return to the front lines. They could expect to see more of her relaxed, stoic demeanor, and all-around combat ability. Henceforth. Subaru, Al's right. It's great that we were able to defeat one of the 9 divine generals. And a pretty highly ranked one at that. I'm sure she's got some information, considering her position. Al, yeah, you could say that. That's brilliant, bro. Information's more valuable than gold during a war. Since she was left alive, let's hear what she has to say. Subaru, Right. She might have a lead. Subaru forced himself to get in the mood, and Al matched him. At that rate, the subject of the conversation changed toward the acquisition of information from Arakia, who had been successfully captured alive. Wait, Subaru and Iron Mask, I'm going to have to disagree with you on that. But then Kuna, who was participating as the representative of Shudrak, intervened. As Subaru and Al turned around, Kuna stroked her own green-dyed hair, and said, "Kuna, that woman is dangerous. You never know what she'll do if she sees an opening. It's definitely better to kill her as soon as possible." Subaru, I understand that, but that's too short-sighted. Killing her is not. Kuna, the chieftain ended up badly hurt already. I don't care what Subaru says, we and the others need to execute her. Kuna mentioned Arakia's execution up front, and glared at Subaru with stubborn insistence. When she pointed out Myzelda's condition, Subaru had no choice but to keep his mouth shut. Her safety had been left to Rem, but even if her wounds healed, the fact that she had been injured would not disappear. If the Shudrakians found that unforgivable, then Arakia would have to pay the price. Subaru, .. While searching for a response to Kuna, Subaru glanced at Priscilla. He wanted to see what kind of reaction Priscilla would have to Kuna's insistence on executing Arakia, as she seemed to have an unusual relationship with her. However, Priscilla, I have already decided on my attitude towards Arakia. First and foremost, it was me who slashed down the back of that thing. Are those black eyes on your face merely decoration? Subaru, Gah. Priscilla, I possess no intention to say anything for the sake of Arakia. If her fate ends here, it will be part of Arakia's own path. Although it would be a shame. Subaru, I don't understand you at all. Subaru shook his head at Priscilla, who spoke simply as she weighed the value of Arakia's life. At the end of the day, their relationship seemed to be sour, but judging by Arakia's attitude, it could have been intimate. Yet, Priscilla's attitude was terribly disconnected. As an outsider, Subaru had no idea what their relationship was like. Subaru, but if you die, it's all over, life doesn't come back. Priscilla, you dare to teach the value of life to me? Do you believe that I can misjudge the value of another's life? Subaru, . You're not omnipotent. Even you can make mistakes. Directly facing Priscilla, Subaru answered without a pause. As soon as he said that, the air in the room became tense. Kuna and Zika gasped, while Al could be seen putting his hand on the forehead of Helmet. Subaru, too, was aware that he had said something foolish in a spur-of-the-moment manner. Only after speaking those words, did he realize that it was a pattern that would likely end up with him losing his life by incurring Priscilla's displeasure with those words. The next moment, he might be beheaded by that shining crimson sword. But even so. Subaru, I'm not wrong. Even you can be wrong. Again and again, Subaru repeated the statement that could cost him his life. A moment later, in front of Subaru, Priscilla's eyes narrowed with a cold glare, and then, the scorching death that would make Subaru pay for his indiscretion. Priscilla, even I can err, yes. It is a spiteful thing, really. Never came. Subaru, A. Subaru's eyes widened in surprise, and he exhaled his clenched lungs. Taking one look at Subaru, Priscilla opened her fan noisily and directed her gaze past Subaru, its aim Kuna. Priscilla, before we cut off that thing's head, it would be best to find a use for it. Kuna, what, are you trying to tell us what to do? You're an outsider. Priscilla, if you wish to ignore my advice, do it. Withdrawing her opinion, Priscilla's gaze stroked over Kuna's slender body as if it were attempting to burn her. Hugging herself involuntarily, Kuna ended up naturally demonstrating the pressure that could be felt from that gaze. Unfortunately, Priscilla and Kuna were at different levels. Al, honestly, I was a bit anxious. But now we're all on the same page. As if to break the tense atmosphere, Al struck the round table with his hand with force. Having thus attracted everyone's attention, he looked at Subaru through his steel helmet and Al, it's good news that you didn't die, bro, but it's also good news that the world didn't lose that Uruguay girl. That said, when she wakes up, we'll talk. Question mark, big problem tilde. Al was just about to summarize their opinions of what to do with Arakia, when he heard the sound of hurried and panicked footsteps. It was Holly, her large body twisting around the entrance of the room, as she burst inside the conference hall with a flurry of footsteps and a panicked voice. Her body and breath bounced as she drew everyone's attention, and there were words. Those were, Holly, a couple of Imperial soldiers got in, and the Divine General we captured has escaped tilde. Arc 7, Chapter 27, The Haves and the Have-Nots. Seen in his wartime experience, but other than that, he was so direct and unsophisticated that Todd thought him to be a man unknowing of what thinking was supposed to be. Jamal, it can't be helped if you're a coward. I guess Katya wasn't a good judge of character. I'm gonna rescue the General first class. She's got a nice ass. Todd, wait, I'm coming with you. Jamal, oh? Don't tell me, you're not satisfied with Katya's ass. Todd, I had no intention of going along with your suicidal mission, but if it isn't one, then it becomes a different story. Not dealing with the disgraceful allegations, Todd sealed Jamal's mouth with his palm. Forcing him to shut up, Todd assembled a schedule of actions that followed the change of plans in his mind. It was not in Todd's nature to do things in the spur of the moment in the first place. Sadly, however, the more time he spent with Jamal, the more experience he gained in the field of improvisation. If Jamal was going to die an honorable death on his own to retake the city hall, he would have left him alone. But if his goal was to retake Arakia, that was a different story. Todd, the situation in City Hall was slowly clearing up. The only things to watch out for were Natsumi and the Red Woman. It would be suicide to take action in their presence. However, it did not mean that their enemy had been able to resolve the situation unscathed either. If they forgot to maintain vigilance, there would be an opportunity to take advantage of. Jamal, I'm gonna go in and make a scene. If we take advantage of that opportunity and rescue the General first class. Todd, I was impressed earlier, but that's all gone now. There are two people we need to be wary of. You must avoid doing anything around them. What? There's no need to worry. Todd's lips loosened as he looked at Jamal from the gap between his fingers, as he chided him for this barbaric distraction. He poked his white canine tooth with the tip of his tongue and smirked. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Arakia being taken, even though she was dying. If she was not dead, there was a way to get her out. It was easy to sneak into the city hall. After all, it was where they had been headquartered, even if it had been for a short time. Todd usually had a habit of grasping the geography and layout of any place he stopped by even once. He did not feel safe unless he had an idea of where to run or hide. That was why, after the camp in the Budim jungle had been burnt down and he entered Garrel, he visited every part of the city, including City Hall, and constructed a mental map. He knew where to kill unnoticed, and where to hide to avoid detection. No matter where and what kind of threats they would encounter, he always had a way to murder, and a way to escape. Todd, 5. As he snuck inside the city hall, he crushed a few watchmen here and there. Standing guard were not the Imperial soldiers nor the people of Shudrak, rather, that task went to guards of the local government that had been conducting the security of the city. They had been called in as soldiers by the disturbing elements who had caused the city to fall, though no longer could the fence-sitters they'd used be called a fine rebel army. Jamal, I ain't gonna show you any mercy at all. Jamal spat in annoyance as he snapped a sentinel's neck backward in a two-handed grip. Jamal was prouder of being an Imperial soldier than of being Imperial nobility. His anger towards the guards cooperating with the rebels that were fighting against the Empire was immeasurable. They had been cooperating with the Imperial soldiers before the fall of the city, so it was understandable that he would be angry at how quickly they had changed their tune. Todd, well, that's not a way of thinking I have. He only killed them because he had to, and if it were not required, he would not have done so. They could not be blamed for switching sides so quickly if they were just following the stronger side to survive. Of course, they had to pay for their wrong decision with their life. So, the pair made up of Jamal and himself proceeded to their destination while eliminating the guards in their path. There was a prison in the basement of the city hall, and it was customary for criminals awaiting trial by the city mayor to be placed there. It was highly likely that Arakia, having been taken prisoner, would likewise be held captive there. Naturally, an iron cell was no better than a cage made of sugar against someone from the 9 divine generals, but even so, they could not just be giving all the hospitality of a guest room. Todd might have done the same as well. Jamal, there she is, the general first class. In the underground space downstairs, several cells were placed on both sides of the hall. The lesser criminals were placed in order from the front, while the most dangerous ones were securely at the far end. Naturally, the cell at the far end, where Arakia was kept, was heavily guarded. Unlike before, the person standing in front of it was not a guard, but a Shadrakian woman. She was a large woman with yellow-dyed hair, and he could tell with just a glance that she was very skilled. In addition, due to the layout, it was impossible to reach Arakia's cell without being detected by the woman. In other words, Jamal, I guess that's the end of our little sneaking around. Todd, why do you look so happy? It was hard to understand Jamal's happy attitude when an inevitable battle was imminent. Todd's desire was to avoid killing, and he did not want to fight if he could help it. If both were inevitable, he would choose the easier and less dangerous way. Yet Jamal looked as if he enjoyed jumping into danger. He was probably thinking that the more dangerous it was, the more blood he would shed, and the more loyalty he would show to the Empire. Jamal, it's obvious, ain't it? Fight like an Imperial soldier and win the war. Only then can I be proud to say that I'm an Imperial soldier. Todd, Jamal, oi, what are you surprised about? Todd, no, it was almost exactly what I thought it'd be. It was rare to find a person whose words and deeds were so consistent. Jamal looked uncomfortable at Todd's answer, but quickly shook his head. Then he traced his fingers through his stubble and snorted. Jamal, well then, you're the one who's having second thoughts, ain't you? Todd, I can't go along with a suicide mission. If it's not that, I'll think about it. So I'm not having second thoughts. Jamal, you were trying to escape, but you didn't. Todd, I decided to bring back a souvenir while on the run. The plan hasn't changed. Jamal, you say this, and you say that. HK. Jamal gritted his teeth angrily, his eye bloodshot. With that look on his face, Todd detached his attention from him and focused on the target at hand. The woman standing guard was thick, and her limbs were protected by a reasonable amount of flesh. Given a Shadrakian's athletic ability, even Todd's axe might not be able to dice even one of her limbs. Inevitably, then, the sweet spot would be from the neck up. There were options of smashing her head, decapitating her, or splitting her face, but Jamal, this is where I come in, ain't it? With that, Jamal foolishly stepped forward. Todd wondered for a moment if he should call him off, but in the end he said nothing. In fact, the best move would be to push Jamal into action, get her attention, and then proceed from there. It would save a lot of time and trouble, and if he was willing to do it, there was no need to discourage him. Holly, who are you, Tilda? Jamal, do I gotta answer that? You people have defiled the sword wolf of the Volakian Empire. Don't you dare think you've won in a battlefield I wasn't in. Holly, a strange guy's here, Tilda. Looking at Jamal, who had advanced into the hall, the Shadrakian woman held a large spear at her side. On the other hand, Jamal, who was facing her, drew his twin swords and danced with a maniacal smile on his face. Jamal had his fair share of problems, but his abilities were renowned. At the very least, as long as his opponent was a single member of the Shadrak, he would not fall short. Jamal, take this. And this. And this. Holly, HK. You're a strong guy, Tilda. The raging twin swords slashed toward the Shadrakian woman countless times while Jamal barked in a loud voice. The woman sidestepped them with her spear handling, but she was on the defensive. She must be someone with a certain level of skill to keep an eye on Arakia. However, it seemed she had not expected anyone to show up to retake their prisoner as soon as she was placed in confinement. Additionally, the lack of reliable troops was also a critical flaw for the rebels. Todd, nevertheless, they're not useful assets at the moment. Moistening his lips with his tongue, Todd leapt out from behind Jamal and jumped straight toward the cell, passing by the two of them as they fiercely clashed weapons, sparks flying. Holly, his comrade. Kaya. Jamal, do you have time to look around? With the assistance of an unusually witty Jamal, Todd slammed his axe into the lock of the cell with all his might. There was no time to look for the key. He could not destroy the cell, but he could at least break the lock. There was a dull sound and a stiff response, as the tip of the axe cracked loudly. But instead, the lock of the cell broke with a flourish, and Todd jumped in past the creaking door. Todd, General First Class Arakia. Inside the cell, a girl lay face down upon a simple bed. Even if they belonged to the same imperial army, a mere soldier would not have many opportunities to meet a general. Even a general third class was a commander of an army. A general second class, let alone a general first class, would be something from above the clouds. Therefore, this was the first time that Todd had seen one of the generals first class, one of the 9 divine generals, up close. Arakia, .. The reason why the unconscious Arakia was lying on her face was because of the slash she had sustained on her back, covered with a painful scar which had been scorched shut on top of that. The wound had been cauterized at the same time it had been received, becoming a horrible scar. If she had not been injured by a scorching blade, she would not have gotten this kind of wound. Todd, that red woman, what did she? That woman was no ordinary person, and the power of that ornate sword she held was also extraordinary. There were no further details, and Arakia did not answer when called. So Todd had no choice but to pick up Arakia's body, then running straight out of the cell. Todd, I got her. Jamal, let's go. Holly, I'm not going to let you. Ouch. Jamal, that's why. Looking away again. Don't you dare. Nee, HK. The Shadrakian woman's mind was momentarily distracted as Arakia was taken away. In a moment, Jamal jumped at the woman like a flash with his twin swords. She immediately held her large spear vertically to prevent it, but the impact ripped the spear from the woman's grasp, and Jamal's backward kick pierced her unguarded torso as he sprung up. The woman let out a small scream as her body slammed into the wall of the prison, her head hit the ground with force, and she fell motionlessly limp. Looking over at her, Todd was about to order Jamal to finish her, but... Todd, hey, there's a commotion upstairs. Did they find the body of the guard? Jamal, TCH, we can't stay around. The general first class is... Todd, she's unconscious, but not dead. That should be enough. Answering Jamal's question in a straightforward manner, Todd ran out of the dungeon. Jamal, who was ahead of him, was in charge of clearing the way for Todd, who easily overtook him. Who in the world? Quoi? Jamal, out of the way, you dim-witted bastards. The guard who looked into the basement was blown away by a slash, and Todd ran through the city hall behind Jamal as they became increasingly alert. Unfortunately, he did not have the leisure of caring for Arakia's body as he carried her. If she was one of the 9 divine generals, her body would probably be strong enough. He just had to trust his endurance and run. Jamal, we're outside. Where are we going? Todd, main gates closed. Follow me. Stitching their way through the dark and tumultuous night of the city, Todd jumped into the back alleys with Jamal. He made full use of the narrow streets and side roads to mislead the enemies tracking their whereabouts. The battle had just ended, the chaos was still raging, and there were at least 300 identically dressed Imperial soldiers in the city. It would be difficult to tell them apart. All that was left was Todd, HK. The moment he heard the sound of wind, a blade swung right behind Todd. He turned around, and there stuck just right below his feet was a single, thick, large arrow. Someone had cut it down. It had been aimed at Todd, carrying insane momentum, and Jamal had been the one to swiftly deal with it. That had been a precise shot, aimed at the two who were running and hiding in the city. It was, beyond the shadow of doubt, the same archer who had shot Todd in the torso a few days prior. They were being observed. If that were the case, they could not move carelessly. If they left the alley, that would make them an easy target, and Todd, with Arakia in tow, would have difficulty moving with agility. Even if they tried to kill the archer, the enemy was located at the city hall, and there would be no option but to return there for the third time. So, should they abandon Arakia and flee? That would be the way most likely to save themselves, but if that was the case, they would not know what they were risking their lives for to begin with. In light of the current situation, he searched for an optimal way to take action, and the one that would yield the most results was Todd, Jamal, you know we're being targeted. Jamal, yeah, they're a pain in the ass. They're too far away for me to kill them, but if we don't, they'll just shoot at us one way or another. What should we do? Todd, then, there's only one way. Jamal narrowed his single eye at Todd's words. To Jamal's gaze that sought a solution, Todd exhaled deeply and closed one eye. Todd, as soon as we jump out, the enemy's going to shoot at us. I'll have you get ahead of me and cut off their arrows just like before. Not just one shot, but 2 or 3 will follow. I'll run as fast as I can so I don't shake the general first class off. Jamal, that doesn't sound like you. That's really your move? Smells of desperation, no. Todd, ultimately, that's what happens when you run out of cards. But I'm still lucky, aren't I? Jamal, What do you mean? Todd, you got a pretty strong hand left, you know. The strategy he presented was almost entirely based on Jamal's swordsmanship. If Jamal were incapable of cutting off the flying arrows, they would both perish. It was insane, given Todd's beliefs, to risk his life in such a reckless manner. However, that was his suggestion. With Jamal's swordsmanship, the odds were not null. Jamal, I knew Katya wasn't a good judge of character. I thought you were smarter than that. Todd, don't talk bad about my fiancée, Oni Summer. Todd replied to Jamal, scratching his head, his cheeks twisted. Hearing this, Jamal let out a short ha, and then gripped the hilts of his twin swords once again. Then, turning his imposing back to Todd. Jamal, I'm in. Sometimes a stupid bet ain't so bad. Todd, if I wasn't here, you'd probably be making all those types of bets. Jamal, shut the hell up. Shut up and stay behind my back. Jamal's spirits quietly rose as they exchanged hateful words. Watching his back, Todd tightened his hold on Arakia's body. Todd, Jamal, when you get out of the alley, run straight. After that, when you get to the end, take the right road. That should give you enough time to catch your breath. Hearing these instructions, Jamal pondered on them in his head, slowly closed his eye, then reopened it as he stepped forward. Jamal, HK. As soon as he stepped out of the alley, a single arrows, clad in a gale, pierced toward Jamal. Jamal responded to it with amazing reflexes, and cut it off with a clash of his twin swords. The impact bounced onto Jamal's wrist, and his clenched teeth chattered as he laughed like a rabid dog. The sensation of blood burning, heart leaping, and life boiling, overtook Jamal. His extreme concentration made the world retard, and he felt as if he could feel every drop of sweat that ran down his skin, every grain of sand that flew around, and even the existence of air that should have been invisible. Jamal, One after another, a storm of arrows poured down like a deluge. Stepping on the ground, swinging his sword as if dancing, slicing the arrows and striking them down. What ensued was a sword dance, the sword dance of Jamal or Eli. If things had gone well, they would have been able to enjoy the dance of the dancer who had been invited to the city hall the following day. Jamal laughed at the thought that it had been ruined, and that he was the one dancing instead. But it was a dance with all his heart, a dance with all his body, a sword fight with all his energy. Todd likewise marveled at Jamal's efforts as he furiously handled the attack. Todd followed without raising his voice, as a storm of lethal arrows rained down on him. This was a sign that he knew that if Jamal were distracted, it would directly lead to his death, so Todd pushed Jamal away from his consciousness and focused all his energy on avoiding the impending death. Straight ahead, evade, strike off, step in, jump, dispel, and cut open. Jamal, end of the core, HK. Miraculously, they had finished the straight path of death and hit the end of the indicated path. The passage of time was vague, and the sword dance must have only lasted several seconds, even if it felt like it had persisted for hours. However, they had only broken through the first barrier. Refusing to relax, Jamal did as he was told and turned right at the end of the road, where, at the end of the broken path, there stood a group of Shadrakians, their spears trained on them. Jamal, fuck. It would be difficult to handle that many Shadrakians with that archer aiming at them. One could say it was impossible. He was prepared to fight hard until he ran out of steam, but even if he did, he could not set any of it in reserve. He had no idea that he would be so perfectly anticipated, and it seemed that luck had completely abandoned him. Jamal, even if you strut around being all sorts of a smartass, in the end, luck'll run out on you, huh? Hair, it's in vain. But it wasn't all that bad. Checking the feel of the twin swords in his bloodied hands, Jamal spilled this out to Todd behind him. It wasn't bad at all, he had said, and he meant it. In many ways, Todd's thoughts and actions had been overwhelming and frustrating. In the end, however, he chose to exert himself like an imperial soldier. Jamal, I'm sorry about Katya, but it can't be helped. She's part of imperial nobility as well. I'm sure she was prepared for this to happen to you and me. Thinking of the sister he had left behind in the imperial capital, Jamal felt a faint tingle in his chest. However, it was soon drowned out by the will to fight the enemy in front of him, and the smell of blood that coated everything. He was relieved for that. He was, to the bone, a sword wolf of the Wallachian Empire. Jamal, let's do this, Todd, let's at least show them what we're made of, for one last time. Leaning forward, Jamal licked the blood flowing from his eye patch-covered right eye. Then, fiercely, he jumped headlong into the enemy, as to display his final prestige as an imperial soldier. Deadly attacks rained down on him like a storm, but he no longer held any regrets. The fact that he had been able to be himself till the very end, had been the greatest prize for Jamal. You were an idiot until the very end, weren't you? Hearing Jamal's fierce roar in the distance, Todd muttered so as he dove through the wall. The hole he had passed through was collapsed immediately afterwards, and he carefully erased all traces of his presence, so that he could not be pursued. They and the city would probably be occupied with Jamal for a while, so there should be time to escape. It was just like Jamal had stated. Todd would never entrust his life to a desperate plan, even if he were dead. No, he would never do such a thing, precisely to avoid dying. Todd, if I let them chase you out of the alley, they'll be distracted. Well, I feel sorry for Katya. The promise to bring back his brother-in-law would go unfulfilled, and his fiancée would be terribly heartbroken. In order to comfort her, he wished to return to the imperial capital as soon as possible. Fortunately, in return for losing Jamal, he had been able to find another way to return to the imperial capital. It was a wildcard that could lead to a much bigger foothold than Jamal's current one, which was that he had been on the verge of promotion to General Third Class. Arakia, Princess. Todd, oh dear, you look so innocent. Even so, if you're one of the 9 divine generals, then the number of people you've killed would be more than 100 or 2. In Todd's arms, Arakia's tears flowed from her closed eye. As he watched the tears roll down her cheeks, the vague thought that his current companion was wearing an eye patch, just like his previous one, passed Todd's mind. After thinking about it, Todd suddenly inclined his head. And Todd, on which side did Jamal have that eye patch? Arc 7, Chapter 28, Victory Conditions. Is no war without sacrifice. There is no pride without bloodshed. That is the way of the Empire, is it not? Abel, I have no intention of disobeying the code of the Sword Wolf. I said it was madness, but the odds were in my favor. In fact, if it weren't for Arakia's presence, the siege would have been bloodless. Priscilla, Abel, it was not the plan that went wrong. It was my judgment. Priscilla, I shall not allow even you to make a fool of my military strategist's offering. It was my decision. The blame lies with me. Subaru, oh. Abel confronted Priscilla head-on with a statement that had been far too unexpected. Abel's words and actions were clearly in defense of Subaru, even though he had been appointed to the unheard-of role of military strategist. He could not interject between the dangerous standoff of the two. Al, what's the matter, bro? He likes you an awful lot, looks like you're getting a big promotion. Subaru, my position as Emilia Tan's knight and Biko's guardian's good enough for me. I don't want to be given any more positions I'm not familiar with. Subaru pushed Al away from him, and also pushed away the responsibility that was pressing down on him. However, thanks to Abel's protection, Priscilla's attention seemed to have turned in that direction. In spite of that, this did not heal the wound to Subaru's internals. The responsibility for the lives lost should be placed on Subaru, the one who had come up with and implemented the plan. Al, you can't save them all, bro. Al muttered, fiddling with the metal fittings on his helmet, as he looked at Subaru's profile. When Subaru glanced at him, he turned his gaze up towards the ceiling, and said, Al, you can't save all the people you get involved with. No one's stopping you from saving them, but your heart's gonna be broken while doing so. I don't recommend it. Subaru, Al, we all live and die as we please. Like you said, bro, it ain't a game. It's up to them to take care of their own lives. This was the cynical attitude that Al sometimes displayed. On one hand, he was giving a sermon to Subaru on how tragic events happened and that he should accept them as is, although there seemed to be good advice and counsel there. On the other hand, it also felt like the admonishment of an obstinate child. It was a sound argument, to some degree. In fact, Al's words were right. Saving everyone and anything was not possible, and there would be no end to it if he did decide to save them all. That was why Subaru had never been able to save every last thing till this point. The sheer scale of war was different. Could he really say that his choice was correct? The number of lives that could be saved by a single action taken by Subaru did not even reach 10, much less 100. Priscilla, this is even worse than farcical, you know. While Subaru and Al were talking, Priscilla and Abel continued their standoff. To Abel, who took the blame, Priscilla pulled out a fan from her cleavage and pointed the tip of it at the conference hall, no, at the entire city. Priscilla, even in a situation in which you managed to successfully bring down the city with the help of your military strategist, you shall not be able to repeat the miracle of driving Arakia away a second time. Will that method ever work again? Abel, indeed, there shall not be a second time. Abel nodded without hesitation in response to Priscilla's question. With the mention of the method that had driven away Arakia, a thought also occurred to the frowning Subaru. There had been a moment during Al and Arakia's bout in which her behavior had become strange. Subaru, that wasn't something that Al did. Al, what? Yeah, it wasn't me. In the first place, if it were me, I would have done it a little smarter. You know, I was the one who got bounced and thrown off. Subaru, that's right. Now that he mentioned it, it had not gone down very well, even with Al's skills. The conversation between the two drew the attention of the conference hall to Abel. Only he could tell what somehow happened, and so he sniffed, being annoyed with the gathering attention. Abel, Arakia is the spirit eater. She feeds on the spirits in the air and absorbs their power. Subaru, spirit eater? Subaru had no recollection of hearing it before, but the unsettling title made his eyes widen. He had already guessed that the Wallachian Empire had different rules and a different environment compared to Kingdom of Lagunica, but the idea of a spirit eater was quite the novelty. Subaru himself was a spiritual arts user who borrowed the power of spirits, but this sounded distinctly different, and to put it simply, Subaru, I definitely don't want to bring Biko into this. Is being a spirit eater a common thing? Priscilla, no, it's not. Spirit eating was originally one of the secrets of the tribes that lived on the borderlands of Wallachia, but it was so powerful that the technique was banished, and the method to possess it lost. Abel, at least, as far as I know, there are no known spirit eaters outside of Arakia. If there had been, I would have politely protected them. That was the observers. No, it matters not, now. Not wanting the conversation to get off topic, Abel shook his head, as he encouraged them to get back to the topic at hand with returning to the main topic. Subaru, who was relieved to hear that spirit eating was not a common practice, and that Beatrice was no longer in danger of being munched on, asked. Subaru, so how did you confuse the spirit eater, Arakia? Abel, I did not confound her. I just gave her mana poisoning. Al, mana poisoning. Ha ha, I see. That's a very clever thing to do. Abel's answer made sense, and Al nodded admiringly as he stroked his chin. Subaru had heard of the term mana poisoning before, and then it clicked. Subaru, as I recall, it was something like, people who are hypersensitive to mana tend to get sick when they go to places where the concentration of mana is really high. Priscilla, Arakia is susceptible to that kind of influence, due to her spirit eater characteristic. It is a prerequisite to have a reasonable level of resistance to spirits, in order to take them in. However, if you go beyond that principle and try to make Arakia sick off mana, you shall end up with. Abel, yes, she made me utilize one of my treasures. Including that which he has already used before, I hold nothing else on hand. Whilst saying that, Abel nodded towards and indicated Subaru. That made Subaru go treasure. And he tilted his head to the side whilst raising his eyebrows. Even though Abel had stated that Subaru had used one of his treasures, he honestly had no clue at all as to what he meant. Subaru, what treasure are you talking about? When did I get your? Abel, during the lifeblood ritual, you broke the ring to cleave the witch beast's horn off. That's the one. Subaru, ah. He'd lost track of it, but it brought back memories of a ring he had borrowed, which allowed him to cast magic. In the throes of battle, he had no choice but to hit the Elgina's horn with said ring, shattering it and snapping the witch beast's horn, leaving Subaru's arm and the ring in shambles. And something else that was mentioned in the same breath, was what Abel had made use of in the fight with Arakia. Abel, as I dropped from the balcony, I shattered the ring I had hidden. It took a while for the mana it contained to flood the area around it, but... Al, so that Arakia girl was like that because she got mana poisoning. Oh come on, I got my ass kicked by that girl. Subaru, did you pull that little trick at that moment? Even though they were all in a battered and wounded state, Subaru tipped his hat off to Abel's unwillingness to give up. That he was still searching for a way to win even though he was being cornered by the second strongest ranking general in the Empire was admirable. Subaru's resilience was quite good, but his intelligence was so far removed from Abel's that he could not get over the difference between a bad move and a desperate counterattack, in any case. Subaru, isn't this an original plan prepared specifically for Arakia? It's very bold of you to prepare such a plan when you didn't know she would be going against you. Abel, the more people one keeps close, the more one must prepare for the time of their betrayal. Arakia in particular, I never knew when Arakia would turn against me. Priscilla, however, you only get one chance to use your wiles. It is not easy to procure enough magic stones to give a person mana poisoning. It shall be essential to secure a decent fighting force before the next time around. But, having declared that much, Priscilla cut off her words meaningfully. Covering her mouth with her fan, Priscilla narrowed her crimson eyes at Abel. With a somewhat probing, testing look in her eyes, she let out a small breath and... Priscilla, adding the people of Shudrak to your ranks was expected. However, it is difficult to see how you could be foolish enough to adopt a naive military strategist's plan for a bloodless siege of the fortress city. Abel, Priscilla, at this rate, I shall never be able to advise my collaborators to support you. Subaru, collaborators? Subaru was astonished by Priscilla, who had said it in a matter-of-fact and natural way. It was not just Subaru who was surprised, but everyone in the conference hall except Abel and Al. Aside from Priscilla's companion, Al, it seemed unreasonable that Abel was also not surprised, but Subaru opted to not mention it. Subaru, wait, this is going all over the place. Collaborators. In the first place, I don't understand your position. I heard that you came to help Abel, but... Priscilla, I am not here to lend aid. Do not listen seriously to the ramblings of my clown. Subaru, I get it. I don't care if you've come to help Abel or not. That's not the point. What I want to hear is your ultimate goal. As they heard, the immediate sub-goal was to have some dialogue with Abel. However, what Subaru desired to know was why Priscilla, why her, Al, and possibly the other collaborators they had brought alongside them, were in the Wallachian Empire to begin with. On top of that, it would be best if he knew whether they were willing to side with Abel or not. Subaru, answer me. Honestly, I and everyone else here aren't sure what to think of you. Priscilla, that is hubris at its finest. I do not care what you plebeians think of me. I shall do what I wish to do. After all, Subaru, the world is made to suit you, isn't it? Priscilla gave a snort at Subaru's tracing of her philosophy, which was familiar to his ears. Then, noticing the increased number and sharpness of the glances directed at her, Priscilla shut one eye. Priscilla, my aim is to restore the Emperor to the throne he was ousted from. If I do not, I shall be receiving a constant stream of annoying visitors. Abel, it goes without mentioning that those assassins were not dispatched by me. Priscilla, I did not even suspect it. Henceforth, I took the trouble to arrive here. Or, it would be more accurate to say that I had my wings carry me. With one eye closed, Priscilla answered Abel and turned her gaze upward. Without the ceiling present, what could be observed was the night sky beyond. More to the point, it was not just the sky, but an existence that made the sky its own. Subaru, no way, did you and Al just fly in from the sky? Al, oh, it's like a flying dragon express service. To be honest, I thought it'd be the end of the world when the princess jumped off by herself. I certainly couldn't follow, so I couldn't get down until it lowered itself a bit. Subaru, a flying dragon. The water dragons in Pristella scared the hell out of me. In addition to the water dragon, which was a fantasy creature aside than the ground dragon, the existence of flying dragons surfaced. From what he had heard, flying dragons were extremely ferocious and required specialized skills to be tamed. Since their tamers capable of that were not numerous, being able to ride a flying dragon in the first place was a rare thing. Subaru, in other words, the person who can provide a flying dragon express delivery is a collaborator of Priscilla's. Priscilla, do not perform lowly deeds such as picking apart people's words. In your case, your lowliness outweighs your cleverness. Polish up your pretty face. You are still capable of looking good if you fix your makeup. Subaru, if I fix my makeup now I'd definitely be a crazy person, right? Now that she mentioned it, the fact that he had not been able to shed his womanly attire thus far might be regarded as a problem, but the people present here could read the atmosphere, so they did not touch the issue. Anyway, he was getting way off track again, however. Subaru, if the goal is to get Abel back on the throne, does that mean we can cooperate with each other? Priscilla, in truth, I cannot give you a straightforward assent. I have not forgotten my earlier words. If he does not possess the qualities of an emperor, there will be no point in bringing him back. Abel, Abel glared at Priscilla, his gaze sharpened as he was questioned about his own qualities as an emperor to his face. What Priscilla saw as a concern was the bloodless siege proposed by Subaru and approved by Abel, not so much the failure to carry it out, but rather the problem of the idea to begin with. As per the way of Wallachia, naivete could be fatal. In fact, lives had been lost because Subaru's endgame had been naive. Her disapproval was irrefutable. However, Abel, I shall reclaim the throne. No matter what anyone says, that much is certain. Priscilla, no matter what you may state, that much remains indisputable. With Subaru having fallen silent, Abel took his place and made a strong declaration. It was the same, or perhaps an even more passionate declaration than the one he had made upon revealing his true identity and divulging that he would take back this country in front of Subaru. Priscilla, Hearing Abel's resolve, the expressions on the faces of those in the conference hall shifted. Kuna and Holly had the will to continue fighting as the people of Shadrach, while Zika bowed his head as if he were in the presence of something divine. Al turned to Priscilla to see her reaction, while Priscilla's eyes narrowed as she continued to assert herself, undaunted. Priscilla, your spirit is undiminished, but reality is not. In fact, you have been forced to abandon your throne. Abel, Priscilla, the circumstances are already apparent. The question is, who set it in motion? Whose plan was it? Abel, I am certain it was Prime Minister Bastet's who brought it all to fruition. Abel answered Priscilla's question with a hint of hostility in his dark eyes. The Prime Minister's position was at the top of the state government, as it was closely associated with the Emperor. If the pinnacle of the armed forces were a general or the head of a knightly order, then the Prime Minister may be said to be the pinnacle of civil services. In any case, it could be said that being second in command made it easy to carry out betrayal. Priscilla, that old tree. How dare he waste what he got from Lamia? Abel, of course, I had foreseen his rebellious intentions and prepared accordingly. But Abel broke off there and exhaled quietly. It was a reaction that was very much unlike him, the first time he had displayed anything close to fragility. As emperor, he had never wavered, even when forced to leave his position, but this was the first time he had shown a faint weakness. The cause of this weakness was not the Prime Minister's betrayal. Abel, with Chaisha Gold watching over me, I was unable to see through the rebellious intentions of the 9 divine generals 4th rank. Zika, ridiculous, General First Class Chaisha? As Abel spat out his ashamed thoughts, Zika was incapable of containing himself and raised his voice. Zika, as a general 2nd class of the Empire, must have been familiar with the name of this particular member of the 9 divine generals, a name that Subaru was not. Attracting the gaze of those at the round table, Zika stroked his ample hair and spoke. Zika, General First Class Chaisha is unique among the 9 divine generals, in terms of his capability. The General First Class himself is more famous for his wisdom than his military prowess, and he was the one who supported His Excellency Vincent the most during the imperial selection ceremony. Subaru, does that mean he was his right-hand man? You mean this guy was betrayed not only by his political right-hand man, the Prime Minister, but his long-time right-hand man, the General, too? Abel, do not utter those words again. My right arm is still attached to my right shoulder. Subaru, when you say that now, it just sounds like you're just trying to be tough. Listening to Zika's explanation, Subaru was surprised by Abel's popularity, which was unexpectedly lacking. However, keeping the Empire of Walachia's radical ideology in mind, an emperor who was deemed insufficiently powerful would immediately be rebelled against, so perhaps these situations were not all that rare. Subaru, is it common for emperors to run for cover in this country? Abel, since I have been on the throne, there have only been 2 times in which I was pursued, at least formally. Subaru, but you've got a record. Abel, nonsense. It was the kingdom's royal guard who dragged me around in that previous venture. If you want to complain, you can take it up with them. He gave Subaru a seriously disappointed look. He took the hint and held his tongue. He thought that Julius had once mentioned that he had gone to the Empire as an emissary, but he had not thought it had anything to do with that. If so, the world was too small. So His Excellency the Emperor was chased from the throne by his confidants and aides, and Lil Miss Arakia's become an enemy as well. Doesn't that sound dangerous? Don't you have an ally or something? Abel, another one of the 9 divine generals, goes Ralph on. He was instrumental in my escape. Were it not for him stalling for time, I would not have been able to activate the transfer mechanism. Zika, oh, as expected of General First Class goes. Abel, however, if the 9 divine generals, other than Chaisha and Arakia, have too turned against me, I do not know how Goes alone could have survived. It is far more likely that he was killed. The existence of any divine general who had risked their lives to protect Abel was a hope, albeit a very fleeting one. However, Zika with a no shook his head. Zika, if I may be so bold, I have not received any news of the death of General First Class Goes. Whether he perished in battle or from illness, the death of a man of General First Class Goes' status cannot be hidden for long. Abel, then there remains the possibility that he is being held captive. Zika, perhaps. No, surely. For a warrior of the caliber of General First Class Goes, that is likely the case. At Abel's words, Zika bowed reverently. If he had earned this kind of respect from Zika, then this Goes must be a very reliable man. Or maybe a woman, contrary to the stern name. Priscilla, with the Prime Minister and the 9 divine generals as foes, the Empire is very much a place of certain death. Priscilla, who had finished listening to the conversation before interjecting uselessly, muttered that. In agreement with her words, Subaru raised his hand, and Subaru, hey. I know it's a tad late, but what if Abel comes forward as the Emperor? That way, the people who are quietly running the government in the imperial capital can be branded as rebels and traitors. Al, unfortunately, it's impossible to expect an angry populace and soldiers to kill the administration's coup d'état before the battle even starts, bro. Subaru, I wasn't thinking something that crazy, but why not? Abel, because this is the Walachian Empire, where the powerful are respected. Subaru's suggestion was rejected, and Al's words were supplemented by Abel's. The Emperor, removed from his throne, folded his arms, his shapely eyebrows slightly furrowed. Abel, if I come forward and announce my intention to reclaim the imperial capital myself, I would be welcomed. But that does signify that they shall support me. What was taken from you, you must take back yourself. That is how it is. Subaru, not only goods and lands, but also the Emperor's throne. Abel, there are no exceptions. Therefore, I know what must be done. Subaru, who was attempting to wrap his head around the situation, was surprised by Abel's words. Just when he thought he was at a loss, Abel's answer was rather the opposite. He stood up and slowly put his hands on the round table. And Abel, General Second Class Zika, the map, Zika, yes. Right away. When told to do so, Zika sent instructions to the imperial soldiers waiting in the corner of the room. They immediately peeled off the map hanging on the wall of the conference hall, and moved to spread it out atop the round table. It was a world map showing, well, the entire world, including Wallachia. Abel, here we are, in the east, at the fortress city of Garel. And the imperial capital of Lupagana, which must be reclaimed, is roughly in the center of the empire. Subaru, Walachia's pretty big. The map showed Subaru the size of the country, which he had not been aware of till now. The Walachian Empire, which occupied the southern portion of the world map, was the largest when compared to the other countries. The Budim jungle, which had posed so much trouble for Subaru and the others to get through, was merely a small geographic area from the perspective of the whole of Wallachia. Abel, each city in the empire is controlled by its own mayor or lord, as is the case with Garel. Each of these cities possesses its own autonomous military force and shall not hesitate to fight in case of an emergency. We shall add these to our forces and secure the strength required to retake the imperial capital. Subaru, I get this is a pattern of kingship in a conquering simulation. Abel, you seem to be displeased. Subaru, of course. It was an enormous undertaking just for Garel. I don't think it's going to keep working out this way. Pointing to the map, Subaru had managed to keep up with Abel as he explained. He could manage to keep up with him, but this was a matter of logic, not emotion. As stated earlier, this was not a game. There was no way that a method that held water when it came to simulation RPGs and things of the sort would be easily applied in actual reality. Abel's opinion seemed to be quite optimistic. Nevertheless, Abel, there is a way to dispel your concerns. Rather, there are essential conditions that must be met in order to do what I must. Subaru, essential conditions. Abel, by securing divine generals. Upon hearing that reply, Subaru's eyes went wide. That was natural. After all, Abel had just told them that he had been expelled from throne because of the 9 divine generals' treachery. Those of the 9 divine generals that favored him were unaccounted for, and the 2 members of the 9 divine generals they were aware of were already enemies. As for the others, Subaru, what about the other divine generals? Abel, there. Abel pointed a finger at the sudden question and nodded at Subaru's agitation. Then, he surveyed the faces of everyone except Subaru. Abel, the people of the Empire must be strong. The 9 divine generals are the incarnation of this rule. In other words, if one wishes to be the supreme ruler of the Wallachian Empire, you must unite the 9 divine generals. Subaru, so, in other words. After Abel's words, Subaru's eyes widened as he realized what was to follow. Abel's cheeks twisted at Subaru's reaction, as he smiled belligerently. And then, Abel, the blue lightning, Cecilis segment. The spirit eater, Arakia. The vicious old man, Olbart Dunkelken. The white spider, Chaisha Gold. The lion knight, Goes Ralphon. The master of enchanted items, Groovy Gumlet. The flamboyant, Yorna Mishigia. The steelman, Moguro Hagane. The flying dragon general, Madeline Ischart. Subaru, -- Abel, the winner of this battle shall be the one who recruits the most divine generals. That is the path toward triumph, and that is the absolute condition I must fulfill. Arc 7, Chapter 29, To each their stance. Securing the 9 divine generals, that was the victory condition for reclaiming the imperial throne. With the condition for victory presented, along with the names and titles of those necessary, the 9 divine generals, Subaru could tell from experience that the air in the room had become tense. Of course, the names of the 9 divine generals, which would be familiar to people in the Empire, were all novel to Subaru. Subaru, if this were a manga or an anime, it would have been an exciting development to see all the names of the generals revealed at once. However, as this was something that was actually happening to him, the development was one he could not be openly pleased about. As Abel mentioned the name and corresponding title of each of the 9 divine generals, Subaru could imagine how troublesome each one of them would be, with each of them sounding effective in how they were talked up. As Arakia's nickname, Spirit Eater, corresponded with a special trait of hers, Subaru could imagine that the others' aliases were somewhat related to their abilities or fighting methods. Subaru, the only ones whose names give me a clear image of their abilities would be the Master of Enchanted Items and the Flying Dragon General. The 2 names he pointed out were probably both derived from the way they fought and the tools they used. The other nicknames were probably inspired by their appearance or anecdotes of their exploits. In China's Romance of the 3 Kingdoms and the Water Margin both, characters would often take on aliases for such reasons. One come to think of it, one could say that those stories were also about taking a country. Unfortunately, Subaru was not very familiar with them, having only a cursory knowledge of their contents. Subaru, this is no time to be spacing out. Well, I've heard that securing the 9 divine generals is the condition for victory, but there are some things I want to ask you. Abel, what? Is there any room for doubt? Abel raised one eyebrow and placed his hand on top of the map on the table as Subaru recovered from his initial shock. If he thought that he had explained everything with that, he would be the ultimate example of a clever man short of words. Compared to the other people here, Zika and the others, not to mention the people of Shudrak, Subaru had far less information about the Wallachian Empire. Subaru, so there's clearly room for me to doubt. If you keep skipping explanations because you yourself know what you're talking about, the people around you won't know what you're thinking about exactly. Abel, I shall take that as advice and ignore it. State your question. Subaru, keep that ignoring bit to yourself. Subaru sighed as Abel crossed his arms and responded arrogantly. Then, having resigned himself to the attention gathering around him, he said, "Ready?" as he held up 4 fingers on one hand and 5 fingers on the other. Subaru, there are 9 divine generals, but thankfully that's an odd number, so it's easy to understand that it comes down to a battle of numbers. But the ones who favor us are unaccounted for, and, right now, Arakia and this Chaisha guy are most definitely enemies. We're already way outnumbered. They supposedly needed to secure no less than 5, but their enemy already held 2 of the 9 divine generals under them. In addition, it was unclear whether the person who had aided Abel, Goes, was alive or dead, so there was a high chance that one of the cards they could play had been permanently removed from play. Subaru, the situation becomes bleaker by the minute. It's good that the victory condition's clear, but is it actually realistic to persuade 5 of the 9 divine generals? Al, hey, bro, I think you're still underestimating the Emperor too much. I said it earlier, but he's already won the Imperial selection ceremony. They can't just flat out refuse his request to talk. As long as they don't turn him away at the front door. Priscilla, then we shall get the opportunity to behead those who oppose us at the same time. Subaru, we need to get them on our side. Al's remarks, posing as an attempt to dissolve Subaru's doubts, were incinerated by the extreme comment of his mistress, of all people. They were talking about how to get the 9 divine generals on their side, but devising a way to kill the 9 divine generals who would not be on their side would be putting carriage before the ground dragon, Abel, but the clown in the iron helmet there is correct. In fact, if I state I want to meet them, there would be no general who would refuse. The problem is what happens after we meet. Al, is the clown in the iron helmet me? Subaru, there's no one else with an iron helmet. If you have a problem with him treating you like a clown, you can start with a petition to Priscilla. After silencing Al's teasing, Subaru returned to the topic at hand. Subaru, in the first place, I don't understand the system of the 9 divine generals. I've always imagined them as 9 generals who report directly to the Emperor, but doesn't that mean they're all in the imperial capital? Priscilla, generals of the first class are the cornerstone of this nation. Consider how uselessly vast the empire is. Even though the imperial capital lies in the center of the country, how can they move quickly in an emergency if they all sojourn in the imperial capital? Zika, yes. Although it has been dramatically reduced during His Excellency's reign, there is still no end to the fires of civil unrest that smolder in the empire. Having a firm foothold in the imperial capital is not enough to guarantee the safeguarding of the empire. Subaru, in other words, the 9 divine generals in question are scattered all over, outside the imperial capital. As Priscilla and Zika supplemented information, Subaru put his hand on his chin in understanding. Following a familiar example, Roswell had also been bestowed with the grandiose title of Margrave of the Western Lands in the Kingdom of Lagunica, and was obligated to act quickly in the kingdom's time of need. Of course, he had the permission to set up a private army in his territory for that purpose. However, in Roswell's case, it seemed that his individual strength was greater than that a poorly organized army. Just by raining down fireballs while flying in the sky, he would be able to completely defeat most opponents. Subaru, when you think about it, that guy is also quite the cheat unit. I'm a little curious to see where he stands compared to the 9 divine generals. Kuna, I don't know, but I think we're getting off track here, Natsumi. Subaru, my bad. Anyway, I know now that the 9 divine generals are scattered across the country. If that's the case, am I correct in understanding that not all of them were involved in the coup d'état in the imperial capital? Abel, from what I have seen, and from a practical standpoint, I would say so. Abel nodded his head to Subaru in confirmation. To be honest, Subaru was unsure about Abel's assessment, as he had just been found to be quite unpopular, but the fact that no one around him had pointed it out suggested that it was something that could be accepted for the time being. Anyway, the good news was that not all the 9 divine generals had become enemies. The victory conditioned that the more 9 divine generals they secured, the more likely they were to win this battle, made sense. Other than that, if there was one thing that Subaru had doubts about, it was. Subaru, sorry for asking so many questions, but I got an additional question. If the 9 divine generals are simply ordered by strength, then priority should be given to the ones of the highest rank, correct? Abel, yes, that perception is correct. Subaru, then the one strong enough to be on par with Reinhardt, is Cecilus, right? It's common sense that we go for that person. Wouldn't he be enough? One among the 4 strongest human beings, those who had made a name for themselves in the 4 great countries. If Cecilus, who had been mentioned to be amongst these 4, was a person considered to be on par with Reinhardt, then it would be very much as if the outcome of the battle would be decided by that person alone. In fact, that Reinhardt could win even if he fought everyone in the kingdom, was an extraordinary expectation and view that had sprouted in Subaru. So, naturally, he held such sort of presupposition for Cecilus, who was Reinhardt's equal. However, Abel, it is true that if we secure that person, all the problems of our strength shall be solved in one move. Subaru, if that's the case, why do you look so bitter? Frowning, Abel's expression was poor as he answered Subaru's question. While Subaru's expectations did not seem to be far off, there was no improvement on his gloomy expression. Abel revealed the reason for this with a small exhale. Abel, the reason why securing the 9 divine generals is a condition for victory, is because generals and soldiers alike shall follow their military orders. The more 9 divine generals one possesses under their banner, the more troops shall join your forces. Do you understand? Subaru, Yes, I understand. That's why I'm saying we should aim to have the strongest guy on our side. Or is it that him being called the Empire's strongest is not true? Abel, no, there is no question that he is the strongest in the Empire. However, there is a problem. Subaru, a problem? Abel, he is not very popular. Subaru stopped thinking for a while, due to the words that had been uttered in pent-up frustration. The words he was told slowly penetrated his brain, as he wondered what the problem was. Lack of popularity, that information was digested correctly. Subaru, should you be saying that? Abel, it is factual. His rank is that of the first, amongst the generals of the first class of the Empire, but he holds no authority. Even if I were to give him the power, he would be incapable of doing anything with it. The only thing he can do is to cut people down. Subaru, you can't put someone like that in the position of army general. Al, easy, calm down, bro. That's just the way of the Empire, you know. With that criticism of Cecilus being spoken by Abel, Subaru was held back by Al. With his one arm around Subaru, Al tilted his head to look at Abel, and said, Al, actually, you've given him nothing but the title of first. Maybe you should have tried giving him the authority he deserves for his position. Maybe he's been taken advantage of by someone who was sweet-talking him, you know? Abel, of course, that person being utilized by anyone other than me is not within my wishes. If there was such a danger, I would have disposed of him earlier. Subaru, but you were in the forest, alone and helpless. Even if he said that he was holding the reins, if the actual circumstances differed, then he was just bragging. In the first place, could the idea that the person labeled as the strongest in the Empire was unable to gather popularity in the Wallachian Empire, dedicated to this strength as it was, be taken seriously? Subaru, what about that part, Zika-san? Zika, me, huh? Subaru, yeah. As a general of the Empire, I'd like to hear your honest opinion. What do you think of General First Class Cecilus? Being probed for information, Zika spoken right then, and crossed his arms briefly in thought. Then, nodding several times at the expectant gaze in Subaru's eyes. Zika, first of all, there is no doubt that Cecilus Dono is the cornerstone of our national defense and the symbol of the strength of the Wallachian Empire. The people of the empire must be strong, he is the embodiment of that way of life. Subaru: oh, that sounds good. So, what is it, then? Zika: as a person he is carefree, friendly, and has a sunny and pleasant demeanor towards anyone. Overall. Subaru: overall? Zika: many of the troops fear Cecilus Dono to be an incomprehensible monster and impossible to communicate with on a deeper level. I believe His Excellency is correct in his assessment. Subaru: your assessment has taken a sharp turn, hasn't it? Zika, who had only painted the picture of a good person up to this point, chose his words quite carefully in his evaluation. Some people would think that he was just trying to be considerate of Abel, the emperor, but the wrinkles between his eyebrows showed that he was putting in a lot of effort, so he probably told the truth. In other words, Priscilla, it would be unacceptably reckless to even attempt to suppress the first of the 9 divine generals with the intent to tip the scales in a single swoop. I cannot comprehend how you would come up with a suitable idea, even if your head was not filled with foolish ruminations. Subaru: shut up. Don't blame me for his lack of popularity. If the emperor and the generals aren't popular, it's no wonder a coup d'état was called. Abel: how many times are you going to repeat this? Do not think that your disrespect shall be overlooked forever. Receiving sharp glares from Priscilla and Abel respectively, Subaru stuck out his tongue at them. However, it was true that his plan had been shattered with ease. If securing the 9 divine generals was equivalent to securing battle numbers, then securing those who were not popular possessed no merit whatsoever. Subaru: in fact, if they're not popular, can we leave them alone? Abel: that is also a problem. That person has the ability to change the course of the war all by his lonesome, depending on the situation. Even if we are capable of securing all of the remaining divine generals, there is a good chance that he alone could take my head. Subaru: that's a hard guy to handle. He's an absurd hindrance, isn't he? Rushing to secure him was not warranted, but he was too dangerous of a bomb to leave unattended. It was only now, in a foreign land far away from home, that Subaru realized how much of a good asset Reinhardt was, whose ability and humanity were guaranteed. Perhaps if he were called out loud enough, he would rush to the neighboring country. Priscilla: let me tell you something, foolish commoner. If you are contemplating summoning the Sword Saint, he cannot cross borders because of the non-aggression pact. It would be wise not to get your hopes up. Subaru: don't read people's minds. I'm not considering it for real. Relying on them only when I'm in trouble isn't the proper way to treat a friend. If used for convenience, just because he could call upon him and have him rush to his side, it would not really be something he could call a friendship. If the situation were to become really, really bad, he would not be able to say the same. However, till that moment arrived, Subaru was resolved to keep his morals intact. Priscilla: so? Foolish commoner being treated as Abel's military strategist, have you run out of inquiries? Subaru: I haven't run out of questions yet, and first of all I'm not a military strategist. Subaru replied, frowning as Priscilla took a dig at his position, then, just as he was about to move on to the next topic of the meeting. Miss Natsumi and Village Chief Kun. Excuse me. At the same time a cheerful voice resounded, the door was opened, and a new person appeared in the conference hall with vigor. The one who had arrived was Flop, a beautiful man clad in blue, his long golden hair swaying briskly. Flop was supposed to be tending to the injured on the upper floor where the damage of Arakia's rampage remained. While becoming the focus of all eyes in the room, he looked at Subaru and Abel, and nodded, saying there you are. Flop's figure was stained all over with blood, accentuating the horror of the makeshift field hospital. But the fact that he showed up here meant that. Subaru: Flop-san, how's everyone's treatment? Flop: we just wrapped things up for now, From the looks of it, you're in the mood for Husband Kun instead of Miss Natsumi? If so, I'll revert to calling you Husband Kun. Subaru: well, either is fine. But, yeah, things are getting wrapped up. While receiving Flop's rather oblique words of consideration, Subaru reflected with simultaneous relief and anxiety, upon hearing that the healing process had come to a close. The relief was simply because of the fact that the aid of the injured had finished. The anxiety was more for the fact that he would hear of the results from the healing mission. The goal of the bloodless siege had already failed. 7 guards had fallen victim in Arakia's extraction. The only question now was whether any of the wounded would join them. Flop, there have been no deaths, husband-kun. Subaru, A. Flop, it was a tough situation for all of us, though. But I think it was thanks to the efforts of wife-san and niece-chan. The promptness of Miss Tarata and Miss Utakata as well. Of course, my sister and I had to work hard, too. Having read his inner feelings from Subaru's complexion, Flop gave him the answer first. Flop boasted about his contributions while pointing at himself, looking rather manly. The answer he had given was concise, so Subaru needed only the time of a heartbeat to digest the information. However, after his understanding deepened a heartbeat later, a great big sigh escaped him. Subaru, no deaths. HK. Flop, yeah, it's a sign that everyone did their best to stay alive. As for me, if it weren't for my sister protecting me, I would have hit my head and died. Ha ha ha, I'm no match for my sister. Subaru, yeah, that's true. I'm no match for Medium-san either. Flop laughed vivaciously while in front of him, whereas Subaru cast his eyes downward and shook his shoulders. Without exaggeration, without jesting, he was completely of the same opinion. If Medium, or anyone else for that matter, were not present there, this report would never have been heard. There were lives that had been lost. But there were also lives that had not been lost. The emotions that brought to his heart were great. Abel, merchant, what happened to that practitioner of the healing arts? Despite Subaru's excitement, Abel forced himself into the conversation with an indifferent tone. Practitioner of the healing arts, Subaru raised an eyebrow at the unfamiliar sound, and Flop put his finger to his lips. Practitioner, he murmured as he gave it some consideration. Flop, is that? You're talking about husband-kun's wife-san? Abel, who else is there? Did you believe there was anyone else in that place who could cast healing magic besides that girl? Flop, no, I can't think of anyone else. Just. Abel, just. Flop, I think you should try to say things in a way that makes people like you better, village chief Kun. Even when you call out to them, things'll go much more smoothly if you're conscious of being friendly. Abel raised one eyebrow in response to the incredibly direct cheerful protest in front of him. The statement that Flop had made was a dignified one, but it was quite a harrowing statement to listen to from the bylines in frankness. Naturally, to have Rem referred to in a way that reduced her to just her capabilities did not sit well with Subaru. That impression does not sound very convincing after those disrespectful words from just now, bro. Subaru, considering how far we've come, I got the right to say that much. Flop-san does too, then, right? Dunno, but I'm dying to hear about your adventures, bro. It was too turbulent a story to tell, but that was a topic to be delved into some other time. Regardless of how Abel had put it, Rem's safety was Subaru's top priority. Of course, he had confirmed with his own eyes that she held no noticeable trauma. Subaru, did she do anything like work too hard and collapse? Flop, don't worry about that, husband-kun. Of course, all that hard work's taken its toll on her, but it's nothing that can't be remedied with some rest. It's really wonderful that you have the hard-working wife-san by your side. Subaru, I see, well, that's good. Stroking his chest in relief, Subaru was glad to hear Flop's guarantee. The situation was what it was. Even though he had to rely on Rem, he was frankly afraid that she would try too hard. What Subaru said mattered not, were it within her capabilities, Rem would not listen to him. Wife-san? Al muttered quietly beside Subaru, who had patted his chest in relief. He put a hand to the chin of his steel helmet, and cocked his head, puzzled. Al, I don't think I saw her up above, but did the girl from Bro's group come here too? Subaru, the girl from my group. You mean Emilia Tan? No, she didn't come here. How reassuring it would be to have her here. On the other hand, I don't think I would want her to be here. Emilia's gentle nature and the Wallachian Empire's way of being were probably like water and oil. Although there was also a chance that Emilia, who tended to be someone who acted before thinking, would find the imperial approach more comfortable, the cruelty of the Empire itself went much further than that. Emilia was not suited for the Empire. Al, a wife other than your girl, huh? Subaru. Just to tell you, we're passing it off as a matter of convenience. To tell you the truth, she's a girl I've decided to treat with that much care. I'll bring her home, no matter what. Al, Subaru explained to Al, who mumbled in a low tone with his hand on his chin. As long as they were also in the Empire, it was impossible for strange rumors to spread from Al's mouth, but he did not want Al to get the wrong idea. He did not want his resolve to get rained on. Priscilla, that delicate-looking man, the one they call Merchant. Are you one of Abel's subordinates? Flop, no, I'm not his subordinate. My sister and I are in a position of cooperating with Husband Kun and Village Chief Kun. Well, I guess it's appropriate to call him my newest friend. Priscilla, oh, a friend, huh? Priscilla, exchanging words with Flop, loosened her lips at his answer. Hiding her loosened lips with her fan, Priscilla sent a meaningful look in Abel's direction. Priscilla, I did not know you were hard at work making friends. It seems the throne of the Emperor of Wallachia has become such that it can easily be vacated. Abel, cease the sarcasm. I do not recall being friends with that man. Flop, what are you talking about, Village Chief Kun? We've gone through the verge of death together in women's clothing. Abel, if you give death the slip alongside someone, you become friends immediately. If that is the case, then every single Imperial soldier is my friend. And the one who has been on the verge of death closest to me, is my enemy. The perfect rebuttal making use of his own position made Flop hold his tongue upon receiving it. However, it was a double-edged sword that did not leave Abel unscathed either. Subaru, anyway, Flop-san brought us some good news. I'd like to talk about some more good news as well. Abel, wait. Subaru, what is it? It was an optimistic subject in a not-so-positive meeting. Interrupting Subaru's attempt to spur him on, Abel cocked his chin at Flop. Subaru's gaze was guided by that movement, and he also looked over at Flop. Subaru, Flop-san? Indeed, the reason why Abel pointed at him was because he had noticed the change in Flop's facial expression. Flop had not lost his bright, cheerful expression, yet in his eyes, which had always carried a cheerfulness as dazzling as the sun, there was a faint hint of hesitation and melancholy. Abel, if you are a merchant, you should be careful about how you talk about things. In that respect, I do not believe you are cut out to be a merchant. Flop, I've received quite a few of those opinions, so I have some thoughts on that matter, but I'll leave it at that for now. Husband Kun, there was something I forgot to mention earlier. Subaru, Giving a sidelong glance towards Abel and his remark, Flop fluttered his eyelashes in melancholy, then directing his eyes at Subaru. His well-groomed face, and the wistfulness in it, made Subaru's heart tighten. He could not help but think that he did not want to hear what Flop had to say, but he had no choice but to listen. In that sense, Flop had a natural talent for making others listen to what he had to say. Were it not for this situation, Subaru would have praised him for his talent as a merchant. Despite that, however, Flop, it's not unrelated to Village Chief Kun, either. I want Miss Kuna and Miss Holly to come with us as well. Now that he was unable to stop Flop from telling him, he hated it, as if it were a cursed talent. Abel and Natsumi have come too, huh? After being called by Flop, Subaru and the others left the conference hall and went to the upper floor of the city hall. In the space that looked like a field hospital, where the wounded had been gathered, the one who greeted Subaru and the others was Myzelda, who had cut off her scorched black hair. The party that had stormed Garrel had been caught unprepared by Arakia's surprise attack, yet Myzelda had been the one to receive the most grievous injuries, having been overwhelmed by the flames in the first instance, and then by the blows exchanged with Arakia at the end. After having had her whole body scorched and then swallowed by the tornado, Arakia's blow clawed deep into her insides afterwards. No matter how tough her body was, it was unmistakably a situation that tested Myzelda's vitality, as if to see how far she could go with Rem's healing arts, which could not be said to be at their best. Myzelda, I'm sorry to call you here. I just thought I needed to tell you as soon as possible. Subaru, Myzelda-san. Myzelda smiled thinly as she said this, having taken a seat on an object near the wall. As one of the most powerful Amazonesses, Myzelda's smile was devoid of the wild demeanor that she had displayed towards Subaru and the others on numerous occasions. However, the willpower in her eyes was yet to be lost. It was unbalanced. Myzelda, first of all, thank you. Thanks to Rem, I'm alive. It's a miracle. Subaru, Myzelda, you took the city as well. As Shudrak's chieftain, I'm impressed with your work. In addition, I must make a declaration for the future of this war. Praising Rem's dedication and Subaru's contribution, Myzelda straightened her posture, and then, Myzelda, the position of chieftain of the Shudrak will be given to my sister, Tarita. I can't fulfill my duties anymore. She patted her right leg, which was missing from the knee down, and announced that her sister would take over the role. Arc 7, Chapter 30, Self-proclaimed hero Natsuki Subaru. Myzelda's expression was resolute as she declared that she would give up her position as chieftain. The dominance of her wild, strong-eyed beauty had not diminished, and she was still exactly the same as when they had first seen her. Through thick and thin, the impression of her being a strong woman remained the same. And with that notion still present, having lost her right leg, Myzelda had decided to step down from her position as chieftain. Everyone, The ones surrounding Myzelda, were the ones who harbored a deep sense of regret. The people of Shudrak, those who had witnessed Myzelda's, their chieftain's, strength from up close, would not be able to discard their bitterness and sense of loss that easily. Kuna's lack of expression was intensified by her usual coldness, next to Holly, whose usual relaxed state was replaced with a somber expression. A teary-eyed Utakata bit her lip and cast her head down, while all the remaining Shudrakians too, displayed gloomy expressions on their faces. However, the one most shaken up amidst them all. Tarita, oh, sister, it's impossible. There's no way someone like me could be a good chieftain. Myzelda, Tarita. Tarita, it's because it's you, sister, that you were able to do it. I don't have the ability to do something like that. Shaking her head in disagreement, Tarita frantically pleaded. That she, Myzelda's younger sister, who had personally been nominated to be the next chieftain, respected and practically worshipped her elder sister was easy to imagine, based off of every single one her daily words and actions. For that reason precisely, Tarita was in denial, unable to accept the fact that Myzelda had lost her leg. She appeared even more upset than Myzelda herself was. Rem, it's because of my inadequacy. Tarita's grief-stricken plea was met by a weak, self-condemning voice. It came from the other end of the room littered with injured bodies, from Rem, who was in a state of exhaustion, making use of her cane to stand. She was the sole existence at this place able to use healing magic. Making herself useful, Rem bustled left and right, going from person to person endeavoring to save many of the injured. One could only guess from her blood-stained clothes, disheveled hair, and fatigued expression how draining it had been. Nevertheless, the person in question did not care, and even the appreciative words of Subaru at the beginning had been met with a simple "I'm fine" of dismissal. Even so, no one had the right to condemn Rem for her lack of strength. Without her, they would not have been able to attain a result devoid of fatalities from Arakia's attack. Everyone understood that much, therefore. Myzelda, Rem, there's no need for you to be worried. I was lucky to get out of the battle with the Imperial General having only lost one of my legs. No, it's because I had your help. My Zelda-san. That may be true, but... My Zelda, I'm grateful to you. I have nothing more to say. Rem was blocked from speaking any further, as my Zelda repeated her gratitude. Louis, her long blonde hair in disarray, snuggled up beside the silent Rem. As the former gently picked at the hem of the latter's dress, Rem quietly lowered her gaze, placing her hand on Louis's shoulder. The remorse and helplessness that Rem was feeling was painfully obvious to Subaru. But the dark-haired handsome man stepped forward faster than Subaru could say anything. Abel, my Zelda, you have no intention to change your mind, do? Abel's question as he stepped forward was met with a nod from my Zelda, who sat on an object. As she felt the surface of her amputated, bandaged leg with her fingers, she said, My Zelda, I have no intention to. The pact between the Shadrach and Emperor of Wallachia will be kept. From here on out though, you should ask Tarata. Or rather, the chieftain. Abel, I understand. My Zelda, you have done a great service. My Zelda, MH. My Zelda had hardened her resolve to resign, and Abel showed his understanding to her answer while folding his arms. With that, my Zelda let out a small breath and showed a wide grin. With a faint smile, she glanced upward at Abel. My Zelda, if it's going to be that way, show me your smile. It's the duty of a good-looking man. Abel, My Zelda, good enough. Despite losing her leg only recently, my Zelda was still much too fierce. Even Abel, arrogant as he was, did not criticize her for her disrespect, and even smiled at her attitude. Above all, this was proof that the Emperor, whose throne had been usurped, displayed his respect towards the female warrior who lived in the jungle. And then, my Zelda, listen up, my brethren. My Zelda's smiling face hardened, as she raised her head to speak in a loud voice. Hearing the fierce sound of her voice, the Shadrach all straightened their posture as to listen carefully. My Zelda, as I told you earlier, I am fulfilling my duty as chieftain. I now hand over the role of chieftain to my sister, Tarata. Everyone, obey Tarata from now on. Shadrachians, My Zelda, this is my last command as chieftain. Thank you for your ancestral vows and ancestral pride. Shadrachians, thank you. My Zelda concluded, and the Shadrachians seemed to be reciting something. He knew not of their customs or long-standing practices. But even Subaru, an outsider and a layman, could sense that it was a ritual of succession. It was short, informal, and a combination of practical and conceptual inheritance. In this place, the position of chieftain of the people of Shadrach had been inherited, going from my Zelda to Tarata. Tarata, sister. My Zelda, don't lower your head, chieftain. Your hesitation is our hesitation. Your faltering is our faltering. Your death leads to our death. Tarata, approaching her, my Zelda encouraged the new chieftain, Tarata. The latter's expression was murky. That would not make Tarata feel any better at once. However, Tarata must have realized that clinging onto her would not change the situation. After a few moments of silence, Tarata nodded timidly and silently. My Zelda, The complex emotions that flitted in my Zelda's eyes as she saw this, were something that went unnoticed by Tarata as she lowered her head. And it was something that no one but her would mention. Subaru, to be honest, that was unexpected. With the chieftain's succession spiel and the damage report concluded, Subaru called out to Abel. Abel furrowed his brow at being stopped without receiving a concrete subject. Showing displeasure, he then inquired about Subaru's true intention with a what was? Abel, I have much to ponder. You, of all people, should not be bothering me. Subaru, you sure are harsh like always. It's just that I was surprised. You accepted my Zelda-san leaving the front lines so readily. Abel, Subaru, I thought you'd say that all she lost was one leg for sure. I thought you were going to tell her to work herself to death for you." Even though he thought it far too extreme, Subaru declared his honest feelings to Abel. This was the emperor who had appended the people of Shudrak to his troops for the sake of reclaiming the throne, and someone who had considered polluting the fortress city of Garel with poison, if worst came to worst. Abel, no, Vincent Wallachia, was very much willing to do such things. Abel, nonsense. What in the world would be the meaning of being so forceful? However, Abel's response to Subaru, who had been prepared to hurl words of abuse and his true opinion, was calm and sober. In front of the disappointed Subaru, Abel looked at the Shudrakians conversing in the distance. Abel, well, I do not wish that my subordinates do any more than they are capable of. Even if I order them to do their utmost, it would be delusional to expect them to go any further than their limits. Subaru, Abel, if they overperform in comparison to what they had been evaluated as being capable of, the plan shall be thrown into disarray. I simply request nothing more and nothing less than what I demand from my men. And my Zelda has fulfilled her duty. In that case, the only thing I can present her with is a reward. With words, motivate them. With rewards, get them to exceed their abilities. With praise, make them promise to improve next time. Subaru had always thought, with absolute certainty, that this was how powerful people subjugated their subordinates. Therefore, Abel's reply was in direct contradiction to what Subaru had in mind. He would not request labors beyond the capabilities of his subordinates. It seemed like a good environment for subordinates to work in, albeit simultaneously a lonely one as well. Abel, goes without saying that endeavoring less than what is expected shall be met with punishment, definite punishment or reward. You do comprehend what it signifies, right? Subaru, then, does that mean I'm going to be punished? Abel, if you were my subordinate, that would be correct. But are you my subordinate? Staring straight ahead, Subaru's eyes widened at Abel's words. Of course, Subaru did not recall ever becoming Abel's subordinate. In his discussion with Priscilla, Abel had treated Subaru as a military strategist, but he did not have any intention of formally becoming one. Subaru, it's not that I'm not attracted to the title of military strategist, but I don't wish to be something like your subordinate. Abel, and so that is how it is. You are not my subordinate, and therefore, you do not fall under the category of receiving definite punishment or reward. Subaru, thinking about it, just what are you to me? Because of their situation, they were forced to accompany each other. They did not have the relationship of a master and a servant in the first place, nor any kind of personal one. They were two people caught in a flow of obstacles, and once these obstacles were cleared, their paths would separate. That was the type of relationship they had. Calling them friends, or allies, or comrades, would just be untrue. If there was something they could be classified as, it would be cross-dressing companions. Abel, some have taken the liberty of calling me a friend, but you have not. Subaru, I'm a shy guy, so I can't become your friend that easily. Given the current situation, the person who may have been able to call him a friend here would either be a very good person or a fraud, and flop would be the former. Anyhow. Abel, I shall resume my conversation with Priscilla. Go do whatever else you need to do. Subaru, what I need to do? Abel, it should not be required of me to tell you that. Being diced by those almond-shaped eyes, Subaru's gaze left Abel and headed towards the corner of the room. There, he found the figure of Rem sitting on the floor. He could not make out her downcast expression from a distance, but there was no doubt that leaving her alone would not do. He was somewhat annoyed that Abel had told him to do it first, though. Subaru, I don't want you to get in trouble with Priscilla and start another fight. Just be careful with how you talk to her. Abel, I am certain many would advise that you, not I, should be the one to receive those words. Hateful words were riposted with further hateful words, and Subaru parted ways with Abel, who returned to the conference hall. My Zelda's leg would change the situation of the people of Shudrak, so it would be necessary to take that into account when engaging in discussions with Priscilla. However, There was little room for Subaru in the conversation between the celestial beings, Abel and Priscilla. The priority for Subaru was to speak to the only person he could. Subaru, Rem, is now a good time. He lightly took a deep breath and calmed himself down, before heading over, towards Rem. Sitting with her knees folded and her back against the wall, Rem slightly stirred at Subaru's words, his figure faintly reflected on her pale blue eyes. Rem, is that you? When are you going to change your clothes? Subaru, Rem has priority over changing clothes. As soon as this conversation ends, I will change my clothes. Rem, is that so? Well then, this conversation has ended. Please go change your clothes. Subaru, that's so crude. Subaru was left helpless and raised his voice after Rem's blunt retort. At Subaru's voice, Rem's eyes sharpened and she said, "Please be quiet." Then she jerked her chin toward the girl leaning on her left shoulder. Rem, at this rate, you'll wake up the sleeping Louis-chan. Please consider her. Subaru, well, Rem, or is it just that you do not want to put that much consideration into this girl? Subaru, don't say it like that. My bad. Taking tiny breaths while sleeping, Louis cuddled closer with Rem. Louis had been helping Rem to treat the wounded. Her white clothes were stained with blood here and there. From what he had learned from Rem's attitude and from Utakata, she had done exactly as she had been told, albeit poorly. Naturally, Subaru's inner thoughts were mixed, though. Rem, it throws me off when you make a grim face in that appearance. Subaru, oh, yeah, my bad. My makeup's messed up, it's rather unsightly. Rem, it looked unsightly even when you had it on properly. Subaru, Toho. Subaru's shoulders slumped in depression at Rem's remark, which was as harsh as ever. Subaru then slowly sat side by side with Rem, at her right, opposite of Louis. He peeked at Rem's protesting gaze, but consciously ignored it. Subaru, Rem, you did great. Everyone survived thanks to you. Rem, I'm keenly aware of my lack of power. To tell you the truth, I'm useless. Subaru, Rem. In response to the words of gratitude, Rem looked down at her hands in frustration. As she regarded those pale fingers, Rem was biting her lip weakly. Subaru, you're definitely not useless. Even though your memories are fuzzy, you were able to use your healing magic splendidly and saved a lot of people. But, Rem, I know. If I were whole, this magic wouldn't have been like this. Subaru, like this? Rem, my healing magic. The magic I'm using right now is by intuition, in other words, self-taught. Though with Louis-chan's assistance, I've managed to get it into shape. Even then. Rem's words did not continue beyond that point. The reason why she did not continue after that, was because it was something that went without saying. She knew that, if she put it into words, it would become a blade that she would hurt herself with, and that the pain would console her, albeit slightly. Complaints, when spoken, would hurt oneself and others. In compensation, however, it would lighten one's heart merely a little bit. And Rem disliked the idea of lightening her heart. It was proof that she truly blamed herself for her inability to save others, because of her lack of power. Subaru, once again, Subaru painfully understood Rem's feelings. To rue that one could have done more, was more painful than an unreachable wall. It would be even worse when it regarded someone else's future, someone other than one's own. The loss of Zelda's leg had left something weighty in the recesses of Subaru's heart. It was not a life. But it was not hard to imagine the magnitude of losing one of your 4 limbs. The closest example was certainly Al, a one-armed man who had lost his left arm. Additionally, there was the Watergate city of Pristella. During that battle, Ricardo had lost one of his arms in a confrontation against gluttony. It had been an extremely shocking event, but it was not a tragedy so remote that it could not happen. In fact, for those who put themselves in harm's way, it may be more appropriate to call it a familiar tragedy. Still. Subaru, that's harsh. Rem, yes. Subaru's parched murmur was met with a small nod from Rem right beside him. This was the first time he had ever gotten a straightforward nod without repercussions, yet he was unfortunately not in the right frame of mind to appreciate it. Rem glanced at Subaru, the latter holding a lump deep in his chest. Rem, the previous. If it was the previous me, I wonder how it would have gone. Subaru, if it was the you when you still had memories? Rem, yes. If it was the past me's healing magic, my Zelda-san's leg could have been saved. Subaru closed his eyes at the words that would have followed. It was not that he could not comprehend what Rem was thinking. But it was difficult for Subaru, being on the outside, to judge the extent to which the presence or absence of memory had affected Rem's healing magic. Even if it were possible to quantify the healing power, it would be difficult for Subaru to assess it. However, Rem, Rem, her pale blue eyes filled with earnest emotion, were directed at Subaru. If the answer she was looking for was something that Subaru could provide, he did not know, but there were only two choices in front of him: the previous Rem could or the previous Rem couldn't. Which of the two would turn out to be the salvation for Rem? Or rather, which of the two would save Rem from being hurt even more? Subaru, even with your memories, I think it would be helpless. Rem, Subaru, even healing magic isn't all-powerful. In that case, Rem would have done the best she could. He replied after a few seconds of agonizing thought, which felt much longer in Subaru's mind. Even if Rem had her memories, even if her healing magic had been in perfect condition, she would not have been able to save my Zelda's leg. The truth was that it was not about ifs. If they started talking about ifs, there would be no end to it. It was true that Rem had not been able to salvage my Zelda's leg. But beyond my Zelda, she had saved the lives of many other injured people. She should be praised for her achievements, and there was no reason for her to blame herself. In fact, if someone should be blamed, it should be Subaru. I wasn't strong enough. Rem, Subaru, I didn't think enough. I should have examined things more seriously. Upon hearing this answer spat out by Subaru, Rem's round eyes went wide. In front of Rem, Subaru clenched his molars with force, and covered his face with both of his hands. If anyone were to curse the lack of strength, the blame should fall on Subaru. Subaru, all of it. It's my fault. Despite the pompous claims of a bloodless siege, reality was far from such results. Arakia's intrusion had caused many injuries, and her recovery had brought death to multiple guards. There had been no casualties within their own ranks, but taking into account my Zelda's missing leg, how could it be called bloodless? He had failed. It was a pile of failures, and the chance for recovery had been lost. All he wanted was the best possible happy ending, and what Subaru had obtained was either a so-so happy ending or what should be called a so-so bad ending. To paraphrase Abel's words from earlier, definite punishment or reward, castigation ought to follow. Had Subaru been one of Abel's men, it would not be strange for him to have his head chopped off. Worst-case scenario, he would have to return by death. Thoughts like these crossed his mind. In that case, he would most likely go back to the most recent point of return, to the time of the bloody battle against Todd in Garrel. The fear caused by the recollection of that time made his entire body tremble. Still, even if he returned to that moment of terror, if he could recover what they had lost. Rem, why? Suddenly, that word struck the brooding Subaru's eardrums. Raising his face immediately, he was met head-on by Rem's eyes staring right toward him. Rem's eyes, which had been moist with remorse until just before, were now staring straight at Subaru, holding even stronger remorse within. Rem, why did it turn into your fault? Agitated by Rem's gaze, more words were piled up upon Subaru, rendered unable to move. She extended her hand, her eyes damp, and while indicating the devastated city hall she said, Rem, so my Zelda-san's leg, Louis-chan's and Utakata-chan's injuries, Medium-san's and Flop-san's wounds, all of it is your fault. Subaru, they are, yes. It wouldn't have turned out like this if I'd been more careful about my preparations. Rem, you thought of a plan, and your seemingly reckless plan had a proper payoff. You were able to hold the general second class in place, and get them into the city without letting anyone fight. Just like we planned. Subaru, but then after that? Rem, who cares about what happened after? At Subaru's persistence, Rem raised her eyebrows and made her voice louder. Rem quickly turned her face, and because of this, Louis, who was leaning against her, fell into her lap. Louis jerked slightly and groaned softly, without waking up. While supporting Louis's shoulder, Rem puffed slightly and looked at Subaru again. Rem, no one could have foreseen what would happen after that. The appearance of that half-naked woman and her rampage were all unpredictable. So. Subaru, .. Rem, so why are you responsible for all of that? Subaru gulped as the question of why was once again asked toward him. If you asked him why, he would think it was the responsibility of one that had power. In the same way that Rem lamented the lack of power in her own healing magic, Subaru sometimes regretted and lamented the fact that his own authority could not make up for it. The scope of return by death was greater. The future could improve or worsen, depending on whether Subaru exercised his power. However, Subaru, it was a truth that could not be told to another, even if the person was Rem. It was not restricted to merely Rem. The authority Subaru wielded, this alone he could not propagate to anyone, no matter how open-minded the other party was. No, he was unable to speak of it even to someone he had established an emotional bond with. If he told them, there was no way he could disclose the truth without possibly causing the death of that person. He was afraid of pain. The pain brought about from trying to tell someone about return by death was terrifying. Who could get used to that intense pain that gripped one's heart no matter how many times they experienced it? But what was truly frightening was not the pain, but the loss. Was there anything in this world that was more terrifying than loss? Was it not because of this extreme fear precisely, that this authority had been granted to Natsuki Subaru? Rem, why did you protect me? Subaru, huh? Rem continued to speak as if she had given up on Subaru, the latter silent and unable to answer. For a moment, Subaru blinked, unsure of what she was talking about. Rem, when that half-naked woman attacked me. I knocked down a pillar, and when that didn't work. That woman came at me, and you stood in front of me. In a selfless attempt to save her from being attacked by Arakia, Subaru had stood in front of Rem. His hands outstretched, he had been desperate to keep any threat away from Rem. At that moment, Subaru did not care if Arakia were to take his life. He wanted Rem to outlive him, for even a second longer. That was Rem, the result of your bloodless siege, the fact that you covered for me at that moment, and even the fact that my Zelda-san lost her leg. You're trying to take on everything on your own. Subaru, .. Rem, you're not strong enough to do all those things. At first, I was wary of you because of that horrible smell. That was where Rem broke off her words, and once she did, she looked down at Louis on her lap. Gently stroking her golden hair, Rem choked and calmly turned her gaze back to Subaru, saying, Rem, I, Louis-chan, Abel-san, my Zelda-san and the others, Medium-san and Flop-san are all human beings with a will, and you don't have to get worked up to protect them. Subaru, oh. Rem, please don't try to do anything like that all by yourself. You don't have to take responsibility for our actions. Subaru's mouth opened and closed repeatedly, overwhelmed by the shower of words. His brain refused to comprehend what was being said, in a prompt fashion. However, an unidentified sense of urgency scorched Subaru's heart, forcing him to listen no further. With earnest emotion, directed at a Subaru cursing his own lack of power, Rem bit back. He had to stop her from saying anything beyond that. Rem, you aren't a special person. He knew he should not have allowed her to say it. Rem, because you're not a hero. Staggering, Subaru walked through the city hall as if wandering. He had no destination in mind. It was not even clear when he had started walking, to begin with. When he had come to, he was walking, and if anything, his consciousness still remained in a state of vagueness. Subaru, HK, suddenly, he was hit head-on by a hard impact. Taking a look at it, it seemed that he had hit a wall. He was walking while only staring at his feet, that was the reason. Slamming his forehead against the bare wall, Subaru held his aching forehead and exhaled. Then, without thinking, he slammed his forehead against the solid wall again. A firm impact and a dull sound, and Subaru felt a stinging pain in his brain. As he shook his brain from the outside, he felt as if the stagnation that permeated his whole body was slowly receding. In the same manner, Subaru slammed his forehead against the wall again and again. Slam, slam, slam. Question mark, hey, stop that, bro. As he pulled back to strike again, his shoulder was grabbed from behind. He had been called out. What came into view when Subaru turned around was a gaze that met his own from behind a steel helmet directed his way. Still grasping Subaru by the shoulder, the other party cracked the bones in his own neck and spoke. Al, I understand the feeling of wanting to die. But no matter how many times you do that, there's gonna be no end to that sort of thing, spoke. Al, I understand the feeling of wanting to die. But no matter how many times you do that, there's gonna be no end to that sort of thing.